X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your face down. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It's so good to see all of you. Welcome back to the stream. What is up, transgender gal? Galaxy Bomb 42, welcome to the site. Prancing Goldfish, what's up? Ride the Rails, good to see ya. Astronaut Lad 172, what's up? Straw Hat Monty 97, how are you? Red Canoe, how are you doing? Summer Star, good to see you. Lefty Jenna, what's up? Free Me, glad to see you here. TSW the Shadow Wolf, what's up? Delancer, hello. Grassa Triton, how are you? Them Sweatpants, what's up? Wingo, how are you? How'd you guys like the From Season 2 premiere watch party we did the other night? It was pretty fun. Magic Bloodworms, so hype. Indeed. Wasn't there? It was fun, saw a bit of it, hell yeah. Hype. If you missed it, it's probably because you have notifications turned off in the Discord. So make sure you got those notifications turned on. New Dracula flow? There's no way there's a new one today. Surely you're talking about, like, the other new, like, the new Dracula flow I'm thinking of. Dracula Flow 5, right? There's not a Dracula Flow 6, is there?
Cobb looking like Mexican street corn. I'm so...
Oh my god. No, there's just Dracula Flow 5. Yeah, we're just on Dracula Flow 5 right now. Let's see what, if I just randomize a point in Dracula Flow 5, what are the chances we get, like, an amazing line?
homophobic
Hold on, let's find a random point. Let's see.
Ribbo with 3 bitches feasting on some Nicaraguan nose nachos while listening to Rich Amiri. I'm a real glutton. Ah!
God, it never gets old, does it? It never gets old. Jesus, this guy. I love him. I love him, I truly do. I wish nothing but good for Dracula Flow guy. Soda Cider, what's up? The Dark Canuck, good to see ya. Andrew Palmer, good to see you as well. Welcome. Carter Lovejoy, how are you doing? Welcome over in YouTube chat. Super Luigi and Daisy, good to see ya. Who else? Who haven't I welcomed to the site? Who haven't I welcomed into my soul? Like Jesus Christ. No, I think I've said hello to mostly everybody here. Hey there, transgender gal. Good to see ya. I can't show up consistently? Well. So I don't watch it? You should join the watch parties. They're fun. Is it just me, or did seeing the creatures' true faces up close kind of make them just a little less scary? Not really. They're pretty terrifying. I guess they're less mysterious, so the mystery is less. But we see their faces up close in the first episode, so not really anything too different. We just don't really understand them, and that's the mystery of them. Twin Peaks is better. My asshole is better than Twin Peaks. You could just make that into a TV show and it'd be better. I've not seen Twin Peaks. Maybe I'll see it and I'll love it, though. But I haven't seen it. How dare you reference media I have not witnessed? Hey, Ride the Rails, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based and pog. Thank you. Says, I never have anything fun to send in donation messages. Sad face. Hope you're doing well, Zan. Smiley face. Aw, thank you, Ride the Rails. You don't have to have anything fun to say. You can just say, how you doing? Or, I did this today. What are your thoughts on that? And I'll give you my thoughts on it. You know, just you know, regardless, I appreciate the sub. Thank you. I really hope you appreciate and enjoy your blue name. Thank you. And Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 donation. Wow, we're starting today's stream off with a lot of support from you guys. Thank you. Sorry. Perry Icefire said, can you help me tell the Nevada Republicans to shut up? They are trying to sue the state over the mail-in ballot deadline. We have it till the election day. Well, I don't know if I can help tell them to shut up, but I mean, I could definitely do a segment about it in the next couple days. Thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you, Perry Icefire. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Remember, guys, if you want to support the stream, you can do so for completely free, and it only takes half a second simply by hitting the like button. Every single like on the stream really does go a long way. I don't know if you guys know this, but YouTube basically gets prodded with every single like to push my content and my channel in the algorithm whenever you guys drop a like, no matter how many times and, you know, how many different videos or what it is or when it is. So seriously, consider dropping a like. It really helps a lot. And of course, if you want to support me a little more, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website. If you want to support me financially. For those that don't know, if we do hit the $300 goal for the night, I do put on a onesie. The other night, I've got a whole bunch of onesies that I pick from, and I wear it for the whole rest of the stream. And it's quite funny to do segments in the onesie and to put those up on YouTube. And everyone comments, "Why the fuck is he wearing a Triceratops onesie or a shark onesie or what have you?" And they don't have any context, nor will they ever, or a Shadow the Hedgehog onesie. And they'll never get any context, because that's the joke. Plus, it's funny to watch me sweat, I imagine. Funny to see me overheated. So, if you guys want to see me in a onesie and you want to help raise money for the Quail goal, which, by the way, guys, I'm currently shopping for the Quail stuff. Currently shopping for the quail stuff. The coop is going to be the most expensive thing from what I can tell. So I'm going to buy that first and just get that out of the way. So I'm currently looking at coops. We're getting close to the onesie. Not the onesie, the quail content, guys. Although, really what the most expensive thing will be the camera. So I probably should look at the camera first. Did Xanderhall remove the Planet Fitness video or unlist it? What? No, I didn't. Did it get taken down by YouTube or something? That's a weird video to even notice went down, but let me check. This video can't be monetized, that's a stream VOD. This video can't be monetized, that's a stream VOD. And this video can't be monetized, another stream VOD. Okay, so nothing here. Yeah, no, I don't have anything here on my YouTube YouTube page telling me that video's been taken down. So I think we should be fine. I think we should be fine. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Said, hello, Zan. Vaush has recently had his most terminally online take, which is Trump would be better on Israel because he'd be too incompetent to help them, and liberals would reflexively oppose it to go against Trump. No way he said that. There's no way Vaush said something that fucking dumb. I don't believe it. I genuinely don't believe it. That you have to have like a massive gap in political knowledge or just be genuinely terminally online. He said it as a joke? Okay. If it was a joke, that makes sense. Like if it was one of those like, yeah, you know, maybe Trump would have been better because he'd just be so incompetent that he wouldn't be able to help Israel, and then maybe the libs would just reflexively go. If that was the tone he took and the way he worded it, then you might just be having a little bit of a miscommunication moment. But if he legitimately said that, dude, that's a bad take. I guess I'll respond assuming maybe to some degree it was accurate, but, you know, I'm not saying it was. Or not accurate, that it was serious, but I'm not saying it was. Trump would not be better on Israel. One of Trump's biggest lobbyers is Israel. The Republican Party, the GOP, is heavily lobbied by AIPAC, so Trump would not slack in his support for Israel by any means, and he would have no reason to, considering Biden actually has some reservations when it comes to his support for Israel. Right now, Democrat support for funding of Israel is being used as a bone to dangle in front of Republicans' faces. If you've looked at what's been happening in Congress with funding bills in the House and whatnot, it's literally Democrats wanting to make a fund, like, they want to fund Ukraine, and they want to, like, fund the government and other programs and stuff, or pass, like, good bills, and they're like, okay, Republicans, will you support it if we give an extra $2 billion to Ukraine? Will you go for the bill if we give an extra $2 billion to Ukraine? Will you go for it? And they're like, yes. And the Democrats are like, okay. And then it ends up being a bipartisan bill. So no. The fact is the Democrats are not worse. Biden is not worse. Trump would not be better. And on top of that, liberals would not reflexively oppose Israel because of Trump supporting Israel. Trump does support Israel. The GOP does support Israel. And the Democrats are as they are. You know, like nothing changes in this timeline, I don't feel. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Pepper T21. And then another $5 from Pepper T21. Hot damn. Says also have a Fallout meme. Oh, I love Fallout memes. Come on, YouTube. You gotta add. They added a volume bar. I'm so happy about this, guys. Look how big of a deal this is. They finally added a volume bar to YouTube Shorts so you can adjust the volume of a short on PC. Massive. But I don't believe you can actually skip around or rewind a YouTube short, which is quite annoying. I'm not a big fan of that. But, here, let's check this out. Thank you for the...
True to Kaiser. Patrolling the Mojave almost makes me wish for a nuclear winter. Holy shit. It's John Fallout.
Melee time. That's agility. Oh, yep. The death animation's so accurate.
Take this!
Welcome to our program. This is Mr. New Vegas.
That's good. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, Pepper T21. That video went hard. Thank you so much. But yeah, as I was saying, feel free to drop a like. It really helps a lot, and I really do appreciate it. Every single one of you who does so, because it's totally free, takes half a second, and it really does go a long way. So do your part. Hit that like button. Hit that thumbs up button. Xanderhall, what's your favorite movie? God, I couldn't tell you. I'm not good at picking favorites, but if I was able to, I guess I'd have to say the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy. But if I had to pick my favorite, I mean Return of the King, I guess. Like that, I've watched that movie over 100 times at least, and I still cheer at several points in the movie. Same goes for Two Towers, you know. You don't really cheer much at many moments. Well, there's a couple in Fellowship, specifically when the whole Fellowship is together, and there's that one scene where it plays the Fellowship theme for the very first time for real, and they're like walking past that, you know, that one shot where they're walking past the rock, and it's like, dun, dun, yeah, and you cheer when you see that for the first time, or the 150th time. Regardless, seriously, thank you for all the likes. I really do appreciate it. They really help a lot, and they're totally free. So thank you to all you guys who dropped those likes, and thank you to everybody who subbed, gifted a sub, donated, whatever it may be. All you guys have been greatly supportive lately, especially lately. There's been a massive boost in support on the channel, and I really want to thank you guys for that. So hopefully we can keep that snowball rolling, and instead of letting the snowball like kind of pitter out, we can just keep piling up more snow on it and get that snowball rolling faster. I just hopped in and knew exactly what you were talking about before you mentioned the name of the movie. Yeah, that's good. That means you're based, Birdstang. You're probably based. Eliminate the white names. Hey, we've got some white names in chat today. We got at least one white name in chat at least, but there was a big white name genocide last stream. It was crazy. The Lord of the Rings movies are on my watch bucket list just because of Gollum. I love him. Gollum's pretty neat. He's neat for sure. The YouTube channel that makes Dracula Flow makes other funny videos. Well, it's not a YouTube channel. It's Joji's channel, Plumcorp Records. It's his, like, side experimental project channel. Joji, a.k.a. Filthy Frank. His sort of comeback to YouTube comedy. But probably behind the camera. Only behind the camera, most likely. Anyway, though, guys, I feel now's probably a good time to get started with our first segment. You guys know, after segments today, we are going to be doing, I just brain farted. We're going to be doing more New Vegas. We're going to be doing more of my blind New Vegas playthrough. I'm going to be streaming the next, 2 days, but 3 days counting today. I'm streaming today, tomorrow, and the day after. So no From tonight, unfortunately. Not everyone's going to be available, so we're going to be doing New Vegas after segments today, New Vegas after segments tomorrow, then From after segments on Monday. I believe Monday is the day that everybody has free. Heavy Gretel, Balth, and a Pillow should have Monday free. So that will be the day where we do the watch party. And we continue From. We already did our the first 3 episodes of Season 2, so we're going to be picking up with episodes 4, 5, and 6. Oh boy, am I excited for us to watch episode 6. No particular reason. No particular reason. Okay. I have a good idea of what I think the first segment of the day should be. That Zaza got me speaking Esperanto. It's so funny because he pronounces it with, like, the most southern twang. Esperanto. Zan, quick Fallout New Vegas meme
This
first.
isn't a disrespectful question.
Oh yes, is this Joshua Graham memes? I'm excited to meet Joshua Graham in the game and find out what this is all about.
By the way, if you are a devoted Mormon, You believe Christ was fully human, fully divine. To deny that he had sexual temptations implies that he was not fully human, making you a profligate, punishable by excommunication for most of history. Now answer, boobs or ass? This isn't a disrespect.
God. I mean, I'd have to answer honestly, I think. Both? Yeah, why not both? Why can't... I'm pretty certain it's possible to have both. I'm pretty sure typically you have both. Okay. So, 1 second, guys.
The title's not...
Whoa. Cool your jets, bro. My brother. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy, everybody. This is some interesting news that we're getting. This is actually technically a follow-up on a segment I did maybe a week and a half ago about Moist Critical, one of the biggest YouTubers on the entire platform of YouTube and really on the entire internet. He's on Twitch. He's really big on Twitter as well. He's everywhere. He recently started his own esports league. I believe it's for Apex Legends, called Moist Esports. And he literally has one of the best, if not the best, roster of Apex players in the world on his team. And despite that, his team is being blocked from entering the country due to U.S. immigration being U.S. immigration. You see, Critical is not a political content creator, nor is he a particularly politically inclined guy. You can just kind of tell from the way he is about politics that he doesn't really seem to be the kind of person who sticks his nose into it, probably thinks it's none of his business and not anything of an interest. The problem is a lot of people think that. I think most people are prone to think that until politics affects them. So if you're part of a marginalized group, chances are by the time you're an adult, politics is going to have affected you a lot in your life, and so you're going to be inclined to being involved in politics at quite a young age. Maybe you're friends with people from these groups, and that pushes you into being involved with politics at a very young age. Maybe you get indoctrinated by some right-wing political shit, or some crazy left-wing political shit. It exists out there. There are grifters who pretend to be left-wing, you know, Second Thought and whatnot. Bars. But Critical has been thrusted into the world of politics with this entire thing. He thought he could just throw together a bit of a fun esports event and bring a bunch of people from around the world, from Australia, I believe, actually, over to America for a couple weeks, a couple months, I don't even know, not that long, just to do an event. And then was quickly blindsided by the realization that all this hubbub you hear about the U.S. immigration system being broken, it's not just people making a big deal out of nothing. It's not people making a mountain out of a molehill. As it turns out, it is actually a really big problem, no matter how powerful and wealthy you are. Not that that would change anything about how broken the system is, mind you. But I think the realization of just how fucked you are when it comes to trying to deal with U.S. immigration, even with everything on your side, if the dice just don't roll in your favor, you don't get that nat 20, I think this really kind of made him realize how broken this system is. And I wonder if it's going to open his eyes to how broken other systems are. He seemed to be taking a pretty big step in the video we covered of him talking about this, but he put out a new video just 17 hours ago. It's currently number 3 on YouTube trending for gaming, called I'm Suing U.S. Immigration. Dude, this is, well, possibly, like, history-making news. One of the biggest YouTubers there is, period, is suing U.S. immigration. Fucking based? Can I get a fucking base from you guys in chat? 'Cause this is fucking based. This is awesome. Objectively, this is based. One of the coolest things a YouTuber has done with their money, their platform, and their you know, connections that I have seen someone do on YouTube outside of like Mr. Beast. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool, and I mentioned it in my last video, but Moist Critical is one of the better human beings with a large YouTube platform, in my opinion. If you guys don't know, and I'm not trying to glaze here, but I feel I should bring it up. It's relevant. It's relevant character details. Critical gives away like thousands of dollars per stream, like every stream, and he streams regularly just to his fans. Like, imagine the way that like you guys donate to me. Instead, he's just donating to his fans. Thousands of dollars per stream in amounts that range from like $10 to $50 to $100 to random chatters that just ask him for money. And if they're like, "Hey, Critical, I want to get a PlayStation 5, but I'm $100 off from the price. Could I get $100 from you?" He'll be like, "Yeah, sure, man. What's your PayPal?" And like, you can drop your PayPal, and he will send you the amount you ask for. And he's done that for like a year now. There was a big drama of people claiming he was doing it for like a tax write-off, but that's not something you can write off on your taxes. So if he was, he would be breaking the law, and he probably would have already gotten in trouble for it by now. So no, he wasn't doing it for tax write-off. He's just a nice guy, and I respect that. So I hope to see him potentially break into the realm of U.S. politics and maybe bring his surprisingly positive, though aesthetically nihilistic takes to the world of politics. Hopefully not too centristy, though, but, you know, generally it seems like he's a good guy. Damn it, he uses PayPal. Fuck, I use Cash App. Well, if you're a YouTuber, you kind of have to use PayPal, because, like, everything in the YouTube, Twitch streaming world uses PayPal and connects to PayPal, so it's really the good... You have to have it. You have to use it. I don't really think they have support for much else.
The title's not clickbait. I am actually suing U.S. immigration. I'm sure a lot of you...
Not clickbait. He's doing it. What a legend. This might actually end up in history textbooks. You guys know that, right? Like, a citizen suing U.S. immigration with a large following like this could end up in textbooks down the road.
You already know the reason why, but let me catch you up to speed for those of you that might not know the lore. So hop on in. Let me take you on a little adventure here through this infuriating journey of dealing with the U.S. Immigration Department, and in particular, one Whippets-addicted, bedwetting homunculus agent there that absolutely just had a grudge against our esports organization, Moist Esports. I swear to God, if anime was real, I'd have enough rage against the U.S. Immigration Department to finally go Super Saiyan. I cannot stand how corrupt that agency.
So I think my understanding is that his theory is that some guy, just some single pencil pusher who makes decisions at U.S. Immigration, didn't like the name Moist in the name Moist Esports for his org, and they basically gave him the red rubber no stamp, no admission stamp when they saw that, because I'm like, if you don't know, Moist is one of those words that people just can't handle. Like, there's a list of words that YouTubers are told not to even use in their videos, or topics to avoid in general. One of them is talking about pee. It has been statistically proven that if you have, like, say 1,000 viewers watching you live and you talk about pee, you will lose like 80 viewers at least. I might have lost like 8 just now from bringing it up. Like, just simply saying it. So if you ever, like, a good piece of advice for streamers is if you ever need to use the restroom, you're supposed to say, I'm going to use the restroom, and get up and go use the restroom. Don't say you got to go pee or whatever, because people will leave just because you said that. Really weird, but people have very particular, like, hang-ups and stuff. It's a very bizarre thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah. Yep. It's real. And in this case, it's like Moist is one of them as well, where if you say the word moist, a lot of people just can't handle it. They cringe at it. And so some person, some pencil pusher apparently, at U.S. Immigration didn't like the word moist and just gave them the no stamp.
He is. I've already made 2 videos having a conniption about it and losing my mind like a caveman who discovered fire for the first time. But what I discovered is just pure, rotten to the core, blatant corruption. I've explained the situation in great detail, but I'll give you the very short explanation for it. Our esports Apex squad consists of 3 Australians and 1 American. The 3 Australians were denied entry into this country multiple times over the course of 6 months. One of the reasons they gave us was they didn't believe they were as highly ranked as we stated they were, even though we gave them all of the leaderboards, the official standings, and they could also just Google that if they didn't believe us. But we even had an EA official, one of the highest ranking executives at EA, lobby for us and write on our behalf about how important our team is to the esports for Apex because we are so highly ranked. And US Immigration didn't believe that guy was a real authority. They thought he was like the fucking Satchmo or something. Like, the guy didn't exist. They just wiped their ass with that guy's entire resume, just writing him off as some kind of make-believe EA cryptid. We fought a losing battle against US Immigration.
How fucking evil does US Immigration have to be as an organization for EA to be the good guys? Like, part of the good guys group in this story. Think about that for a moment. Fucking EA. It's like, how bad do you have to be for EA to be morally opposed to you and on the right side of the issue?
The reasons were so fucking silly, and it prevented our team from coming into the country, which upended our entire plans of having them here for the Split 1. Luckily, we got them into Canada, they played all of Split 1 in Canada, and they finished second. So, that means they qualified for the biggest tournament, which is the Apex LAN Major, which is happening right now in LA. But, since we were denied so many times, they couldn't actually get to LA, which left us with only one option, which I was fucking freaking out about in the last video, where we had to release our team. Because they couldn't come to the US under our umbrella, the Moist Esports umbrella. We had to release them for them to even have a chance at playing at that LAN. But boy howdy, wouldn't you know it, that didn't work. They were denied ESTA visas. If any of you are foreign and have ever been to America, you know what an ESTA is. It's like a 99% success rate with getting an ESTA visa. Almost no one gets.
Okay, so yeah, this is like actually malicious. Like something malicious is happening at US Immigration. Like this could be literal targeting. What the fuck?
Chance at playing at that LAN. But boy howdy, wouldn't you know it, that didn't work. They were denied ESTA visas. If any of you are foreign and have ever been to America, you know what an ESTA is. It's like a 99% success rate with getting an ESTA visa. Almost no one gets declined. You have to be like a notorious terrorist to get your ESTA visa declined. Fucking Osama bin Laden might have even been able to get an ESTA. That is how easily accessible those are. Yet, 2 out of 3 of our Australians were denied ESTAs. So only one of them, Imti, was allowed to come in on an ESTA, which means he got here while the other 2 couldn't. That's inexplicable. Why were 2 of them rejected, but MT's was accepted? They were in the same boat, and yet for some reason, it was him that was okay, but the other 2, no, they're a fucking danger. You guys are trying to smuggle in Romulans or something to take over America from the inside out.
Well, the fact is, there's something going on behind the scenes here. This isn't even just normal U.S. Well, it probably is normal U.S. immigration fuckery, to be completely honest with you. This is probably relatively common if it's happening here. This is just the fact that it's happening to Critical is not some stars aligning thing. This kind of stuff's got to be happening all the fucking time, and Critical just got unlucky in being one of the people, and like it's happened to, and his like group, his esports group, being one of the people or a group of the people it's happened to, enough that he could bring attention to it. There's no way the stars just aligned here and some massive figure with like a big group for esports happen to be the ones who get this massive asshole of a U.S. immigration officer overseeing their case or whatever. I don't believe
the
it.
Land of the free and the home of the fuck me in the face. Like that is inexplicably stupid. Like if all 3 of them got rejected, then maybe they had found something. But no, that didn't even happen. They rejected 2 out of 3. So what the fuck could the reason for that possibly be? We speculated it's because they reapplied for ESTAs even though they still had like a little time left on their previous ones, so maybe that flagged it in their system. But that might not be it because MT still got through, but the other 2 didn't. It's stupid. It's super stupid. So that made it even bigger.
There's no reasons that stand out, right? Like unless there's something about the other 2 people who weren't let in that we don't know, like some sort of background check that could be easily found that shows some some unacceptable behavior. Like maybe they, I don't know, I couldn't even guess. Maybe they said something on a stream once that got clipped and looks really bad. Who knows? But like it's weird that all of the same process took place for all 3 Australian esports players, and then they tried to get ESTA visas for all of 3 of them after dropping them from the team so they could just go there as like foreigners visiting. But instead, 2 of them were rejected for no reason, no given reason at least, but one of them wasn't. And there's no way anything about the way they went through this process that could have been the cause of this, that could have set off tripped some alarm in the system and fucked things up. So it's either behind the scenes fuckery or something about the other two esports players that U.S. immigration knows, but they don't know would be a problem or haven't said what might be the problem, and Critical doesn't know about. It's funny how the people in Asmongold's video comments on the previous Penguins video on immigration were saying he should have gone to the Mexican border. They would have they would have been let in by Biden. Really says something about the right-wing fan base he has cultivated. Well, it says a lot about Asmongold's fan base, for sure. It's gotten very right-wing, but also says a lot about, like, just the way conservatives react to things like this. They don't see this obvious example of the U.S. immigration system being overly strict to the point where it's like, oh, shit, clearly this is so overcorrecting that, like, clearly we don't have a problem with criminals pouring into the country through the U.S. border. No, instead they find a way to wrap what they've seen around their opinion and integrate it into their opinion, even if it makes no fucking sense. Right? So conservatives, instead of seeing this and thinking, oh, maybe U.S. immigration is a lot more strict than I thought, instead they say, well, if going through the legal routes is so hard, maybe it would have just been easier to illegally immigrate. Like, what? No, it would not have been easier to illegally immigrate.
Problem, because getting denied an ESTA means you're basically shit out of luck. So we were going to have to play,
Also, these people don't know how illegal immigration works. The vast majority of illegal immigrants in America are overstaying visas. Like, they get a visa through the process, they get approved for a visa through this process that Critical can't get these people approved for, and then they overstay it after it expires. Very few illegal immigrants in America are crossing, like, on foot or plane or submarine or boat across the southern border. If anything, there are a fair amount of people being trafficked across the border against their will. That happens. But for the most part, illegal immigrants come here after being approved for this process that Critical's guys cannot be approved for. So yeah, the system is broken and way too strict. And there's not a border crisis. There's no border crisis. If there was a serious border crisis, then a long time ago the U.S. would have put a lot more money into the National Guard or even the fucking army going down south and, like, stabilizing Mexico. If it was really as much of a failed state as Republicans say it is, we would have done something about it a long time ago if it was actually causing the problems Republicans claim it was. Sorry, getting a little sidetracked, but yeah. Immigration, border, Critical.
We're going to be playing this major with only 2 out of 3 of their players and no coach, because 2 of them just couldn't get in. So we were pretty much out of options. By this point, our team hadn't been playing together for fucking weeks, because Waltzy and Kyle, the Australians that were declined, were still unable to make it into America. So in a last-ditch Hail Mary effort, we applied for B1 visas, which I think probably some of you have heard of before. And in order to do those, that's an in-person interview with, like, the actual embassy. And to be able to actually talk to somebody here is huge, because when you're dealing with U.S. immigration, you're talking to soulless androids that do not want to be there and do not do.
This could either be the point where the story takes a big turn for the positive or gets even more confusing and upside down. But the fact that this is ending in a lawsuit kind of tells me it's going to get more confusing upside down, and their problems will not be solved by talking to a real fucking person.
Do their job at all. But we were able to set up appointments for a B1 visa interview for both Kyle and Waltzy in Lisbon. So we had to fly them over the course of, like, 3 days, mind you, from Canada to Lisbon to sit down for that interview. They nailed the interview. They got their B1 visas. We then had to fly them from Lisbon to America, all in the span of only a couple of days. And they finally touched down in this God-blessed patriotic country 2 days ago, where they could finally play together as a team. So as you can imagine, since they hadn't played together in so fucking long, the cohesion was a little rough around the edges, because U.S. immigration slapped us so hard, a biblical smackdown, to try and ruin our chance.
I forgot. Yeah, when you're dealing with all this shit, how are you supposed to focus on practicing and like, doing the game? And, like, you just get off a plane through all this, like, fucking nightmare, like, immigration bullshit, and it's like, all right, now play the best you've ever played in your lives at this Battle Royale game. That's rough.
Chances of winning this major, of which they are one of the top competing teams in the tournament and one of the favorites to win it all. U.S. immigration did everything possible to make it unwinnable. and yet our team is defying fate. We played today, our final group, and we were able to not only place first on the day with 62 points, but we were able to lock down winner's side. I keep saying we. This mysterious squad known as Not Moist was able to, against all the odds that U.S. immigration stacked against us, lock down winner's side for tomorrow. And I couldn't be more proud of this group of gentlemen, of which I am not associated with on any paperwork whatsoever. They are not our team. They literally...
I would have called it arid esports. You know, the opposite of moist.
Really are not our team, but I am still very proud of this group. Through all of this adversity that was entirely unnecessary, unwarranted, unjust, and, dare I say it, potentially illegal, they have still risen to the occasion to perform so fucking well. I want to show you clips from that, but as the title of the video would indicate, I am suing U.S. immigration. We, Moist Esports, are suing U.S. immigration.
All right. Here's the big question. This is the big question. Obviously, Critical's got the money for really good lawyers, and those really good lawyers probably would advise him well on what his course of action should be and would have a good amount of research done on the law to figure out if what's happened here is illegal and if there's a case to be had. Do you guys think there's a good case here? A winnable case for Critical here? He hasn't explained, like, the legal side of anything yet, obviously. But just from what we've heard so far, does it seem like there's a good case here? I think so, yeah. I don't know enough about the law around this to really know. I'm no expert. I'm far from an expert. I'm not even a novice in this subject, so I can't really say. Nah, sue the state? I don't know. Any case is winnable with enough money? I suppose. He's got a lot of that.
We've talked with our lawyers, and they agree that this is very mysterious, how it ever even got to this point. It seems like there were quite a few no-nos that were committed here, and some protocol that wasn't followed, and a lot of just big red flags, like some big problems, and it just really seems like the U.S. immigration agent handling our case either didn't like us, or just really didn't feel like doing their job. That's kind of the impression we're getting, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest some bad things that were afoot here that really made it fucking impossible for us to get our players into the country. And we eventually had to drop them, which is of course a huge blow to our organization as a whole. So we are suing them, and you know what I've learned through this lawsuit process? It turns out that there is corruption built into the US Constitution itself, where even if we're successful in beating the US immigration in this lawsuit, they cannot pay us out any damages, of which there...
Yep. This is the type of thing that radicalizes people. The fact that this issue is going to require him to gain an education in so many of the flaws and fuck-ups in our legal system, and like down to the fucking Constitution, the perfect fucking Constitution, the unarguable, perfect thing that no American is allowed to question or criticize, there are flaws, and it is a broken system. Dude. This is the kind of stuff that radicalizes people, at the very least, towards a more populist political perspective. Not necessarily left. I would hope more left, but there's a very good, there's always a chance this could go in a bad direction, but I think this is a good step. I would love to see more political critical bars.
There is a lot. This has been a super expensive process. And there's also so much lost income here because there's so much money on the line for this tournament, as well as there's so many potential eyes on our organization, as well as all of the legal fees. It's so much money that went into this, all of which was burned thanks to US immigration fucking us. And no matter...
And they can't get the payout. That's fucking garbage. If you get a chat with Charlie one day, that'd be fun to watch. Unlikely maybe, but still. Guys, don't just resign stuff like that to being unlikely or impossible. Do you guys know how we make that possible? Hit that like button. I'm not joking. Hit that like button. Liking my videos, commenting, subscribing. Those are completely free ways of supporting the channel that actively boost my channel, and every single person doing that helps. So, yeah, that's how we get to the point where I'll have enough, clout, so to say, that I could potentially get a conversation with Critical one day. And maybe have, a political awakening,
What happens with the lawsuit, they will not pay us back a penny at all.
That's
now,
fucking
the biggest thing that can happen from the lawsuit if we win is they overturn their decision of rejecting the Australians,
too
which is
late.
great. That is a happy ending for sure. But it was alarming to learn that the U.S. government is not liable for any of these damages that they were directly responsible for us, in regards to us. That's kind of crazy to me. So what possible incentive do the workers at U.S. Immigration have for even doing their job in the first place if no matter what happens, they don't suffer any losses? So it turns out people sue the U.S. Immigration Office pretty often, and it doesn't look like they fight that frequently or fight that hard. Very rarely does a U.S. immigration lawsuit go to trial, apparently, because they're more than willing to just settle because they lose nothing. They lose nothing by not doing their job.
So it's not even going to be like a serious thing. It's just going to be like suing U.S. immigration is almost the setup, like the system they have set up to act as it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission, you know? Like if they do anything too out of pocket, just sue them. They don't fight back. They can't really they don't lose any money or anything. They're just kind of forced to like overturn their decision if it's decided that they were full of shit. And they hope people don't go that far. What the fuck, dude? System's more broken than I even knew.
They can't lose money. All they do is just overturn a decision, which I guess is super easy for them, perhaps. Like, so they just have no problem settling. So, like, what possible reason is there for any of the workers at U.S. Immigration to even take their job seriously? We also can't even go after our agent in particular who mishandled this case, because to do that, we would have to pierce the corporate veil of the U.S. fucking government. We would have to go through Uncle Sam to get to that agent, which is not happening. That is an unwinnable battle. So the individuals are protected as well. So let's say you had an agent at U.S. Immigration that's just racist. Like, by all possible definitions, he's just racist and is declining people because he doesn't.
I think Critical might be moving in the right direction from this experience. I'm going to be honest, guys. Not only that, though, but, like, think about how they're trying to expand the standard to the fucking president right now. Trump's Supreme Court picks are currently looking at trying to make Trump immune to all criminal action, charges for criminal action committed while president, under the claim that if you can go after the president, the ex-president legally, or the president legally for crimes they commit, then that could lead to a state where the president would be too afraid to give up their seat out of fear that the previous president might prosecute them for a crime they committed. The Republicans aren't even being, like, secretive about their opinion on this. They just want to protect their own in government and make them literally untouchable, get out of jail free card having people in government that can't be stopped or checked.
Not happening. That is an unwinnable battle. So the individuals are protected as well. So let's say you had an agent at U.S. Immigration that's just racist. Like, by all possible definitions, he's just racist and is declining people because he doesn't like their skin color. Well, too fucking bad. That person is probably not getting fired because they don't seem to care, and you can't do anything against that person because they are protected by U.S. immigration blanket. And
And I bet that hypothetical is not just a hypothetical. In fact, I think it's likely a very real reality.
Immigration isn't liable for any damages. The best they'll do is overturn a decision. So you're just kind of shit out of luck across the board. Like, it's worth suing U.S. Immigration to get that decision overturned if we win, but I am stunned at how deep and rotten the system is. It is so fucking broken. It is a joke. It is a joke. But anyway, I can't get into specifics here. I'll just leave it at all of these, more general statements about this case. I'll, of course, keep all of you updated through this legal process. But for now, let's end on some good news. Because like I said, our team, even in spite of all this bullshit, has popped off and secured winner's side going into tomorrow. I would love to see all of you come out there to support our squad for the watch parties. I'll be streaming it here on YouTube as well as on Twitch at Moist Critical. So please stop by, cheer on the squad, give them your energy.
I'm glad there's at least, like, a happy ending to all this for those involved, but it really sucks the system is itself just so broken and nothing can really be done about it. Like, what nothing can be done about it even if you sue them. But hey, that's the system. That's the broken system we live in. Politicians are in charge of these decisions. This is where Critical makes the realization of, wait, there's nothing I can do, even as a single person with all the money I could ask for and all the lawyers I could ask for. The only people that can change this and make this better are politicians. The only way to solve this is to elect better people that will change this. That's the only conclusion I can assume, I would hope he comes to from this. That we need to elect better people that will fix these broken systems.
Like a giant spirit bomb. And let me just show you our final game for the day where we actually fucking steamrolled every squad and secured winner's side. Okay. Holy
That's
fuck,
him
yeah, get the
reacting
fuck out
to their team.
there. Nice flush. Please, knock him.
Oh.
Nice.
Purple shield.
Two dark stars. Flush. Oh, he's so low. Yeah, just
I
push
used
that.
to be
Just fucking
really
push
good
that.
at Apex, guys. When this game came out, I was really good. I killed Lifted from 100 Thieves, who was the best raid player at the time. Wiped him and his whole squad.
Nice, knocked.
In a video.
Good shit. Hey.
I was literally just, like, recording some video of me playing Apex. I was pretty good at the game, and I could get some pretty solid footage of me just wiping squads for background gameplay footage for commentary. And it was one of my videos. It was one of my first political videos. It was me talking about Notch, being alt-right. And in that video, you can watch it now and see I literally kill 100 Thieves Lifted and his entire squad. And he was also streaming at the time too. The clip exists somewhere, I'm sure, from his POV. But the clip's still on my channel now in that Notch's alt-right video from way back in the day. And, yeah, I was pretty good at Apex once, you know? Once I was good at Apex.
That's 4 points. We got 100. All right. Now let's get some insurance. This is so sneaky. This is devilish. Yep, here we go. This is the perfect third-party time. How did we not down him? Nice, Waltzy.
Yes, Galaxy Bomb 42. I did.
Oh fuck, it's a different team.
Jesus
He's so low, finish him.
Christ.
Nice, alright. Swap, get the fuck out.
This game has gotten a lot
Nice.
faster
This is good
paced.
good points.
The skill ceiling's increased, guys. That was not this good.
That was such a good call! Aggressive calls! Finally, let's go! That is when we do our best work. Aggressive calls.
Shields, let's go.
Disengage. Guild knocked one, good shit. You don't have to fully commit.
God, Apex is fun. I think the rest of this is just gameplay, so we'll probably wrap it up here. But dude, I'm really curious to see what the response from this is going to be. Comments say stuff like this: Florida man sues U.S. immigration over professional video game. Sounds like a real Florida man headline. We have investigated ourselves and found nothing wrong. U.S. immigration. My coworker's uncle very meticulously tried following the U.S. immigration process. He went to renew his visa and had his interview paperwork in order. Explained he had sole custody of his daughter. Showed his clean record. He was deported a month ago. That is one of the top comments on the video. The third comment. If EA is on your side against someone, they have done something very wrong. Yep, exactly what I said. If EA is on your side against, like, the bad guys, then those are some pretty fucking bad guys. I cannot fucking believe you won't get an ounce of compensation even if you win the suit. Holy shit, that is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. That has 11,000 likes. I bet a lot of people didn't even know the system was that broken. Florida man versus the government, they don't stand a chance. Sue on my cousin-in-law's behalf, too. He has been married to my cousin for a couple years, been working in the U.S. and waiting on his citizenship for over a year. They keep telling him a few more weeks/months. They have lost money on a few trips as he needs his citizenship first, and it still hasn't arrived. As a U.S. citizen, I got my century denied because my voice quivered the slightest bit, and they thought my dad was trying to get me to smuggle drugs across the border. The person interviewing me also gave me shit because I didn't know my deceased maternal grandmother's birth date, whom passed before my birth. Appeal also instantly rejected. Good luck, Charlie. I hope you win. Dude. These have a lot of likes, too. A lot of these posts about people telling their really fucked up stories about U.S. immigration and dealing with it in the comments. Xanderhall, what do you say about that the immigration system hasn't changed in 40 years? That sounds right to me, that the U.S. immigration system is the same now as it was like in the 70s. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. No, doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I could not believe the Democrats any time in the last 40 years could have gained enough popular support for laxing immigration is the Republicans' second best wedge issue outside of guns. So, yeah. Anyway, I really hope the best for Charlie on this one. I'm glad to see it that from the looks of things, he's just moving in the right direction politically from this experience. Well, if you enjoyed this video and you enjoyed my commentary, please consider leaving a like down below no matter when or where you're watching. Every single thumbs up really does go a long way, and I really do appreciate it. It basically prods YouTube into supporting my content in the algorithm. And of course, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications on YouTube so they actually tell you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to see more from me and support the channel and help keep a roof over my head, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch. All those links are down below in the description. The merch is particularly cool. I don't make a profit on it, but if you guys want to pick up some merch, the profit for me is seeing you guys wearing Xander Hall merch. That goes hard as fuck. And of course, if you guys want to join my fan Discord, you can. It is totally free. I highly recommend joining. We have tons of different events going on in there, ranging from call-ins, watch parties, game servers that I host, and I make all my announcements in there for my new videos and uploads. So, yeah, with all that said, I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Charlie suing U.S. immigration goes crazy. Wake up, new Lemino video just dropped. New Lemino video? Oh, fuck, dude. Those things are massive, though. As much as I would love to react to a Lemino video on stream, they're very long, and it's not really, like... I'm not that kind of streamer, you know? Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Thank you. Said, here he starts it at 14 minutes and finishes by 15 minutes. He also says liberalism is the progressive wing of fascism.
President Biden delivers
He says at 14 minutes and finishes at... Okay. All right, we'll take a look at this. Let's see. Let's see if this is a joke or not, I guess. I must be the arbiter of Vaush takes, I suppose. Let's watch.
Destruction, without hate, and within the law.
Biden is sanitizing the message. Yeah, this, again, like, liberalism is the moderate wing of fascism. Like, what he's doing, right, he's pushing the exact same line, but he's doing it under the guise of civility.
Oh, this isn't joking.
You know, make no mistake.
Have you guys noticed that, like, I've been the only leftist streamer covering, like, Biden's accomplishments? I hope that hasn't, like, gone over you guys' heads, right? Like, outside of, like, I think Vaush might have made a video recently, like, backhandedly praising Biden for his recent moves to federally legalize weed and decriminalize it, deschedule it, with the DEA. So... like, I saw that, but outside of that, I feel like I've been the only person covering his accomplishments, of which have been, like, momentous. Like, the best Democrat, the best president we've had possibly ever. And it feels like nobody on the left, you and Pacman, yeah, it really sucks that it feels like it's a liberal thing to talk about what Biden is doing well. Because Biden is, like, literally, if Biden doesn't get elected, humanity might be doomed. I'm not even joking. Biden recently just had the most aggressive policy pass against the coal industry, which makes up 80% of the U.S.'s greenhouse gas output, despite only making up, like, 20% of our power output. That alone is such a massive move to making the U.S. carbon neutral and eventually carbon negative that, like, if he just did that policy alone, we would be not too far off from the current, like, goals for reducing greenhouse emissions. It's not enough, but that's just his steps that he's taken so far. We need him to get reelected. 4 years, less than 4 years, sorry, and he's done so much from being, like, as far as his Bidenomics, the best economic growth, most sustained economic growth we've seen since the 1960s. Biden has been extremely pro-eco with obviously his recent saving of, like, what was it? Hundreds of acres or is it hundreds of thousands of acres? I forget. Hundreds of thousands of acres of Alaskan wilderness because he shut down a plan for like a massive mining road and pipeline operation that saved like a shitload of Alaska. On top of that, he's been super pro-union. On top of that, he recently came out with he's pushing protections for transgender youth, and what was that bill he passed the Rights Mad about? It expands protections for transgender youth in every state in schools, making it a crime in state schools to discriminate, a federal crime, Title IX, yeah, a federal crime to discriminate against trans youth and to not take seriously accusations of sexual assault and sexual harassment. I mean, how long do I have to go on listing? I am like the only fucking person I have seen covering this shit, and it feels like it's because I'm the only fucking person reading these headlines and like going in and reading the articles and being like, this is a praising Biden, like, boring mainstream politics article. Well, it's probably worth covering, though. I'll throw it in there and, cover it along with a couple of drama topics and stuff like that. Have some balanced coverage. I feel like right now, the left has a really bad problem with balanced coverage. And I feel like it's led to genuine delusion about how bad Biden is. Biden is literally the best president we've had on the issue of Israel-Palestine since the issue of Israel-Palestine has been a thing. You guys realize that, right? He has been the best president on this issue. He has been the one headlining multiple ceasefires, and there's currently one he's headlining in progress right now that we're hoping to hold. Like, it's delusion. It's Biden derangement syndrome. Vaush has it. The entire left has Biden derangement syndrome. I don't know what's happened. We need to come up with like what type of leftist are you if you follow me? We need to come up with like a type of leftist that my followers are to proudly call themselves when people ask, where are your politics? No, it has to include Zan in it. A Zanist? Maybe just Xanderholic. Yeah, just say you're a Xanderholic, and that gets across where your politics are. You're pro-good things and anti-bad things. I feel that... Why is it so controversial these days to be anti-bad things and pro-good things? It really feels like we're in an unprecedented time of weirdness, you know? ...2016 happened? It did indeed. Unfortunately. Andrew Palmer, thank you so much for the $5 super chat over on YouTube chat. I really appreciate that. It says a retired vet put up a stand outside my campus up in Wisconsin that said, "Recovering bigot offering free hugs," and it was amazing to see. Huh. Well, that's a really, really wholesome story. I'll drop a like on that just because it's so fucking wholesome. Thank you, Andrew Palmer. I really appreciate the $5 as well. That really means a lot. Thank you for your support so far as well, guys. Thank you. Let me take a sippy. Brody from Life is Strange 2 would be a Xanderholic. Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna be honest, guys. The more it sits with me, I'm gonna be honest. Life is Strange 2 is my favorite Life is Strange game. I don't think they can top it. I really don't know if they can ever top Life is Strange 2. I'm not saying the other games have been bad, but like, every time I've looked at the other Life is Strange games, I'm like, man, they're never recapturing the lightning in a bottle that was Life is Strange 2. Life is Strange 1 was fantastic, but Life is Strange 2, man, was so fucking good, dude. I actually prefer it to the first one. I think it's the best one, by far. Is 2 the prequel? No. Life is Strange Before the Storm is the prequel. Don't Nod Studios announced a new game, and they never did tell me why. And you never did tell me why? Oh, I never played Tell Me Why? Yeah, I do need to play that eventually, for sure. As far as I can think of, you're the only lefty content creator that's made dedicated Biden praising videos, but I'm pretty sure some other lefties have done some Biden praise and videos that were primarily about something else. Maybe. I feel like I've been the only person you could reliably go to know that, like, if Biden does some good shit, that's worth knowing if you're going to defend voting for Biden, I'm the guy you should go to because I'm like keeping up with the news and I'm following what bills Biden's pushing, what executive orders Biden's trying to make. Oh yeah, I didn't even mention the Biden fucking student debt thing where he's canceled like billions of dollars in student debt so far and has continued to cancel more and more chunks of student debt because he has to do it in small chunks and not all as one because Trump was president and he appointed the current Supreme Court justices and they blocked Biden at just canceling all student debt. But so now Biden's just having to chunk away at it with his executive power. Also, yeah, Zan's points re the lefty sphere, and also, I'll be honest and go further, I'd even argue that we are still just straight up stuck in a broken reality, and have been since 2015. Oh yeah, we might have all died and gone to hell, like a collective hell, back in 2015 or 2016. That's very possible. Very, very possible. Speaking of Biden praise, we have viewer call-ins today. I have been hoping to talk for a while, and I have been curious. Not today, not tomorrow, not the day after, but definitely soon. Sorry for putting it off so much. It's just, I gotta be in a certain mind space for call-ins, because it's a lot of, like, mental effort to keep talking to, like, a bunch of new people and have conversations with them and keep up and not, like... I have a limited social battery, as Hasan would say. So yeah. I will be doing call-ins soon, though. I made a channel for it for a reason. Honestly, that would make sense given TF2's lack of updates. Maybe. ...2012 actually was the end of the world and this is hell? No, good things happened post-2012 to be... Wait. No, you're right. Holy shit. Microsoft bought Minecraft. Holy shit, everything did just start going completely downhill in 2013, didn't it? That was when everything went wrong, huh? Like, 2012 was the last good year, and then 2013 started, and we were all dead. Everything was bad. Like, it slowly ramped up from there as to, like, boil the frog, but you look at it now, it's like, fuck. At least now we have Helldivers 2. Oh no, you guys don't know. You guys don't know what happened with Helldivers 2 and the PlayStation thing. I do have some good Helldivers news. I got my flag yesterday. I need to get some thumbtacks so I can hang it up on the wall behind me, but it's arrived and it's really nice. I've got my Super Earth flag. It's pretty dope. Zan, I'm gonna name a tribe in my setting after you, calling them the Xananites. Which species do you want them to be? The setting is a post-apocalyptic fantasy. Ooh, post-apocalyptic fantasy. Can they be some kind of mutant society that's like communist or something? I don't know, like a socialist, market socialist, perfect utopian, but very small mutant society sounds cool. If that works with your setting. Thank you for the $5, though. I don't care about the PlayStation link. I linked my PlayStation account. I have a PlayStation. Well, I do too, and I will definitely link it, but it's definitely... The problem with it is the fact that tons of users of Helldivers live in places that PlayStation Network isn't available, and so they bought the game, and as of June, whatever the fuck, are going to have their copy of the game they fucking bought taken from them and shut down, like retroactively because Sony says so. They've got plenty of reason to be mad. Yeah, did we really all die in 2012 and we've been in hell ever since? Why are we still aging? That's definitely part of the hell experience, I suppose. Alright, let me update the dono goal really fast, then I think it's time for us to start our next segment.
For more than
Hey, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. You guys all like weed, right? I mean, even if you don't smoke weed, I assume you guys don't want weed to be criminalized or like a scheduled substance that people can get in trouble for having or having on them or using. I assume most of you agree with that, even if you yourselves aren't weed smokers, weed consumers, weed doers. You don't like to do weed. And I know that there's been a bit of a conversation lately, one I partially agree with, honestly, about how habitual marijuana use can be unhealthy. But let's not get too, let's not forget that weed is something that is, by and large, way more stigmatized than it ought to be, and is literally just, legislated against way more than it ought to be. And we ought to make sure we don't forget that while having conversations about this, which is why I'm so happy to say that Biden, who, reminder, is not as bad as Trump, has just announced another banger policy change that he is going to attempt to make. In major shift, Biden administration to change marijuana classification. When this story was like rumors and echoes, I actually did a segment about it, but now we've got full confirmation that Biden is going through with it and how he'll be going through with it. This news is already, a couple days old at this point, but, I feel it's worth covering. I am the famously marijuana-consuming lefty streamer. We got that reefer madness in here. So I feel it would be ridiculous for me not to talk about this. Also, look at this place. This is heaven. Look at this. I would happily allow this to be my final resting place. Just surrounded by marijuana plants. It's so beautiful. I bet it smells great in there.
For more than 50 years, marijuana has been listed among the world's most dangerous drugs, classified alongside the likes of heroin or ecstasy. But tonight, in a major shift...
That's completely true, by the way. I tell non-Americans this sometimes, and they're really surprised that for a very long time, marijuana was so fear-mongered and seen as such a problem, it was scheduled at the same level as heroin. Mind you, there are other drugs that are also, I would argue, misscheduled if they should be scheduled as a controlled substance at all. Like, for example, a lot of hallucinogens, like DMT, MDMA, and stuff like that, I think those are Schedule 1s too. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure a lot of hallucinogenic drugs, like LSD and stuff, they're Schedule 1 or 2, like really high scheduled drugs. Like, you're in a lot of trouble if you're caught selling it, which is ridiculous when you consider the fact that these don't tend to have any addictive properties. They don't tend to result in any cases of lethal overdose. So why are these party drugs that are arguably no worse than alcohol so heavily campaigned against by our legal system? The fact is that a very long time ago, we did this thing called the War on Drugs, which was primarily pushed to hurt brown people. Even though black people in America, even back then, didn't smoke weed any more than white people do, or use crack or cocaine well, actually, they use cocaine less than white people do because crack was specifically distributed, but you guys know what I mean. Like, when it comes to drugs, especially, after the whole, distribution of crack cocaine, there's no evidence scientifically whatsoever that minorities use drugs, biologically at some higher rate, or even criminally, statistically at a higher rate than white people, but the Republicans pushed that fervently. And so the war on drugs was primarily motivated by, suburban, white, middle-class people's fears that their little boy or their little girl was going to get caught up in some gang with some brown kids that are going to get them involved with drugs, and the police need to crack down and make sure that doesn't happen to their kids too. It was all fear-mongering.
Shift. According to sources with knowledge of the decision, the Biden administration is looking to reclassify the drug to...
Cocaine, ecstasy, meth, and LSD are Schedule 2 drugs? My bad, yeah. But like I said, they schedule like hallucinogens in the same tier as meth and cocaine. Like non-addictive hallucinogenic drugs. It's very bizarre.
Schedule 3, like ketamine or testosterone or Tylenol with codeine, which would allow marijuana to be more easily studied for medical benefits. The change would not legalize recreational.
Dude, the neat thing as well, like obviously it's not going to legalize recreational weed, but what it is going to do is it's going to mean that our weed is going to get a lot stronger. For those who don't know, ever since states started legalizing weed, it's allowed for those individual states to start researching and developing weed. And this has led to crazy crossbreeds and like special hybrids and genetically engineered to be bred to be as potent as possible super strains of marijuana. The problem with this is it's somewhat like stymied by the fact that if you're like a legalized weed state surrounded by non-legalized weed states, I'm pretty sure your entire farming production and everything has to maintain, like, stay in the state. It's not legal to fly or go by car to another state that is legal weed to try to, like, crossbreed some plants. It's not allowed. So with this, like, legal institutions, like by-the-books institutions, are going to be able to make some serious super strains in the legal states. And this is just step 1. Well, step 2, really, towards getting full federally decriminalized, legalized weed. Schedule 2 medicine is legal in only America, and Schedule 2 medicines are legal outside the U.S. Biden's original plan is he wants to make weed completely unregulated. Like, not completely unregulated, but he wants it to be, like, like, on the same regulation level as aspirin, I think it was. Like, scheduled the same way aspirin is. So, like, you would have to, you know, I guess, show ID or something to get it. It would be like buying beer everywhere, presumably. That's Biden's goal. And we need federal legalization as well. If you don't want to have to, like, go to an ATM every time you go to a dispensary, stick the card in, take a bunch of money out with the deposit. Not a deposit, a withdrawal, a bunch of cash, and then count up your cash and fumble around with it to buy your weed. And like carry cash on you. I don't like carrying cash on me personally, so that just makes me uncomfortable to start with, and I'm not good at like handling it because I'm not good at like counting these little papers and stuff. I'm mostly an online shopper. Big pain in the ass, but you got to do that because the banks can't work with dispensaries because it's not federally legal, and the banks are almost all federal.
Marijuana, the possession and distribution of which is still a federal crime, but would recognize it as a drug less likely to lead to addiction. Stephanie Shepard served 9 years for conspiracy to distribute.
What does this mean for incarceration rates in America?
Hopefully it means a step closer.
It's not only that either. The policing is much more strict and much more like racially profiled when it comes to marijuana and people of color. And on top of that, let's say you've got a white person who gets caught with like an ounce of weed and a black person who gets caught with an ounce of weed. Statistically, the chances of a very harsh sentencing are much higher for the person of color than the white person in the exact same circumstances, controlling for every variable besides race.
To lowering those rates and also releasing those who are serving heinous sentences for cannabis.
Public opinion has shifted dramatically in the last 20 years, from 34% of Americans who believe marijuana should be legal to 70%. Nearly half of states have legalized marijuana for recreational use.
Damn! That is a lot. Holy shit. Man, the entire West Coast has gone fully in. How is Texas? Man, Texas has got to be close, right? Like, there's no way Texans don't want weed. Texans may be super conservative and Republican and everything, but they like weed. Like, the Texans want weed. And they're all about, like, fuck the federal government, fuck, like, the law and all that. Like, They love the cops, but they also see themselves as, like, the rebellious, like, Lone Star State. I don't know. I feel like Texas might actually be one of the next states to legalize weed for recreational use. If not Florida. Florida and Texas, I think, are surprisingly high on that list for the chances of legal weed, recreational legal weed. Florida, not too long ago, or a while ago actually, legalized medicinal marijuana, which is a big step in that direction. If a state has already legalized medicinal marijuana, they are not far off from legalizing it recreationally too.
But tonight, one opposition group says the cannabis industry has lobbied heavily to sell demonstrably harmful products and calls out the Biden administration for a, quote, thinly veiled attempt to reverse polling trends.
No one should be jailed.
President Biden has already...
No! Dude, that Vaush clip was him repeating the same point the Republicans made. No, people are actually falling for the Republican talking points that Biden's only doing this to try to save his his polling numbers. The fact is, Biden's polling numbers have never aligned with how good of a job Biden is doing. Biden's current low polling numbers have nothing to do with Palestine and Israel. Not nothing to do. I'm sure they're in some way, like to a degree, they've been impacted. But I think people are heavily overstating how much the average American cares about Palestine and the plight of Palestinians. I don't think it's enough to sway their opinion on Biden, really. The reason people are upset at Biden right now is because he's old. And yeah, primarily because he's old. I'm not even joking. Right now, a significant chunk of that low polling percentage for Biden is his age. Something Trump is immune to, because as those pollers admit, Trump's hijinks make him seem less old and doddering and more childish and energetic and high stamina, as he likes to say.
He pardoned thousands of marijuana offenders, and the move could garner political support this election year, particularly among young and black voters. The proposed change still has to go through a public comment period and would not become official for at least 60 days. Blaine Alexander, NBC News.
It's pretty big, though. It's a pretty big step in the right direction, something Biden's just been doing every day. It feels like every day I wake up and there's some big news about Biden doing some based shit. Xander Hall also pulling out of Afghanistan. Nobody really liked that, despite everyone begging him to do it. Exactly, right? Trump started the Afghanistan pullout and did it in the worst possible way, and Biden had to pick up the pieces. And since the thing everybody wanted was that the U.S. would no longer be in Afghanistan, so the only W he could pull out of that was just making sure it all went through and there were no more boots in the ground there. And so that's what he did. But, the way that he did it was, as Trump set up, the worst way it could have been done. There were no proper peace talks made in which the Taliban agreed to the standards, the terms that the average Palestinian citizen, not Palestinian, I'm fucking brain boggled right now. The average Afghan fucking person in primarily Kabul wanted. I'm not getting into the fucking Afghanistan stuff because it gets me angry, and to this day I still get hate comments about it, about being right. I'm not getting into it. And the Israel-Palestine stuff is going to be a repeat of it, where I'm going to have the correct take of the majority of people are not angry at Biden about that. They're mad at him about being old. And people are going to be like, Zan's so out of touch. I get it every time. Screw those people, Zan. I mean, yes, screw those people, but at the same time, I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. I'm so fed up with arguing with people that are stuck in semantics about that kind of stuff. There's a very strong tendency amongst people on the left to get very pedantic about things, and that's why right now, you say you like Biden more than Trump, and you think people should support Trump more than Biden, or support Biden more than Trump. You guys see how brain blasted I am right now. I'm tired. I woke up early. You say that, and the immediate response is something like, actually, let me bring up a perfect example of one that I saw just today. And I know for a fact I can find it because I liked that fucking tweet. Well, the tweet replying to it. So this person says, Trump is even worse for Palestinians. He's saying insane things, calling student protesters Nazis. I'm scared of both. If only we had more viable choices than Biden or Christo-fascist madmen. And then this person quote tweets saying, with 2K likes, by the way, I hope you rot in hell with your genocidal favorite, you disgusting piece of detritus, not even recognizable as trash, like enough to not just be left to incinerate in the sun. If you even suggest that Biden is someone you should vote for, there are a substantial amount of people, you know, look at the like count on this like nobody account. Oh, no, not even a nobody account. This is a big account. A lot of people seem to follow this person. This is not a nobody. Yeah, there is a substantial like cancer within the left right now of people that are like what you just read that tweet of, you know? And that's why I think it's important to highlight Biden's like victories and his successes and all the good things that he's doing, because they're quite a big deal. This isn't a matter of like the lesser of two evils. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Biden's not all that evil. Biden has handled Israel-Palestine better than any president who's been around for the issue. It is considered the most unsolvable foreign affairs issue in all of world politics historically. Like the most unsolvable, if not the hardest to solve, the most complicated and most like multifaceted and like emotionally driven on all sides issue. Like going back, like I remember references and arguments about this issue from when I was like 6 being all crazy like this, like as wild as they are today. Nothing's changed except for the fact that today we have a president who's headlining ceasefires and calling the civilians in Palestine victims of Israel's indiscriminate attacks. And he's called for ceasefires, which originally was the goalpost that Biden needed to reach, but now it's moved so far. But not everything Biden's done has been perfect, and we're going to be getting to that a little later when it comes to the protesters, the campus protesters, because Biden has certainly made some missteps, to put it charitably, in that area. But I will say, if you enjoyed this segment and you want to see more from me and you want to support the channel, please consider leaving a like. It really helps a lot and pushes my channel in the algorithm, basically prodding YouTube to push it out to more people. And of course, if you want to see more from me, be sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you haven't already, please consider, maybe supporting me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon, or buying merch. Links all down below in the description, by the way, as it really does help a lot, and you guys are the ones who support me. As you guys know, I don't take sponsorships here, and my ad revenue is not, a crazy amount. So I'm mostly a fan-funded content creator. So if you want to support me, it's always heavily appreciated. So thank you guys. And of course, if you want to join my free Discord server, please consider it. There is a link down below in the description. It's totally free to join my Discord. It is basically the hub of my fan base. We do watch parties, game events in there. We do call-ins, and I also announce all my content there, so you won't miss any YouTube notifications. Highly recommend joining, and I really hope to see you there. But regardless, I hope you enjoyed. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. God, I am so tired today. I woke up really early. I went to sleep really early, though. But I woke up, to be fair, I woke up having to use the bathroom. You ever just, like, wake up from the most sound sleep and from, like, having to use the bathroom, and then you do, and then you just can't go back to sleep, but then, like, at 2 p.m., the drowsiness hits you like a goddamn truck? That's me right now. And yeah, great segment, Zan. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Listen, really quickly, I'm going to go use the restroom, and then I'm going to run upstairs and grab a Monster Energy out of the fridge because I'm a little tired and I could use a pick-me-up, but I will be right back, okay? Be patient. I'll be back in just a moment, and we got quite a few more segments to do today, and then after the segments, we're doing Fallout New Vegas, so I hope you guys are excited. Be right back. Okie dokie. What's up, everybody? I'm back. Sazana's on break here, and I just come back after almost an hour of absence. AO did 2 segments. Already happened already. Yes, we did 2 segments already, and I just got back. I had to go get a monster and use the bathroom. Zan, I got auto-muted posting links. Check them, please. Auto-muted. I don't see anything. That's really weird, Sixu Flames. Oh, stream suggestions? I'll check stream suggestions to see what you posted. God, this mouse wheel is nice. Oh my god. Is this are these yours from today at 9:45 a.m.? Voting and protests are pointless, and the AI is coming anyway. I assume that's what you posted. Yeah? Those look funny. I might cover those in the future. Thank you for the content recommendations. I appreciate it. Alright. Yo, Xanderall, should I pick up Stardew Valley thinking of learning how to talk to women? No, Balth. Instead, learn how to talk to men. Find men to fuck. And to become friends with, too. Because what just came out recently, or what just became really good recently, is Arma Reforger. It goes hard as fuck. I've been playing Arma Reforger DayZ. It runs like butter on a hot, burning hot... It runs like butter on a burning hot hood of a car. That's been in the sun all day. It runs so goddamn well, and it's so fucking pretty, and it's so goddamn good. Even the current in-development DayZ Arma Reforger mod has more content and is more complete and better than, like, DayZ standalone. And that's not a fucking joke. It's so good. I think it's like $30 or $40 on Steam. Highly recommend it. I'm playing the hell out of it, but I've got no friends to play it with, so if you want to get that shit... I mean, I might gift it to you at some point, but I'd love to play with you, pal. I know you guys love Stardew Valley. I've got a lot of gay friends who love them some Stardew, but not really my cup of tea personally. I might play it someday though. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Okay. I know what we're gonna be talking about. I know what we're gonna be talking about next segment.
Mine, like you're...
Alrighty. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, you guys love when I have to torture myself in the segment, right? You guys love when I have to do that, I assume, because you guys watch those segments like none other. You watch them a lot. And this is going to be another one of those, because once again, it would seem that I'm being forced, by circumstance, into rooting for Hasan Piker in a debate. Just like recently when he went on to Piers Morgan with one based person and a group of degenerates to argue about Israel versus Palestine, and Hasan was one of the only 2 people on there that wasn't literally a soulless ghoul husk. And so you know that, like, we're dealing with some pretty awful people, or at least some pretty awful takes in politics, if I'm being forced to agree with Hasan, and certainly if I'm being forced to root for Hasan. And that's happening once again today, because apparently, after a steamy exchange on Twitter By that I mean angry, not homoerotic. Between Hasan and Asmongold, they have decided to get together on Discord and have a debate. A 2-hour and 32-minute debate, if I might clarify. We'll see how much of this I can bear to fucking watch. We'll see. But Asmongold and Hasan debated on the topic of the campus protests. Now, I do have a plan later in the stream to do a full dedicated segment about the campus protests and the cracking down on them, and how overall I don't agree with it, though I do think there has been some kind of pointless misinfo spreading on like the pro-Palestine side about the protests. It's just like there's no reason to do it because it doesn't change anything. But I think it's important to make sure that everybody's messaging is like in line with what is provably true, from like videos and photo evidence and main like news reporting and whatnot. And so we're gonna do a whole dedicated segment about it and the crackdown. But Hasan and Asmongold had a debate about it, and my understanding is that Hasan, obviously very in favor of the protests. I think he was there at the campus like a couple days ago or whatever. Asmongold, on the other hand, is like a very weird brand of politics. I really don't know. I really don't know what I would describe his politics as, but the most I could really say is useful idiot for people on the far right. Lately, he's spent a lot of his time just uploading React videos boosting Rev Says Desu, the like alt-right lolicon YouTuber who's talking about like anti-woke stuff, and he's gotten really into the anti-woke things. Apparently, Asmongold's editor is a Nazi. There are a few bits of evidence for that, particularly a lot of his video titles, descriptions, and thumbnails as of late. Most notably, one of the most recent. It was actually me who posted this, and it got a fair amount of traction after I posted it, which is surprising, because I'm shadow banned on Twitter, so somebody pretty big must have retweeted it. Because this is one of my bigger tweets in a long time since I got shadow banned. But here it is. I simply said, Jesus Christ, and it's Elon unbanned a white supremacist, quote-unquote, mildly right-leaning political commentator Nick Fuentes gets unbanned on Twitter. Yeah, I think Asmongold's guy might be pretty far right. He did end up changing it, though, as it turns out. I guess after getting called out, and I figured he would have to do this. And it's now called Elon's most controversial unban. Totally not far-right political commentator Nick Fuentes gets unbanned on Twitter. Dude. The backpedal. Do you think that guy's still Asmongold's editor? Anyway. Asmongold, typically, when he talks about politics, he is a very... God, what is the best way to describe it? His thought process pretty much amounts to, that sounds about right to me. Does that sound... Does that make sense to you guys? You ever run into the kind of guy who's just like... You suggest some, like, data or research on a topic, and they're like, all skeptical. But if you make an argument that just sounds sort of, like, correct intuitively, they'll say, think about it, or sounds about right to me, and they just, like, buy it up. Like, if it compels them on a common sense level, they'll believe it, but if it's data, studies, science, they don't care. Asmongold's that type of person. A lot of his politics are based on anecdote, personal experience, and memes. He is not a hateful, awful human being, that's for sure, but he is politically not too far off from effectively being far right, because he is, at least at the moment, like a nexus of conservative thought and belief. Like, he's been like boosting conservative accounts nonstop. His subreddit has become like a conservative politics gaming subreddit. Anyway, let's see how this went. I am dreading this, but I sped it up to 1.5 times speed, so it's not going to go by too slowly, at least.
Like you're talking about Martin Luther King, he also explicitly was against blocking transportation. And so there were lines even that he had.
Wait, Martin Luther King also participated in the Montgomery bus boycott. It's all good.
But yeah, I didn't want to derail your stream or anything. Or
No,
like
no,
interrupt
no,
it.
no, not at all. My stream is a sequence of endless derailments in general, so.
Yep, so is mine.
Let me look something up really quickly. Yeah, blocking roads, by the looks of it, remains one of the most unpopular forms of protest, below property destruction and physical violence and threats. It's obviously below anything that involves physical violence or destruction, but blocking like public roadways is very unpopular. And I'm not saying this is like a moral mark on the pro-Palestine protesters, but I do think this is one of those bullets I think a lot more people in the rhetoric space need to bite. That there are some people out there who are engaging in actively destructive messaging for a good cause, for the attention it'll either bring that good cause or themselves. Like, let's be honest. There's a lot of people who join into good causes like this to like virtue signal, and they end up being like the biggest disruptors and causing the biggest problems. Like during the BLM protests, there were like these middle class white boys who were like showing up, not really like having as much of a vested interest in the protest as the people that were there on like day one, and they were the ones who initially started throwing bricks through like windows and stuff. It really seems like you just gotta kind of be willing to bite the bullet on that kind of stuff. Blocking public roadways, not a very popular form of protest. Data that I have seen seems to suggest that it actually bends people more against the cause of the protesters than it brings attention to, and thus bring people like in favor of the cause. While not something I think that those protesters should be fucking run over for, arrested for, because they're protesting, and I think public roads are, like, I do think that public roads should not always be, like, roads, right? Like, the loss of public roads being a place that could be a public common space is, like, a big loss, I think, to humans as a culture in America, you know? But outside of, like, legally, and for the average person, it's not very popular. Blocking roads is illegal if they didn't get the permission and scheduled the protest. Yes, it is illegal. But like if you've got a big like group of people, they're gonna body block cops and stuff, and you know it'll eventually be a case of the cops like running through and beating the shit out of people who are just protesting, like they're just standing there. Depending on the state, like if it's Texas or something, the governor will call for the police to clear them out by any means necessary. And I'm directly quoting the governor of Texas, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, like, so I see what you're saying, kind of with like the guy entering the encampment, but I think that it's kind of problematic if people just get into a university and build like an area and tell people they can't go inside that area. And also, like in the video,
Xanderhall, to be fair, people were against the 1968 civil rights protesters, but they did not do roadblocks like that. Yes, they did. No, the civil rights movement, big time, did like literally city blocks blocked off from the amount of people. Like the 1960s civil rights movement, especially, and it's like the heat of it, was huge. There were cities that were truly just ocean of people in the streets, protesting, counter-protesting, cops blasting people. Like, yeah, it was huge. Yeah, no. There were a lot of very unpopular protest tactics used by the civil rights protesters, and it didn't change anything about the fact that what they were fighting for was good. And the fact is that in 50 years, 40 years, when this issue is a thing of the past and everyone looks back at it with hindsight, nobody will be talking about those that represented this side of the issue in a poor way. These people do not matter in the future. They will not be remembered by history, just like the people who did engage in less productive forms of protest during the civil rights movement are not remembered in history. Instead, we'll look back at the entire movement and we'll recognize it was an entire movement of people fighting for a good thing. Where it is most relevant is in the here and now. Back then, there were political comics describing the aftermath of like an MLK event as like a destroyed, burning city. Right? Because at the time, anything that they could find was used against MLK, and certainly against the entire civil rights movement as a whole. Nothing has really changed all that much, guys. We just have Twitter now.
It's hard for me to know whether they're really stopping him from the encampment. Because, like, I mean, and you know, you can look at it from my perspective, because you look at that video and it doesn't seem like there's an encampment behind those people.
Yeah, they framed it in a way specifically so that it would invoke that response from people that are unfamiliar.
So you think that, like, basically they filmed it from a direction where there aren't...
It's not that I think, I know. I was there.
Oh, no, when did you go there?
I went there 3 days ago, I think. And he was there actually even that day as well. He's been there every single day.
Yeah, they're talking about this guy who, he's like this little shithead with, like, he's got like the Zoomer cut, and he walks around with a, like a chain with a Star of David on it and like a blue polo shirt and a backpack. And he walks up to groups of pro-Palestine protesters and he demands they move aside because they're blocking the way to get to his classes. And if they move aside the first time, he'll go back around them and then approach them again and insist they move aside so we can get to his classes. And eventually they get to the point where they're silent and they're just like, we're not going to engage with you. We know what you're doing. And he'll have his friends record and he'll play out like, these people won't, I'm Jewish and they won't let me get to my class. I'm Jewish and they won't let me get to my class. And like the people there are just looking at him like he's crazy because this is like the third time he's walked in a circle after they let him through. And this time they're just like, no, we're not going to let you. And now he's trying to like make them look like they're blocking the way. I'm almost certain that's how he pulled it off too. Has anyone exposed him yet? Yeah, there are like there's literally a photo of him shaking hands with the cops. Here, let me see if I can find the image of him shaking hands with the cops. Campus agitator shakes hands with police. Oh, that was a good one. Holy shit. Never hold in your burps, guys. If you do, you can grow hair in your stomach. Anyone have an image? Anyone have a link to the image? I can't find it. I saw it on Twitter earlier today, and I'm not even going to try to find it on Twitter because I didn't like it. So now it's lost media forever. Unless someone else has it on hand. Come on, guys. No one's going to believe me if I just say it exists. Anyway, hopefully one of you guys can find a link to it. Please use the bookmarks feature, I beg you. I'm a boomer. I can't learn new things. I'm sorry.
So he's one of these broccoli-haired Zoomers that runs around and is like trying to use American foreign policy and active conflict to...
Hasan, fucking nail on the head. I hate Hasan and all that, but that was a banger take. I'm glad Hasan pointed out his obnoxious fucking broccoli Zoomer hair. Thank you. Fucking thank you. At least me and Hasan have something in common in regards to our mutual hatred for that shit. I'm so glad that Dracula Flow has popularized, or at least like brought to my attention, the term jit, which sounds like a slur at first glance. I thought it was a slur at first, but it just means like a kid who talks like a big game, swears a lot, and acts super edgy, and tries to get adults to think they're super hard and tough and grown up, but they're really just in over their head and talking shit. I feel like that word so accurately describes like half of the conservative Zoomers that you see, or like half the Twitter accounts you see on Twitter these days. Like any conservative Zoomer you see, I feel like that term perfectly describes them. We need to popularize that. We need to get that going. Goes hard. I fucking hate the Zoomer hair. Me too. I really, really hate it.
To basically make TikTok laugh for himself. He's also worked with groups like Stand With Us, which is a group that directly gets funding from the Israeli government. So like he has worked with the Israeli government to do propaganda already. but I'm sure this is a great career opportunity for him. That's why he's been on Fox News. There's videos of him like trying to debate and agitate teachers that are near the encampment. Even Sky News called him a counter-protester and an agitator. Like, he's like a known figure. This is not a random guy. That's also the reason why he is, at least for UCLA campus, he's the only video of like anyone even claiming the students are blocking people from going to campus, because he's deliberately going up to the encampment in an effort to...
Can't you see, like, there's literally multiple ways to get around the people that he's claiming need to move in the video? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. UCLA protest agitator. Let's see. Where's the dude in his blue polo shirt with his backpack and his zoomer hair? Where is he? Here's the current state of the camp out they were having. It is a pretty big takeover for sure. Like, they took over, what is this, the entire quad? Maybe a little bit outside of the quad as well. Like, that's pretty much the, like, you can't even see beyond the camera. And this is a very wide image. That's why it's so fucking wide. And this is as much as you can capture in one single shot. They definitely took over a lot of area. I imagine it looked a lot neater before the police came in and, like, violently ripped everything up and beat them until they ran and arrested them. They were chased out of there. They couldn't have cleaned up or anything. I imagine it looked a lot less chaotic beforehand. Here's an image of that, by the way. A totally not insanely... Like, how does this not look like something out of like, I don't know, fucking Helldivers parody art? Like, we're bringing managed democracy to these wayward protesters. They're engaging in wrongthink. The Ministry of Truth has decided that their speech, it's against the glory of our nation. We have to shut it down. They're using their First Amendment rights improperly. To be fair, though, there was violence happening. It makes sense. And they did kind of build a bit of a barricade type deal. Look at this. I think this is what Asmongold might have been referring to in that tweet thread when he said Rust base. Like they can't be allowed to build a Rust base on the campus. At this point, it does look a lot like they're actually trying to wall off people from accessing the school. Granted, it's the middle of the night, but it's a college campus, so, I mean, people live there. But yeah, this looks, you know, granted, this could be selective framing. This could literally end on, like, right beyond here, and you can just walk right through. Yeah. They were waiting, walling against police, blasting them. I assure you, nothing here would stop a 9mm round, okay? I assure you their chances have not been improved. Okay. What else? What else do we have? Can I find any more imagery from this that's, like, useful for this conversation? Because I want to be able to fact check on the fly about this stuff. I think that's pretty important. And I know that a lot of people are probably getting, like, a somewhat... If you're conservative, you're probably seeing nothing but, like the clips of these kids, like, destroying stuff or doing bad things. And if you're left-leaning, you're probably, like, seeing nothing but, like, clips of the cops beating them up. I think it's probably worth getting, like, some wide shots of what the general vibe is there. But everything is just, like, them fighting and stuff. I know for a fact that is not what was happening there the majority of the time, because there was lots of streams and stuff there. Oh, here's a good photo. I like this photo. This photo's nice. I think this is from earlier in the protest, a couple days ago. This is before the police came in and started fucking shit up. As you can see, it was not anywhere near as trashed as it was left by the police before the police came in and made them all leave. The hilarious thing as well is the Republicans' response is to immediately say, which image was it? I think it was this one. No, it's not this one. The one where it was like everything trashed. To say, And these are the people to claim they care about the environment. It's like, yeah, man, they totally should have, like, cleaned everything up as they were getting their rib cages, like, shattered by nightsticks and their eyes burned out with bear mace. They should have cleaned everything up on their way out, absolutely. While handcuffed, the ones of them getting arrested, too.
Try to get into the encampment to start fights. When I was there, a bunch of Zionist counter-protesters tried to do that as well. And the students were incredibly well organized, and they just set up a human chain to, like, they don't even, like, physically apprehend or remove people. They basically just body block them as though they're you know, having a picnic.
Oh yeah, no, I saw that, and I think it was like 2 nights ago, not last night whenever all this stuff got removed, but the night before. I mean, it was pretty obvious that, like, the Israeli or, like, Zionist or anti-Palestinian ones were the aggressors, and I think that that's a bad thing. I mean,
why is Hasan wearing an iron cross on his hat? That is what that is, right? Not the iron cross. The fucking... Is it? Like... I'm not wrong in pointing out that that's, like, an interesting choice in hat, right? It's the Templar cross, right? Which, like, I used to associate more with Assassin's Creed, but nowadays, much less so. It's hard to just associate this symbol with Assassin's Creed Templars now, when so many Nazi groups love this symbol. Wehrmacht cross. It's an iron cross, World War I era German symbol. Well, I'm sure it's fine. Hasan's not a Nazi. It's just weird. I mean, it's an interesting choice, okay? It's not an iron cross? Okay. It's just an interesting choice.
I don't think that the guy is in the wrong, though, for
Nazi,
being a counter-protester or even for being an agitator. Really, it depends on how you define the word, because,
okay,
I mean,
it's a
that's
skater
just freedom
hat.
of speech, and I feel like that's what's fair, in the same way that it's fair for those other people to go and protest for Palestine.
Yeah, but the difference is, first of all, bear mace, or mace in general, is illegal to bring to protest, and he's, like, flashing it. There's another video of the students, literally, he walks up to them when they're gearing up for the cops to show up.
Yeah.
And the students say, we're peacefully protesting against the Israeli genocide here. Like, we see your bear mace. Like, please, you're making us feel unsafe. And he actually literally does not have a right to have that on him. And yet, that on that very same night, last night, he was over there.
Are you allowed to just, as a random civilian, bring mace onto a college campus? I guess maybe, but man, that's high liability for the college campus itself to allow that kind of thing on campus. I know for a fact they don't allow, like, weaponry, like guns or anything like that. So, mace, yes, in most states? Okay. Okay, that might not be the case. It's not? Okay. Thank you, Balth. I get it. I was just asking. It's possible that's an independent truck company, skate company hat. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I get it. The hat, funny hat discourse is over. Funny hat stunlock is done.
Dabbing it up with the cops and shit. The cops obviously don't give a shit about the pro-Palestinian encampment, especially because 2 nights prior, at this point, when the counter-protesters actually tried to enter the encampment,
I hope he's about to bring up the fact that, I think he is, the counter-protesters stormed the encampment and started attacking people and destroying shit, and the police took, like, hours to show up or to, like, move in, and then when they did, they pulled in Uvalde and just stood aside and watched, supposedly in fear, as the counter-protesters stormed the pro-Palestinian protesters, like, protesting camp. And then the police were just very ready to storm it and destroy it whenever it was time for them to move in and take down the pro-Palestine protesters. I really, man, I think it's worth always remembering. You got your Uvalde cops, like cops during Uvalde, cowering outside, not doing shit, and then you've got your cops handling lefty protesters who are college students, and they're going in there and just going ham, no fear. They feel powerful.
Came with weapons, they came with fire.
Why do we like the cops again? Like, cowards when there's a school shooting, but they beat up on college kids exercising their First Amendment rights? Man, no wonder we don't like cops.
Fireworks, they came with skunk spray, they came with bear mace.
That was like the day that, because they were chanting the "Where were you?" Was this the "Where were you" moment?
I don't know what do you mean, where were you?
Oh, yeah, I guess you were sleeping. Like last night, whenever it happened, like a lot of the protesters were like chanting at the cops.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They were saying, like, "Where were you?" Yeah, okay. So like we're talking about the same thing,
okay,
right?
Yeah.
So the night prior, the reason why they were chanting "Where were you?" last night to the cops is probably because the night prior, Zionist counter-protesters actually stormed the camp and beat the shit out of some of the Palestinian students, like or pro-Palestinian students,
camp,
with like wood pallets.
I watched it happen. I watched it happen live. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
Like I was kind of disappointed that the police didn't arrest any of them.
Yeah, the police came. The police actually came.
The police, yeah, they did. They stood by. The police stood by. They pulled Navalny and just stood and watched.
They did.
Yeah, and they stood by for an hour and 30 minutes in single file line formation while these guys were beating the out of, and these guys aren't even students. Like you can see it in the video. They're like, these guys are like adults. They're older. You know what I mean? They're like older than students.
There's also the protesters that are Palestinians that were identified as being older as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's
No,
hard
I
to
know.
like,
I'm saying,
No,
I'm saying that like a lot of these guys, especially.
So you guys understand what I mean when I say like Asmongold's politics are like brain worms. The worms are back. The worms are back. Asmongold's politics are Swiss cheese brain worms. I don't know how to engage because Asmongold will say, or Hasan just pointed out, people who are not residents of the college came to the college campus and proceeded to assault students or assault the protesters with 2x4s as the police did nothing. And Hasan, on a dime, responds with a non sequitur that is, well, some of the Palestinian protesters are identified as older and not students too. The point of pointing out that they are not from the school was not at that, like, they're not being from the school is the core factor there. It's that these are strangers coming to a school campus to attack students, primarily students, protesting on that school campus. You understand why it's so impossible to engage with people like this, right? They have a one-track mind. Like it's like playing Arma 2. Like they're locked on single core. Asmongold's brain, like the OS that runs his brain, is single-threaded. It can't multi-thread. It can only take advantage of one CPU core. So Asmongold he can't not have that kind of thought process where the smallest inconsistency he can find is immediately what his brain focuses on, and he just doesn't focus on the overall point that was just made. Genuinely, one of the most mind-boggling clips I've seen was what I just witnessed. Maybe you guys are confused why I was so surprised by that one back and forth, but that's what took me by the most surprise.
Really, the more violent ones have already been like identified as not going to UCLA, and they're basically return customers. So. And they're basically return customers at this point. It was a big point of contention with the students too, because UCLA was like, "Oh, we are going to take administrative action against the counter protesters for being violent," and the students were frustrated with that because they were like, "How are you going to do anything as an administration to someone who's not a student?" Because a lot of the counter protesters were not students. Like there were known right-wing figures and stuff like that amongst the counter protesters. Anyway, so the reason why the students were frustrated, understandably, is because they've demonstrated great messaging discipline so far. They are very, they're as limited in their disruption as possible. And historically speaking, campus-wide protests such as this one is infinitely more disruptive than what the pro-Palestinian encampment looked like. I mean, we're talking in 1968, they were taking, literally, students would go in during the civil rights movement.
Hold on, can I show you guys the lefties that or left-wingers? I just say liberals that are like cheering on Palestinian protest, like pro-Palestine protesters getting arrested here. Let me show you guys an image. Let me show you guys an image. It's in black and white, but it should look a little familiar if you've seen how things look today. But do you guys know who this is getting arrested here back in the 1960s, if I recall correctly, during the civil rights movement? Know who's getting arrested by the police here, dragged away as he smiles in defiance? That is a 19-year-old Bernie Sanders. College-aged Bernie Sanders. I imagine if this photo was in color, it wouldn't look too different from a lot of the photos coming out from these protests today. Much like they wouldn't look too different from the protests or the photos coming from the BLM protests of 2020. What a handsome devil. Yeah, he's a handsome guy. He's a handsome guy. People forget that. He's an old man now. You know, his looks, I wouldn't say he's like not a good looking like guy, but he's an old man, right? But he was a handsome young man, you know? I'm sure he got lots of pussy back in the day. Man's probably got like a massive body count, even for a dude who was like 19 in the 60s.
With guns and take deans hostage. In 1968 in Colombia, they took a dean hostage for like days.
Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah, they would literally just like shut off access for a dean from like leaving their room. They'd be like, no, you're not leaving. So historically speaking, people on the right side of history that we understand we're on the right side of history have taken way more radical and way more disruptive approaches to protest. So all things considered, both in the Columbia University, where they overtook Hamilton Hall again, just like they had done time and time again at Columbia specifically. That hall has a historical significance for student protesters.
My question is, why is there all this scrutiny for these student protesters that are like objectively arguing for like a reasonable cause? I mean, there are definitely ones among them arguing for like, there are definitely pro-Hamas people mixed within the crowd for sure. That's inevitably going to be the case. Like, where would the pro-Hamas people within America go to protest, like, in favor of or against Israel? Probably one of those protests. But I think they're pretty few and far between. I don't think America has a lot of pro-Hamas people outside of, like, LARPers on Twitter. These are people who are objectively protesting for a good cause against the killing of children. What is it? Like tickling the balls of 36,000 like innocent civilians? Or 36,000 Palestinians, most of them civilians, right? I think that's the exact like numbering, like almost 36,000 now. So then you look at like January 6th and what happened there, and I see from Asmongold, centrists, conservatives, endless amounts of defense and but they weren't all bad, but the political persecution, but you're just motivated against them politically. You guys have noticed that, right? How consistently they'll defend and find reasons to be charitable for the January 6th rioters, but these protesters, no charitability whatsoever at all. Bunch of mostly grown men in their 40s and 50s storming the Capitol, but a bunch of 19 and 20-year-old college students. No, those college students need to be beaten with nightsticks and fucking bear maced, I guess. The hypocrisy is just screaming in your face.
And also, especially at UCLA, where the encampment was like not even remotely disruptive, simply just taking on this massive lawn space where there's a lot of demonstrations usually. And building like putting tents around it and trying to protect the tents from.
My understanding is the main reason they were protesting at UCLA, and this is like, if you're wondering, like it's very obvious why University of Columbia doesn't want like this protest happening and wanted this broken up. It's because the thing they were protesting was the fact that a sister school was being built in Israel. And Palestinian students who go to the school in America would not be allowed to go to that school because of Israel's immigration and like traveling laws around Palestinians. Might be Arabs as a whole, actually. Like if you are like someone of Arab descent, you might not be allowed, like even as an American, to go to Israel. I don't know what their rules are. I know that if you're like an American, you can get like a either really cheap or free vacation to Israel, because they like Israel has like a very strong tourism system to try to like get Americans to come visit Israel and get like a guided tour similar to like what North Korea gives in order to like promote more pro-Israel sentiment among like the average American. Like have a super cheap, affordable, nice guided toured vacation of Israel and see how amazing this place is, that you should really want your tax dollars to continue to go to funding the defense for, you know, like more Israeli defense spending. Yay. Don't you want that? Don't you want to protect this place you went on vacation to? And it was so nice. And we all expenses paid. It was the students needed an education visa to go to it, but Israeli students wouldn't need to get a visa to go to it. Ooh, okay, my bad. I misspoke. Apparently, Israeli students would be given preferential treatment. So it would be like the vast majority of students would be given would be basically discriminated against by the school, but Israeli students would be given preferential treatment. That is the reason they're protesting. Outright endorsement of Israel, at the very least, is how you can interpret that from UCLA.
People coming in and it up. There are videos of counter protesters breaking into the encampment in spite of the human wall, the human shield, the human chain that they create. And as soon as they get in, they start throwing hooks, throwing bows, stealing people's tents, trying to break the tents apart and stuff. So that's the reason why they don't want to let in random people to protect the students, because they know the university won't do that. as demonstrated by the fact that they didn't do that when the counter protesters came and the cops literally stood idly by.
I do think that like whenever I watched it live, there was like crazy violence, and then once the cops showed up, even whenever they were in that line, the violence went down by like 95%. But I think that you're totally right that the counter protesters were like the agitators. They 100% were, and they were being violent. And to me, it was disappointing that I think the police didn't arrest more of them, because it was pretty obvious that the pro-Palestinian ones were the ones that were the victims in that situation.
Yeah, but they ended up arresting only the Palestinian, like the pro-Palestinian side. And the night prior, they didn't actually engage with the counter protesters.
Is that true though? They only arrested people on the UCLA arrests. Is that true? 200 arrested. Do we know, like, how do we know what groups were part of the, like, side that were, how do we know who is part of what side? You and Vaush still cool, Zan? I think so. I think he might have a little bit of Biden derangement syndrome, though. Hundreds of arrested as police dismantle UCLA camp. Police moved into the pro-Palestinian encampment at UCLA, tents pushing out protesters in a clash that lasted hours. The operation capped 2 days of upheaval on the Westwood campus that began when UCLA declared the encampment unlawful and continued when a group of pro-Israel counter-protesters attacked the camp Tuesday night, with police taking hours to stop the violence. Early Thursday morning, officers wearing body armor, helmets, and face shields methodically pulled apart the barricade as protesters tried to hold together the assemblage of plywood and metal fencing. Police launched flares that arced over the encampment, igniting with piercing blasts, and smoke filled the air from fire extinguishers that demonstrators sprayed at police. At least one officer is seen on video shooting rubber bullets into the crowd. Many protesters left on their own, but others were arrested. Los Angeles Police Department officials said 209 people were taken into custody. Many were booked on suspicion of failing to disperse, a misdemeanor, a law enforcement source told The Times. By mid-morning, students, staff, and other protesters had begun trickling out of the jail in downtown Los Angeles, carrying plastic bags filled with their belongings and yellow citations. As they left the jail one by one, they were greeted by cheers from students and legal advocates across the street. Many chanted Free Palestine as they emerged from the building. Ella, UCLA sophomore who declined to give her last name out of fear of retaliation from the university, said it had been an exhausting and disappointing night. You know what's really fucked up about this too? The cops were like unmasking the protesters that were wearing masks, and this like, I get that, like, if they're getting arrested, they have to be unmasked, but it was almost done in this, like, ceremonial way. Like, it was really bizarre. Hold on. Let me see if I can find some clips. Well, here's someone who... Yeah, this is posted by one of the accounts that's super pro-free speech, as you can imagine. America First account posting, "Unmask every one of these terrorist fucks." And the police did exactly that. The reason why this was pointed at the Fox News cameras was so the Republicans and the conservatives would have specific faces to look at and to criticize and to potentially connect to a name and an identity. There's no other reason to unmask them in the way they do here. Watch this. Pointing them at the camera. All right, you're in place in front of the Fox News camera. Let's zoom it in. Take the masks off. All right, your face must be seen by national television. It's practically doxing them. It feels, not necessarily, but it really does feel insidious, you know? Like how this is like some sort of, like, I don't know, some kind of ceremony of unmasking these people to Fox News for all these conservatives to freak out at and call them terrorists and say unmask them all. Why do you think all the Republican accounts want all these quote-unquote terrorists unmasked? Sorry.
Until they were setting off fireworks and launching them directly in the encampment. So the question is, why are they picking a side? Because they've arrested hundreds of students, both at Columbia University, both in CCNY. What's up?
You mean why are the police picking a side?
Oh, the police are picking a side, and it's not the side that is the violent side in this situation. It's the side that's peacefully demonstrating. In my opinion, a direct violation of First Amendment rights. I don't even personally believe that protesters are supposed to, like, protests are going to be disruptive. Some of those protest movements you might not agree with, or the taxes you might not agree with. But
the fact is, how disruptive or violent a protest is really irrelevant to whether or not the thing they're arguing for is good or not. I don't know why we on the left have allowed the conversation to circle around so much like, if you believe a thing is a problem and you support making that, like, solving that problem, then inherently you must make excuses for or support or bite the bullet on the behavior of anybody else who also supports that movement. So, like, I don't believe that, like, outside of conversations like this, the fact that there is violence or could be violence at these protests matters to the overall conversation. Like, it's really more of a rhetoric and optics thing. Every protest and movement, the bigger it is, the more so will have violence. It's just a natural outcome of getting a lot of people together. You have a concert, there's going to be some violence. You get a big bar or event or something, there's going to be violence. You have a big fucking Comic-Con, there's going to be some violence, because lots of people put together all together means that naturally over a period of time along the x-axis, at some point there's going to be a spike in the amount of violence between people that occurs, or property even, right? It just happens when you got a lot of people put together, like together in a place. And the idea that those instances means that the ideas they're protesting for are not valid, which is essentially Asmongold's, like, argument. He's trying to pick apart the ideology, the belief system that, like, Hasan has of, like, progressive thought, like being in favor of protesting in any way these type of injustices. He's trying to pick that apart, but the problem is that's not, like, how well people go about protesting these things has no bearing on whether or not it's a real problem that like needs to be solved, or whether or not these protesters have a point. Hilarious that there tends to be more violence at right-wing rallies than left ones. Always statistically true, yes. The problem is left-wing rallies and protests tend to have more property damage, and property damage is a lot more like, you can just find a bunch of clips of people, like, knocking over trash cans and lighting dumpsters on fire, and there you go. You got your perfect, like, optics poison. But when it comes to conservative protests, like, one guy kills another person, and that's just seen as one bad apple, even though someone fucking died, you know? So the right can very easily just sort of snake their way out of responsibility for the fact that, like, the average right-wing protest is full of Nazi flags dotted about.
Ultimately, the way I look at it is they were the perfect victims in this situation, even though I don't expect them to be perfect victims, and yet even after all of that, they were still met with violent free speech suppression from the state.
I don't know if it's really free speech suppression, right? Because they're not really getting arrested for protesting. They're getting arrested for putting a bunch of tents on the campus whenever the campus tells them to leave.
Yeah,
I mean,
nobody ever gets arrested for protesting. That's just
this. It's partially true. Nobody does ever get arrested simply for protesting. Like, you get a permit, you go through, like, the process, and you protest. That typically doesn't result in the cops coming and arresting you unless you've gotten violent or destroyed stuff or stayed past, like, the allotted time with the permit for taking over some public environment. Generally, though, protests that are big enough and, like, rowdy enough with enough, like, reason to exist, like, if people are, like, emotional enough about the issue, will naturally lead to some level of violence at some point. Or some level of rowdiness. The police are going to act sooner than later, and the police getting involved in the way they do here usually results in more violence. Like, this was very famously the case back during the George Floyd protests. You guys want to see a great example? Police bash reporter during George Floyd protest. Can I find this clip easily? I've shown it on stream a couple times before. During George Floyd protest. God, these were all over the place. A lot of Now This clips. I don't know if I can show that one, though. Oh, yeah, it's this one.
Been fired at with rubber bullets. My cameraman.
Hopefully this one doesn't get me copyrighted. This is from an Australian news outlet, I believe, or maybe New Zealand. Right now there's a reporter speaking over a microphone and a cameraman next to her that we're seeing the POV of. And these are all protesters kind of holding a line and the police holding a line with their fucking shields. This is back during 2020. Watch what happens. This is not an unexpected outcome from the police escalating the situation. The police, more often than not, their presence, if they're not there to help like they should have been when people stormed the protesters with 2x4s and started attacking them, then they're doing this.
We've been fired at with rubber bullets. My cameraman has been hit. We've also seen tear gas being used. Here we go, they're moving through again. This is exactly what it looks like. Exactly what it looks like. We're just staying safely.
Oh.
Whoa.
This is live.
Oh.
Amelia, can you hear us?
Amelia, are you okay? Or your cameraman? Hello, Amelia. The police just charged at Amelia and our 7 News cameraman there, and looks like a policeman just
immediately pushed the camera out of the way.
Which is interesting because they're not discriminating between protesters and the media here. Amelia, can you hear us yet?
Amelia, are you there?
It's like everyone forgot about this when, like, unanimously the news media had, like, fumble over their words as they watched live footage of their, like, reporters getting attacked by the cops and had to find a way to talk about what they were witnessing live happening to their reporters as the cops, like, attacked them and indiscriminately tear-gassed and maced and like, hit them. Like, had to find a way to like, not just say, holy shit, fuck the cops, you know? Like, they're, like, stumbling over their words to not say something about the police that'll get them fired because they're just watching as the police plow through, like, a crowd of people indiscriminately and beat the shit out of their reporters. Like, countless news organizations had like, situations just like this, and it was live. These are live reporters. This all happened live. No way of cutting it off and, like, editing and preparing a statement. These people had to act on the fly, reacting to what's happening and finding a way to not just sit there silently and awkwardly, and not being able to just say, man, the cops suck.
Are you okay?
Yes, I am. You heard us telling them that we were media, but they don't care. They're being indiscriminate.
This is a different video than the one I was thinking of. During that push, I think, there was another film crew where the cameraman gets, like, stomach bashed 3 times in the gut by a cop with his shield. Like, some shit out of... You know that one, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier show? Where John Walker, I think his name is, uses the fucking shield to, like, cut that guy in half. Basically trying to do that, but vertically to a dude with one of those plastic riot shields. He was a cameraman. He was holding a big, like, clunky mainstream news camera. And it's just full footage of the guy getting, like, his stomach bashed by a riot shield as he lays up against one of those metal fences because he can't go anywhere. The cops got him pinned. Like, it's fucked. People forgot what was going on just 3 years ago. What the police were willing to do when the left got too uppity with their protests 3 years ago.
Just, that's not a thing. Everybody always, when states, like in Russia or in China or whatever, when people are, like, getting arrested for protesting, the state, of course, makes up, like, another reason for it there as well. They'll be like, oh, trespassing, you know what I mean? Obstructing.
What do you think that's unreasonable?
Do I think that arresting someone for protesting peacefully is unreasonable? Yes.
Well, do I think that, I mean, I think a better question is that if you own a property, like, should you have the autonomy to decide who's on that property?
It's public property. So they're both they're both not arguing too well here. Asmongold actually made a pretty solid argument, actually. The argument of where, like the only thing these people are being arrested for is illegally being in a place. Like, they set up, it was an unlawful gathering. And that is the same standard that was applied to Charlottesville, right? Like, I think most of us can agree that when the police determined that Charlottesville was an unlawful gathering, which was before people were dying, that it was fine for the police to start moving in and dispersing them and arresting people. But this is the same standard that is applied to every other protest. The cops themselves obviously have their bias, and it's clear here, But the law there is clear. If you are unlawfully gathering, it doesn't matter what side you're supporting, you're breaking the law. And the cops can come and arrest you or even use force to move you out of the area. And these are not private properties. These are public properties on the side, like to respond to Hasan. Rarely are people protesting on private property. Like, even when they're protesting a random person, they usually aren't like out on the lawn of the person protesting. They're usually out on the sidewalk in the street, in the public area.
Well, in this circumstance, it's literally public property because it's UCLA.
Yep,
UCLA is a public school too. So that
good response
that
from Hasan.
ultimately changes the dynamic a lot. It depends on what the property is, though. There's like private property, like someone's house, right? I don't think that people should come to your house and protest it at your house. Like that's
well, I mean, they do. It's just they protest from like the sidewalk or the street, which is public property. Because if they step onto someone's private property, depending on the state, I mean, the person could come out with a gun and lawfully shoot them. I mean, like I'm pretty sure it's depending on the land and where they are. That's allowed in a fair amount of America.
very different, like disrupting your life and violating your privacy and safety, versus protesting in the middle of a public space at the school that you pay tuition to is perfectly valid in my opinion.
Well, everybody else pays tuition too. I think it's kind of unfair if, for example, some people that pay tuition are locking other people out that are also paying tuition from the same services that they're both paying for.
So you bring up a good point, right? Like you're saying, this person also pays tuition. He should be able to go to any space he wants to, any place he wants to on campus, which is correct.
I mean, like, I'm sure there's a few exceptions, but yeah, generally.
Yeah. So obviously there are many exceptions, not just a few. Like, you know, UCLA campus is very famous. They shut off certain parts of the campus for filming and stuff like that all the time. The difference here is that this is a broad, open public space that these students were already occupying. And the reason why they're not letting, like, they weren't disrupting class. They weren't stopping people from going to class. The university, as a matter of fact, is the reason why the other buildings that were in the surrounding area were shut down. I talked to the students when I was there, and they stated they wanted to go to the library, for example. It's across the green area is across the way from the library. They shut down the library during midterms so that these guys' lives would be harder, so that they would have a harder time studying. They shut down the Wi-Fi so that students that are on the encampment would not be able to use it. Trying to make this protest as hard for them as possible, which is normal. I don't think that that's a good thing to do, personally. I think it probably goes against the values that UCLA espouses, specifically. Ironic because like a lot of these campuses literally have like super woke terminology in their studies. Like USC literally doesn't have genocide studies. They call it resistance to genocide studies. So for me, it's like, if you're taking that extra initiative.
That's not a good argument on Hasan's part. You can hear from Asmongold's voice, him saying, "Oh boy," is like a negative. He's responding negatively to that information. He's not hearing that argument and thinking, "Oh, Hasan made a good point about hypocrisy." He's thinking, "Oh man, they're teaching kids about resisting genocide? That's some woke-sounding shit. How is that a class?" Guarantee you that's what's going through his head right now. I promise you that's what's going through his head right now. One thing you have to recognize about like your average conservative-leaning or even centrist conservative-leaning person like Asmongold is they're very against like education as a whole, you know? Like Asmongold especially hated school, which, you know, fair. You know what's really ironic about this, though? Like, as an Asmongold fan, I can kind of pull from some background knowledge I have of the guy to make fun of him here. He talks a lot when it comes to political issues about how he wants law and order, and if people are breaking the law, it's bad. But, here, let me see if I can find the clip. It's funny as shit. I think this is the clip, maybe? Yeah, here it is. Here it is. It's hilarious to me that, like, Asmongold tells stories like this, but at the same time, he's all about law and order and by the books when it comes to protesting.
I thought about being a police officer for a while, but I just, I saw that they had to get up early, and so I kind of pieced out on that one. And I was actually talking about that to my dad. This was in 6th grade, and I was filling out my classes for middle school. And my dad, he sees that I picked out criminal justice and, to be a police officer in 6th grade. And my dad had never done this before, and he never ever did this again. But he made an executive decision. He says, "Son, no, you're not taking that class." And I said, "Oh, fuck."
His dad just called him. His dad's watching the stream.
Hey, Pa, go ahead.
Yeah, you gotta correct you.
All right.
Yeah, before you ever even saw the list of classes, I looked down there and I said, okay, there's only one thing on the list you're not going to take. And it was the cop class, the junior cop class. And you said, what? I want to take that class. I said, there's no fucking way. We are not cops. We're the other guy. You know?
We're the other guys.
That's the family tradition.
It's a family tradition.
So you're not going to be a fucking cop, ever. And that was out. Okay?
I very much understand that now. Yep.
Remember that?
I remember it all too well. You finished the...
That's one of the best Asmongold clips ever. When Asmongold's dad comes onto the stream, it's really top tier. That quote, "We are not cops, we're the other guys," goes crazy.
To be extra woke on the aesthetic front, you should probably not be surprised when your students learn the actual lessons that you're teaching in these classes, which is that you should resist the genocide, right? So the fact that the university turns around after teaching them about many different genocides that have happened all around the world, and then tries to do everything in their power to make it as like annoying for these students as possible is a little hypocritical in my opinion.
It is hypocritical, but it's also something that's driven by the protesters' actions. And the protesters are doing that, and the result of them doing that is the university shutting down those places.
I hate this implication that for any, like, movement to be valid or to be, like, warranted to exist, then the group must be perfectly well-behaved as a whole. Like, we have to break the trend of what happens when lots of humans gather in one place in order for any movement to be seen as valid or any protest to be seen as valid. Because if anything uncouth happens, then the entire point of the protest is now thrown to the wayside. The argument basically being that a civil Nazi protest is a more valid protest than an uncivil anti-Nazi protest, which, to be fair, is exactly how these people operate. Hell, even an uncivil Nazi protest, they'll find ways to justify its civility. And when you question them on this hypocrisy, they'll say, well, it's more important to protect the freedom of speech of those that you disagree with, because if you stop protecting the freedom of speech of those you disagree with, and that's a slippery slope to no freedom of speech. But they'll completely disregard any idea that it could also be a slippery slope towards giving people who are anti-freedom of speech the platform needed to destroy freedom of speech. It never applies equally on both sides with these sort of center-ish leading people. Or center-ish leaning people. I can't speak today. What the fuck?
And also the university, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about this because I'm not really sure exactly. This is just what I've heard. I thought that about 2 days ago, the UCLA said that the protest was unlawful. But before then, they were basically kind of like not addressing it or not calling in the police to do anything. Is that right?
No, they actually did call the police, but they called the campus police specifically to protect the encampment. I was actually kind of surprised at the university's actions at that time because they knew that there were a lot of counter-protesters that, in comparison to Columbia, for example, which had literally called the police against the encampment in Columbia University.
Yeah, I saw that.
The UCLA campus actually had sent police to line up around with their backs to the encampment. And that's not just symbolism. That actually means something, right? When you send cops, white cops.
Nice.
I mean, if the university is allowing it, then really that's the end result. I mean, they're the ones that make that decision. It seems confusing to me that, you know, based off of the logic that like they're trying to shut down the the library or the Wi-Fi, but they're also like having police come in and protect them. It seems very confusing. Like, what are their goals here? What are they trying to do?
Well, ultimately, their goal is to get the students to shut up and go away and stop bothering the administration to make these moves about divestment. I don't know if you're familiar with the goals of the student protests were, and every campus is different, but like specifically the UCLA one I can speak to.
Is the divest, yeah.
Yeah, it's the divest from UCLA.
Divest, provide full transparency, end the silent, boycott, abolish policing on campus. I don't know about abolishing policing on campus. I think that's actually a pretty serious and important thing. Boycott, end the silence, provide full transparency. I don't know what, like, a lot of these are kind of like vague, but I do feel the divest. I think the reason why people are just saying divest is because that's the most like coherent, like solid point, you know? Like, abolish campus policing. A boycott is basically the same thing as divesting. So, like with Israel. So, I don't know. End of silence? Is that the same as providing full transparency? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like overall, the argument being made is that UCLA shouldn't be, like, backing Israel in the way that they are, which is currently they're making a sister campus location that is going to, like, provide preferential treatment to, like, Jewish and Israeli students while, like, giving non-preferential treatment, I guess, like discriminatory treatment towards everybody else. Yeah, pretty fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. I think UCLA has a fair amount of money invested in Israel overall. Yeah, it's just, there's reason to be protesting if you're a student at this school and you pay tuition and you don't support what Israel's doing. It makes sense that you would protest. Your parents or you are giving your money to this school, more likely your parents. And, you know, if you're not wanting your family's money going to supporting that, then you should protest it. You're in your right to do that in America.
UCLA, the UC system across the board is a massive endowment, and that endowment basically works like a mutual fund, you know, and they're investing in a lot of corporations, and the students want to have financial transparency in what corporations the university endowments are going to, like what corporations they're investing in, which is perfectly valid, perfectly reasonable demands to make. As a matter of fact, a lot of companies have done this. A lot of people have done this successfully, demanding that people divest from oil and gas companies for like environmental activism. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, it's been going on a lot. And just for the record, like, I totally support them protesting against that. Even if I agree or disagree with it, it's their right to protest against that. The only concern that I have is whenever it shuts down other students' ability to learn or get an education, or for people to use the facilities in the way that they're intended to. Yeah. Whenever you talk about the actual, like, intent of the protesters, I totally support them. Absolutely. Or even the counter-protesters, because that's freedom of speech. I think that, you know, if you don't have...
God, he went from, like, at least having a somewhat charitable position towards the movement of the protesters to immediately has to correct himself and say, I also support the counter-protesters, the ones supporting Israel. It's like, okay, man. Because I'm pro freedom of speech, and I'm a total centrist. The problem with centrism is that the right wants there to be centrists, while the left can't abide by there being centrists effectively, right? Like, someone who's a centrist is someone who is not willing to typically speak out and act in regards to a political issue. And historically, and I think this becomes more obvious the further back you look and the less, you know, contentious the political topics and disagreements are in today's standards, there have been those that want to sit in the middle ground and do nothing. There have been those that want to either make things more regressed or keep things as backwards as they are. And there are those that are the progressives that want to progress things. The people who want to progress things need support. They need people that are on their side to achieve their goals. And that will always be true. If you are progressive, you need people on your side backing your ideas in order to achieve your goals. But if you're a conservative, if you're somebody who wants to regress society, you don't need people to support you. You just need a lot of people to not care. You need a lot of people to just not be actively fighting you. So while the right the right just needs people to, at the very least, not be on board with the left. While the left can't abide by people not being on board with us. You know, like we need support. We need people to be like advocating for good things. But someone like Asmongold, who actively defends the idea of being a politically disaffected nihilistic centrist, that is what the right needs. People who convince others not to care about shit, because the right thrives when the average person doesn't give a fuck what they're up to in politics. And that is why there will always be a natural contention between left-wingers and centrists, because centrists are the fuel to the conservative fire. In fact, there have been writings from people such as MLK going back decades and decades about how centrists, the white moderate, are effectively worse for the political discourse than those that are than the Ku Klux Klansmen and the white citizens councilmen, because at the very least those people will stab you in the front. Meanwhile, the white moderate, the centrist, will tell you to just wait, to sit back and wait for a better date. I don't quite agree with your chaotic and violent way of advocating for justice. I prefer a negative peace, a negative justice, which is an absence of violence and strife, than a positive peace. You know, a positive justice. I forget the exact wording, but yeah, the whole white moderate thing has been around for a very long time, and Asmongold falls into the exact idea, and I hate it for him. I really do. I'm a WoW fan. I miss when he was like, you know, the WoW guy. Anyway, If you agreed with anything I had to say or you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. It really helps the channel a lot and basically electric prods YouTube and its algorithm into pushing my content and my channel and the algorithm out to more people, and it really helps a lot. And of course, if you haven't already and you want to see more from me, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you want to support me financially, which really, really helps considering, you know, I don't take sponsorships, I'm a fan-funded content creator, we're all grassroots in this bitch, then please consider subbing, donating, or gifting a sub on youtube.com, on my YouTube or my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch through my Streamlabs link down below, which I don't really make a profit on, but I do like seeing you guys buy me Xander Hall merch. It's funny and it's cool and makes me feel like a real YouTuber, you know what I'm saying? And of course, if you haven't already, make sure to join my Discord server. It's totally free. It's the hub of my fan base. We do call-ins, watch parties, game server events and stuff, and I do all my announcements for new uploads there, so you'll never miss anything. It's totally free, so I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed this video. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good for the hour of that segment we were able to watch. I'll be doing a whole segment on that in a moment, Super Luigi and Daisy. Alright, I will be right back, guys. I have to use the bathroom quite bad. I did just drink an entire can of Monster. I'll be back in just a moment. Please be patient. And then I got more stuff to talk about. More topics. What? I'm back. Transgender Girl, Xander Hall has become my new favorite YouTuber slash streamer in the past year and a half. Aw, thank you, Galaxy Bomb 42. I really appreciate that. You are a real YouTuber? Honestly, Zan, you are such a breath of fresh air in these trying times. Aw, you guys are being so nice. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I'm glad to hear all this. I'm really happy to hear you guys are enjoying my content, both because, you know, it's telling me I'm doing a good job lately, at least, and it's also telling me that you guys are gaining something from my content, you know? It's helping you guys out in some way, which I like. I like to hear that. I'm the only based lefty left. True. The most based. Unfathomably based. Hold on, let me, whip out this scroll. 1 million subs for Zan when? In 10 trillion years at this rate. Hopefully, you guys will be dropping them likes and those subs and those comments on my videos and my streams, and the numbers will continue to go up. Hopefully at a faster rate. But right now, the growth of all lefty channels across the board is in a really bad place right now. YouTube is either suppressing lefty content, or what I think is just honestly far more likely is the left is in a, like, the right is currently in a renaissance and the left is in the opposite of that at the moment. Okay. Alright.
Would you rather be
Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. Oh boy. This is gonna be an interesting one. So over the last few days that I took off stream, some discourse blew up on Twitter that I must say my opinion on has gone back and forth in the last couple days. But I'll say the reaction from the incels and the right and the angry men has made me lean in a particular direction, that's for sure. So this discourse is all about whether or not women would feel safer if they were walking through the woods and they encountered a bear. For the sake of argument, we'll say a grizzly bear. You know, it really depends on what type of bear you're running into, right? Like, polar bears will hunt you. Like, they hunt humans for months at a time if necessary to find you when you're at your most vulnerable and most consumable. And they will eat you. They will eat you and your bones. So yeah, polar bears, obviously. Let's just say a grizzly bear. Grizzly bears are like the quintessential bear. Like, a grizzly bear could kill you, but it might also just amble on with its day and go eat some berries or some honey or some salmon or something. So we'll say it's a grizzly bear. The argument is that you would, like, women would feel more safe encountering a grizzly bear in the forest than a man, like a random man. And I definitely have mixed opinions here. Like, just to give you guys my take, on one hand, I feel like this is another instance of, like, women on the internet virtue signaling how much they hate men for, like, clout posts, and it ends up making a bunch of men that see it hate women a little more or feel a little more divided away from women, creates a little more of that division, while for women it, like, enforces that, yeah, yes, queen, fuck men kind of wave of feminism that I'm not even a particularly big fan of. Yeah. Like, like on a hiking trail is the parameters. We'll see in a moment here, I guess. Anyway, I definitely have mixed feelings. On one hand, I don't like the whole, like, fuck men, men are awful, they're all dangerous, evil, whatever. Like, I don't like that line of arguments, and it feels very virtue signally. But then on the other hand, even as a guy in the woods, if I encounter a bear, I'll be a little freaked out for sure. But bears are almost like NPCs, if you think about it. Like, most animals are. They have a predetermined amount of, like, behaviors they're likely to engage in. And most of them are not going to be violent. But if you encounter a human, that's one of the scariest things you can encounter in the woods is just a guy. You know, especially at night when you're camping or whatever. It could be a hunter, it could be a hiker, it could be a camper. But come on, we all know that in the middle of the woods, one of the most dangerous things you could encounter is man. You know, man is the most dangerous predator. So, out of simple fear, yeah, I think, like, a bear would be kind of a cool encounter in the woods that if you handle correctly, you're probably not going to die. But a encounter with a random strange man could go any direction. So I kind of get it, especially if you're a woman. But on the other hand, this whole discourse feels like a massive virtue signal fest meant to put down dudes, because let's be real, a lot of, like, Yas Queen Twitter loves saying yes all men just to upset dudes and have them go into the replies and say not all men. You've seen that, right? Like, there are tons of women who just like to see guys get upset and reply not all men. They enjoy sowing that division and getting incels upset and posting about how much they hate women just because that's what they enjoy doing. It feels counterproductive, to be honest, but, you know, what do I know, I guess. Regardless, this account named Homath with 418,000 subscribers on YouTube made a video yesterday that now sits at 116,000 subscribers called Man or Bear? The world is a stupid place full of stupid people. I imagine this is an incel channel based on the fact the channel's called Homath, but who knows, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Maybe we're going to get, like, a very well-reasoned, politically unbiased breakdown of the statistics of whether or not you're more likely to be in danger encountering a bear or a man in the woods. I'm guessing a bear would be more dangerous statistically, but, I mean, even as a dude, I'm going to be more worried about encountering a bad person in the woods than I am about a bear being bad in the woods. Because, I mean, you go to the woods, you're kind of trying to see wildlife, bears included. Like, I'm there to see bears. So, you know, maybe that's just me, though. Anyway, let's watch the video.
Stuck in a forest with a man or bear?
Man or bear is this week's idiotic waste of time, and the answers that people are giving are very predictable because they're stupid.
Bear. Man is scary. With a bear. What I've heard about bears, they don't always attack you, right? So maybe a bear.
Probably a bear. Oh, 100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there. A bear.
Even some men are saying bear, although we could predict that this man's opinion will be whatever makes women approve of him.
If I were alone.
There are definitely dudes out there. I forget what the term is for it. Fuck. There's a phrase for the dudes who do the, like, they play at being a feminist to try to get pussy. This used to be a very common, like, every man who believes in any, like, progressive ideology is just doing it to get laid. That idea has been popularly recited by conservatives for a long time, but I forget what the phrase is. It's not femme chaser. I think the term is literally just male feminist or white knight or something. There are definitely people like that, but I like how this dude's like, this guy wears nail polish, so must only do anything for the approval of women. Do women like guys with nail polish typically? Is that a thing usually? I don't know. I get no pussy out of my own active choice not to, because I like YouTube. I'm married to YouTube. You guys are my girlfriend. So does that mean that I break the rule of lefty guys only doing it to get pussy? They're only progressive for pussy, I suppose. I think we can already tell what this guy's politics are right off the bat.
In the woods, would you rather me encounter a bear or a man?
I feel more like bear. I don't know, because I feel like I would know what the outcome would be with a bear.
Of course, clearly a great source of bear advice.
Okay. All right. I'm going to be very clear here. I grew up in Florida, all right? And the bears we have in Florida are black bears. They're Florida black bears. They get maybe, I think probably 400 pounds at the biggest. Like maybe the world record breaking Florida black bear might have hit 500 pounds. But we're not talking grizzly bears here. We're talking bears that if you saw them on the side of the road at night, their outline would make you think you saw like a bigger dog. And they're very easy to spook, and they're very easy to scare off, you know? I gotta, like, wipe the dust off my microphone one of these days. It's so dusty. You guys are right about me needing a lint roller. I just, like, watched as a little piece of lint, like, floated off the mic and just swirled around in the air with, like, a little dust, not dust tornado, a little wind tornado from my talking. But yeah, I feel like in Florida, the average black bear, they're just gonna run the fuck away from you. They're gonna get spooked by you and run. They're small and they're spookable. But if we're talking a grizzly bear, that's a little bit more of a scary situation. If the grizzly bear is protecting its young, it might disembowel you and rip your head off and all your arms and legs for extra measure because it sees you as a threat to its young. But there's also plenty of videos where, like, grizzly bears are just chill. Polar bears are under no circumstances chill, though. They actively hunt and kill and eat humans. They will, like, they are above us on the food chain when we don't have guns and weapons. They're above us, and they'll eat us if we live in the same environment as them. They will consume us. Let me just see this. Grizzly bear sits next to man. Not Joe Rogan. Come on. How is Joe Rogan the second autofill? God damn it. But yeah, this is a grizzly bear here. The kind that could absolutely fuck a grown man. Like, this grizzly bear could disembowel the strongest man in the world in like less than 30 seconds. So, I mean, most bear encounters go more like this than they go like The Revenant, you know? He's asking how the fishing is today. How fucking scared is this guy right now who's recording, do you think? Just like, does it know I'm here? If it doesn't know I'm here, I could be fucked if it just notices me. It definitely notices him. And just doesn't give a fuck he's there. Dude, if I was in this guy's position, I would try to blow some weed in its face and see if I can get the bear high. I'm not gonna lie. Cocaine bear? Sure. Deadly, horrible, scary. Weed bear, though. If you give a bear weed, it might become your best friend. Like, very chill. Like, might let you ride it around a little bit. Like, imagine getting to ride around on a grizzly bear. I would give a bear so many marijuana gummies if I could. I would 100% be dead from a heart attack by now. My goal is to, like, drop a giant mush together, like, 10,000 milligram, like, gummy edible together and feed it to a bear and see if I can befriend it afterwards. Like, bears are sometimes friendly like this when they're sober. Imagine when they're high as fuck and couch locked on some strong indica. The bear just got up and started walking by, and whether or not the bear either got spooked by the guy saying, hey, 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 and then walked off, which is, you know, kind of gives you a good idea of a bear's mentality, that simply turning and saying, hey, 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 is enough to scare them, or it just didn't have any intention of hurting the guy and just bolted off for no reason. Another good example of what, like, this is what the bears are like where I grew up. Black bear porch video. I love this video. These are the type of bears we get in Florida. Neither of them notice each other. The fucking it does the bear noise, the like stock bear noise as it runs away. Did you guys hear that? Listen to the stock like bear sound, like Red Dead Redemption 2 bearsound.exe that play, or bearsound.mp3 that plays whenever it runs off. Listen for it. Do you hear that shit? Bearnoise.mp3. Literally. Anyway. Yeah, bears are animals, and animals are unpredictable, so there is definitely fear there. But, like, come on. Everyone knows the scariest thing to encounter in the woods, more so than an animal that wants to kill you, is a human that wants to kill you, right? Like, obviously there's a higher chance the animal wants to kill you than a human does when you encounter them. But if you end up in the situation where the bear wants to kill you, that's far more handleable, usually, than a human trying to get you. If a human's chasing you down the woods, you're pretty fucked.
So here's the thing. I have met bears in the woods. I am bear aware. That's what they say in bear country.
Have I.
Bears are a big deal in bear country, and they want you to keep...
Yeah, bear basically make noise. Make noise while walking through the woods. Make lots of noise. Every predator in the woods knows what humans sound like. They associate us with being loud, noisy, and annoying and scary with our noise. So if you're trying to 100% avoid sneaking up on a predator, which is what'll happen. Like, predators typically attack humans when cornered. They recognize where we are in the food chain. They know that we're those loud, noisy creatures that dominate the planet. And as long as you make that noise as you're approaching, bears, big cats, boars, all those things typically clear out. These are usually animals that only freak out and try to gore you or fuck you up when you've snuck up on them. On the other hand, when it comes to big cats, you'll never sneak up on them, really. They sneak up on you, not the other way around. You can't sneak up on big cats. I had a big cat sneak up on me in Florida. I think I might have seen, like, one of the last, like, 400 or whatever, 4,000, like, Florida panthers in Florida in a public park. Not public park. It's like a wildlife preserve while camping on my 21st birthday. I was going to piss. Like my last pee before we left the campground to go home, and I walked off into the woods to go pee, and I turn around and there's a brown and gray big, I thought at first a dog, like I thought there was a dog, like a Great Dane looking at me, like a small Great Dane, and I realized, like, that's a cat, that's a big, and I screamed, oh! I that's the most I can imitate the noise. It was like the same noise Gus made before he got, you know, it was the same scream Gus made in Breaking Bad, like that, oh! Like I made that noise, and it, the fastest I've ever seen anything go. The only time I've seen an animal move as fast as that thing did to run away from my, oh! Was when my cat, Luna, would just bolt around the house with her zoomies. The only time I've seen anything else go that fast in real life. Like, it's wild when you hear about how fast animals can go, and it's really scary when you witness it. Like, you know, like, okay, big cats can move at, like, 80 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, some shit like that. That's pretty fast. But then you see it happen. You see an animal go from, like, staring you dead in the eye, just, like, dead still, to instantly 0 to, like, 40 miles an hour straight into the woods. Like, before you can blink or react, and you're like, what? Like, it's scary, dude. It's scary. Animals can be spooky in the woods, so you make a lot of noise, and you're more safe. Be bear aware.
Them to a bare minimum. Bear spray costs $50. I've also met men in the woods, and I gotta tell you, not as stressful. And I know what you're thinking. I'm not a woman.
I mean, here's the thing. The woods become substantially less scary when you have a gun. Like, going to the woods, spooky. Going to the woods with a gun, like, happy Mr. Incredible image.
Men are not women. Please tell me you were thinking that. And so, therefore, a man would not be a danger to me. Well, let's take a look at some statistics.
Yeah, so I assume he's going to bring up the fact that, out of, like, when it comes to violent crime done by strangers onto another stranger, men are, like, way more likely to be victims of violent crime from a stranger than women. However, women are far more likely to be victims of violent crime from men that are already in their life. So it could be their current boyfriend who, when they break up with them, it maybe goes badly. It could be a guy friend that they have that they don't know is some fucking creepo, a family member, a neighbor, an employee, or a peer, a classmate. It's somebody they already know the vast majority of the time. But for men, if you're a man, you're far more likely to be the one who gets victimized by some stranger out of nowhere on the street, right? And there are a variety of reasons for this, I'm sure. I'm sure this guy's going to suggest he knows what they are. So let's see.
Who gets murdered by strangers more? Oh, here's the source.
It's not even just murder. It's all forms of violent crime. If you're a man, you're far more likely to be a victim of any form of violent crime from a stranger than if you're a woman, and substantially so. He's right on this. And it's not even just murder. It's like robbery, assault, like anything like that. Pickpocketing, I think, too. Yeah. Hate crimes as well, I believe.
A larger percentage of males, 21%, were murdered by a stranger than females, 12%. So in this scenario, as a man, I would be in roughly 21/12 as much danger, which is almost double. And yet, even though I have more to fear...
Wait, have I covered this channel before? Wait, is this the Incel Math channel? Did he rebrand? Dude, I think this is that one Incel Math channel I covered years ago that is rebranded. Dude, have I rediscovered this hidden gem that rebranded to hide from me? You can't hide this gold from me. This is Incel Math. Dude, it's Incel Khan Academy. I think that was what I called them, Incel Khan Academy. Dude, it's all coming back to me now.
When I encounter a man in the woods, I experience no adrenaline response. I fear not for my very life. I reach not for my man spray. No, I carry only bear spray, upon which I place 5 fingers during each encounter of bear.
The man spray is just a Glock 19 with one of those extendo mags that's like a drum with 60 rounds available and a Glock switch in it. That's the man spray.
Awareness. A lot of people have been providing fuzzy math about bear versus man. Again, note the level of masculinity.
To be clear, the answer is unequivocally a bear. In the United States, there are 340,000 bears and about 57 million hikers, 26 million of which are female. Since 2020, there have been exactly 7 women killed by bears.
All right.
There are also 165 million men and 168 million women. Since 2020, there have been 8,000 fatal attacks on women by men.
All right, I see where you're going.
In order to adjust for population, the number of bears in the United States would have to increase by a multiplier of 485 in order to equate to the same population of men. So in this hypothetical, 3,395 deaths.
Okay, it's a lot more than 7.
You're still greater than 2 times more likely to be killed by a man than a bear if you're a woman in the United States.
Wait a minute, I thought you said there were only 26 million hikers.
This is you also have to control for the fact that how many women are coming into contact with bears as opposed to women, right? Or to men. The average woman probably comes into contact with dozens and dozens and dozens of men and doesn't get murdered or attacked. For days upon days upon days at a time. Sometimes years at a time, decades at a time even, in some cases. Believe it or not, most women are alive. So, actually, no, most women that have existed are dead, to be fair, but not... They have to be, due to the limits of the human lifespan, but you know what I mean. Most women who are alive today are alive. So, there are a lot of different variables that make this like pointless math to do. There's never been any point in engaging with this thought experiment on a mathematic level. It's always been about where do you feel more safe? Like, think about false allegations. I'm sure this incel channel guy probably imagines that false allegations of sexual impropriety against men are a big problem. And yet they're extremely rare, exponentially more rare than true allegations. So why is that a genuine fear that I'm sure this guy and many of his fans have when it is statistically such an unreasonable and unlikely fear to come true? Because conversations about things like that are not about statistics and logical mathematic intuition. They're about what makes you feel more safe. So, for example, I feel more safe riding in a car than I do on a plane because I'm afraid of heights. Heights and cockroaches, my 2 only fears, my only phobias. And they're serious phobias, by the way. Like, I cannot stand heights, especially. And yet, statistically, I'm far safer in a plane, even with all the Boeing shit happening right now, than I am in a car. I know the math. I know I'm not safer in a car, statistically, even as a passenger, and yet I'm still more afraid on a plane. The same logic applies to this conversation. It's the same level of seriousness that it was meant to be treated with as, do you feel safer riding on a plane or as a passenger in a car? It's very straightforward. The fact that so many dudes got like so ass mad about it, though, like, I get it. I see those posts where it's just women like broadly shit-talking men, and I feel it too a little bit, like the kind of what a bitch, you know? Like, I feel it. But you got to remember, like, Twitter and social media are all about virtue signaling to farm likes. Like 90% of the time. The right does it, and so do people on the left. Don't take it too seriously. Don't let the lowest common denominator of posters taking advantage of the algorithms convince you what the vast majority of people are like or what they believe. Most women do not think that, like, men are actually more dangerous than bears. They just thought about it for a second and thought, I imagine a bear is probably going to run away from me, but a guy could end up being dangerous when I'm alone in the woods with him.
Don't you have to be where bears are to be in a bear attack? Are you suggesting that if there were more bears that they would all be taking Ubers? I did the math for you. This divided by this starts with 3 zeros, and this divided by this starts with 4. The reason this is all so stupid is that the only way to figure out who's more dangerous is total attacks divided by total encounters. And how are you going to count the number of encounters you have with strange men every day? Isn't it thousands a day if you live in a city? When was the last time you bumped into 1,000 bears? They thrive in...
Well, the fact is, the reason why men as well, like, what he's also forgetting is the reason why most of us men will say we'd rather encounter a bear is because all of us American men believe we can beat a bear in a fight. Not all of us will admit it, But we all do think that, like, at least given 100 attempts to respawn, one of those 100 attempts we could win in hand-to-hand combat with a grizzly bear. Like, every American man thinks that 100 respawn attempts, they could get the bear at least one of those 100 times. I'd certainly do. I think I know a plan that could work. I'm sure it wouldn't, but every guy believes this, and that's probably, you know, that'll motivate a fair amount of dudes' answers here, I think.
In Grand Teton National Park, and I saw 0. So I'd rather run into a bear is clearly dishonest. They're arguing in bad faith. Why?
Well, I want to see bears, though. Have we also forgotten the fact that some people, like, when I go to the woods, I'm not there to see people. I hate when I see people in the woods. Like, I'm a very social person. I go outside or I go to a store and I love starting conversation or just saying hi to people while walking down the street, saying like good morning or howdy or whatever, or good afternoon or good morning, good evening. I like starting conversations and talking to people at like dispensaries and stores and stuff. Like I'm pretty good at just having conversation with strangers. And yet when I go out into nature, like on a hike or something, I hate when I encounter people. For one, you hear them from like half a mile off. So like, you know, they're coming, you hear voices and it's like, all right, well, all the animals around here are scared and we've been walking quietly so we don't like scare off all the wildlife. So now like we know that because they're coming our way, that all the animals are going to be scared off. And for like the next mile, there's not going to be any wildlife until we've gotten to where they haven't been for a while, or we split off their trail. I just don't like encountering people out in the woods because it kind of ruins the experience of being out alone in the woods or just out with my friends or group in the woods. And also, I'm out in the woods to see wildlife such as bears. I obviously would rather see the bear like across a wide river or something, but like I've hopped out of the back seat of the car, opening the back door as my mom screamed, stop it," with my full first, middle, and last name bellowed out with like her whole stomach as I jump out of the car to run across a street in a national park to get closer to a young black bear in a ditch alongside the road in the national park. It promptly ran away, but the second I saw it that close to the car, the fact that it was like 10 feet away from my door, I opened the door, forced them to stop, got out, and I chased the fucking bear. I didn't mean to chase it. I was hoping to get close to it, and hopefully it would just chill, but yeah. How in God's name are you still alive? This black bear was the size of like... What's a good thing to approximate its size to? I guess a dog breed, like a full-grown bloodhound. Not bloodhound, those are a little too squat. Like a full-grown hound, like beagle. Like it was young. It was a young black bear, but not so young that its mom was around. But yeah, probably not the smartest thing to do, but I'm a Florida man, and that's what we Florida men do. Ask my mom how many snakes I picked up and how many times she had to tell me, Alex, do not pick up any snakes at school today. If I get another call from a teacher that you had lizards in your pocket or snakes in your pocket and you brought them into the classroom, like that conversation has happened more than once, okay? Where I brought snakes into the classroom from outside. I was good at finding snakes. I knew which ones weren't venomous, though, and it was only ever the non-venomous ones, black racers and garden snakes. Like those little green guys. I forget what they're called, the little green guys.
Why would they do that? Let's revisit Who is a 10. If you haven't seen the video, it's on YouTube when you're done here. It explains basically that men compete for status and power out in the open, while women disguise their power games as equality and fairness while making power moves in secret, and one of those power moves is the accusation. So just like a lot of women are saying, I'm a 10, you're a 10, we're all 10s, everyone is beautiful, even though they don't believe it.
Do you think Lizzo is beautiful?
I mean, yeah, Lizzo is hot. Yeah, 100%.
Molly, has anyone ever told you that you look like Lizzo? Huh?
Women also like to say that men...
I feel like this is a really bizarre... There's this really bizarre community of, like, incel content that's all about calling out hypocrisy in, like, popular women's, like, behavior discussion. So, like, if you guys are on social media, you'll notice that, like, a lot of women refer to each other as queens. They always, like... not always, but they'll oftentimes gas each other up on social media. And it's something nice that you do for your friends. It's something nice that you do, like, just conceptually, because most people aren't assholes, or at least most women aren't assholes. Usually not to other women, just by default. And so, like, it's sort of culturally a thing nowadays to sort of, like, give some sort of like support to other women. A big part of this also has to do with like weight stuff. If you guys don't remember, back in like really recently, like as recently as like 2008, there are movies and shows that depict like women who are like 5'8" and 160 pounds as being fat. Like hilariously worthy of being made fun of fat. Like the fat character fat. The fat girl character fat. Like having any amount of squish. Any amount. And I mean any amount. In like 2008 Hollywood was too fat. We are literally not even 2 decades out of a level of body toxicity within the mainstream that was downright abusive. The standards around that time for women's weight, especially in America, were fucking horrendous. Like, it was bad. It still is, but it was fucking bad. And I'm really glad to say that somewhere around the early 2010s, there was this big cultural push for thick women. Like, obviously, thick women, hot, yeah, awooga, thick women, awooga. Obligatory, out of the way, yeah. But also there's, like, unironically, that was not a thing anywhere near to the degree it was today, like back in 2008. Like, for example, like, I don't think Kim Kardashian would be famous for, and in a good way, for having like a fat ass like back in 2008 or 2006 in mainstream Hollywood. Like, curviness was not appreciated in mainstream Hollywood at all. And so we saw this big switch up in like the early 2010s, and that followed with like the general culture. And now most women don't feel anywhere near, even at a younger age, anywhere near as shamed for simply having like a few extra pounds than what was seen as the ideal back in 2008 these days. Like, it's considered normal to have some level of squishiness, which is frankly, at least my preference. So I'm fine with that with women, but like, it's obviously also more freeing. This guy's against that, of course. But yeah, he likes to point this out as some form of like woman hypocrisy, I guess. It's this really weird like incel argument about how like women are monolithically part of some like conspiracy to like gas each other up but put down men.
Men are dangerous because that turns you into a threat that needs to be managed. Worse than a bear with Uber. So if it can be agreed upon that you are more dangerous than a bear, then that...
How do you, like, how long do you have to go without seeing a vagina in real life to start making graphs and charts like this? Like, is this what no pussy does to a motherfucker? Like, dude even used the like colored pencil circles method to create a gradient line, like a gradient effect that like gets darker as you go out towards the borders inside these little boxes for like a bit of a nice center gradient effect. Like, you guys know how when you could use colored pencils to make little circles and it makes really clean colored pencil coloring effects, and you can like lighten your pressure or like increase your pressure to make darker or lighter little circles, and it's like a very nice even coloring in with a colored pencil. If you didn't know that, that's how you're supposed to do it. That is the best way to use colored pencils to color things in. You're welcome. But yeah, this dude went crazy. This guy's got like full balls and has for a while, I would guess.
That justifies...
Do you think this guy's into semen retention? He's gotta be, right? Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. My friend Ethan swears this is the case. Semen retention involves eating your cum, right? Like, to be into semen retention, it's not just about not nutting. It's about if you do nut, like that one guy who said he had like a wet dream. You have to eat it. You have to retain it, right? Because your power is stored in the nut, just like that one, the villain from Dr. Strangelove. The women are after your like precious vital male fluids.
Excluding you from the power hierarchy, fluids. And then you become this little fellow who's not having a good time.
I'm not joking, by the way. There's a Stanley Kubrick movie from like 50 or 60 years ago where the like main villain of the movie, I shit you not, is a semen retentionist who believes that women are trying to sap men of their vital like fluids through their cum. He's literally an incel semen retention guy. Like if you haven't seen the movie in a long time, rewatch it. You will laugh uproariously when he gives his like explanation for his motivations to start a nuclear war. Goes crazy.
Time. And even though it's not a realistic threat evaluation, remember, this is the chance of it happening per year, and it's even lower when considering if it's a stranger, like a man in the woods. The collective negotiation.
Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. The movie has 2 names, but most people just call it Dr. Strangelove. So yeah, a good movie. It's a good movie. Lonnie actually showed me that movie, Rare W.
Appears to be working. More and more men are reporting feeling excluded from the job market and the dating market and pretty much everything. I know so many men who are significantly above average, and they go out in the world to do something and they get told, yeah, no, we're saving that for someone else. This was going to be me. If I didn't blow up on TikTok, this was about to be me. There's a smaller one on the back. He doesn't have a...
Is he saying he was going to kill himself?
Mouth that's kind of more accurate. So the math doesn't make that much sense, but we don't really need it anyway, because nobody actually believes that anybody would be more frightened to meet a man in the woods than a bear. And if you do believe that, try it and bring $50. Once you understand the pattern, it becomes a little more clear. When large numbers of women are saying things they clearly don't believe, like men are more dangerous than bears, or Lizzo is a 10.
Wait, when a large amount of women are saying things they don't believe. This is a very weird way to word this. I think you're a 10 when referring to other women is just being polite. While saying that they think men are more dangerous, I don't believe that's women lying. I don't think those women secretly know the statistics and know the math, and they're just lying for some agenda. I think that more likely than not, their opinion about like what makes them feel less safe or more safe is just misled or non-aligning with the statistics. Doesn't mean they're lying. It just means they're, you could argue, wrong. If they think that their opinion is based on the math, at least.
Has anyone ever told you that you look like Lizzo?
It's just a performance. It means I'm nice and I'm sweet and I'm not competing for unearned advantages. And whenever a group of people votes itself unearned advantages at the expense of another group of people, those people...
What is this image? Oh my god. Okay, so women give nothing, get a lot apparently. Delululemon. Okay, so apparently women are buying lots of Starbucks and clothes with money from the government, which is coming from men's tax dollars because men make all the money. Meanwhile, the incels and the conservatives are arguing women should be discouraged from working, and the problem is that women are pursuing more work in STEM and other high-paying job positions, and thus losing their reliance on men economically, and thus pursuing less relationships at a less at a younger age, and that's a problem for men. So simultaneously, women are moving into the workforce too much, thus giving them economic independence that is bad, as they argue, but they are also only taking money from the government. In some imaginary, they're getting money somehow, I guess. I guess they'd say like child support's not even government funding. No, that's literally the government demanding someone else pays you. What are women receiving? Like, wait, what tax money does he think women are receiving? Welfare? I guess moms maybe make up the majority of welfare recipients or something. I guess. But then how does that jive with like women getting into STEM and becoming more economically independent and thus paying more into taxes? Doesn't that mean that women are now making up for the amount of money that men are paying in a tax burden for women? This is so bizarre. Maybe in the EU, but not in the US. Yeah, this is America. Where is the government just giving people free money outside of... Were the stimulus checks we got in during COVID only for women? As I recall, I got those stimulus checks. Were those only meant to go to women? Did I just get one by mistake? Or get two by mistake? I think there were two, right?
group of people, those people eventually stop doing productive things, and then society collapses. This is what every city looks like right now. This doesn't have to be this
Really, this is what every city looks like right now. And I think he literally used Seattle as an
doing
example,
productive
where
things,
I am now.
and then society
Yeah, it's literally Seattle, I think. I'm pretty certain that's supposed to be Seattle, and now
collapses. This is what every city looks like right now.
it's a really interesting... So for those of you guys that don't know, conservatives heavily play to an audience of people that are not very worldly. You would be surprised, but in America, there are an insane amount of people who have not been within outside of 2 hours of where they were born and grew up. Like, they were born into a small town, maybe 4 or 5 hours away from a big city. They've never seen a building more than 5 stories high in their lives, never seen a skyscraper or a city themselves, and their entire view of what real-life American cities are like is filtered entirely through memes, YouTube videos like this, right-wing news coverage, and what they see on Twitter clips on the internet. And these are people who are very easy to just warp the perspectives of. It's like how Americans, you can just tell them anything about what Europe is like, and if they haven't been there, they'll believe it, and it'll warp their perception of what Europe looks like if they ever actually go there. And so because there's so many Americans out there in that flyover country that have never actually seen a real city before, they'll see a video like this, and they'll think, oh, yeah, I guess, every city is just burning down to the ground. Meanwhile, like, I go outside and, like, most of Seattle, like, on almost every corner in Seattle, there is a community garden. Most of Seattle is, like, nice, hilly, quiet, 2-lane road neighborhoods. A lot of it is on the water, like expensive, nice waterfront property that, like, extends for, like, miles inland from Lake Washington, the Puget Sound, and the Pacific Ocean, because almost everything in Seattle is waterfront. You have to understand that there is, like, a very narrow strip that goes from, like, I think it's northern Beacon Hill in Seattle down to Renton that is considered, like, the bad area of Seattle. And when you see, like, conservatives making videos where they talk about, like, the tent cities and, like, people high on fentanyl doing the fentanyl slump and, like, the fucking needles everywhere and stuff, that's that strip. It's, like, a very narrow strip in a city that is, like, 10,000 times larger than that strip. Okay? Like, probably way more, like 100,000 times larger than that strip. It is a very select area of land along the highways that goes up from Renton into, like, southern Seattle that has this problem. And, like, outside of that, it's like Skid Row in LA, exactly. Like, people go to Skid Row in LA, that one long street where it's tent cities and homeless people, and they say, this is all of LA. And, of course, people's natural inclination to just look at homeless people, the less fortunate, with disgust. All the much easier whenever they're, you know, high on drugs, when you get photos or video of them. It's easy to look at them with contempt and disgust and see them as what's responsible for ruining our cities and ruining our city streets. And they prey on that emotional reaction. And that's what this guy's doing here.
This doesn't have to be this complicated. It doesn't need to be a 7-minute video. All you need to know is lying is bad. When people start to say things like Lizzo is hot and I feel safe around bears, just go, well, what's your ulterior motive? Nobody knows how dangerous men are compared to bears, but I do know that I would rather see another bear in the woods than another woman in human resources.
Get it? Because HR, they're the ones who deal with, like, sexual harassment complaints. And HR is bad because men should be allowed to sexually harass women. And HR is bad because they don't allow that. And women in HR is bad because they think everything is sexual harassment, I guess. Way to drop the mask at the end as if it was ever there. God. Incel Khan Academy, everyone. They really did get mad about this whole man or bear thing. Like, way more mad than I think even close to reasonable. But I guess that was the goal of the people posting that stuff. They wanted to get men pissed off, and they sure did. Anyway, though, if you enjoyed this video, I hope you did. Consider leaving a like. It really helps the channel out a lot. As you guys know, I am grassroots funded here, so you guys donating, liking, and subbing really is the main way of supporting me and pushing me in the algorithm to more people. So every like means a lot. Every sub and rung a bell icon to turn on notifications means a lot, as does every single comment. Comments help a lot. And of course, if you want to support me directly, you can always donate, subscribe, or gift a sub yourselves on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through my Streamlabs link down below. Everything linked down below, by the way. And of course, if you want to join my fan Discord, it's actually the hub of my fan base. It's totally free, and we do watch parties, call-in streams, game events, and I also announce all my uploads and videos there, so you'll never miss anything. Highly recommend joining there. I do hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed this video. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out clean. All right. 2 segments left. And then we're going to be playing New Vegas. But first, we got some donos to read from my very kind, lovely supporters. Thank you, guys. PepperT21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Said, fat-shaming bastards. I like my women registering on the richer, thicker side than a bowl of oatmeal made with horse semen. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Jesus Christ, PepperT21. Not gonna lie, if Dracula from Dracula Flow was in From, or like had seen From, I think he'd unironically say, I wish the creatures in From were real so I could fuck them. I think that's exactly what he would say. And then he would fuck the creatures from. The men and the women, or the ones that look like men and the ones that look like women. It's when they go after things that can coincidentally lead towards a conclusion that just happens to take away people's protections. I don't know what you're referring to there, Oxpecker. Video onlys will never know the glory of the content scroll. So true. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. How many months is that, actually? I don't want to undercredit you for that purple name getting there. A couple months ago, the topic of shaming celebrities who have some weight pre-2010 came up. People like CD, Critical Drinker, Mahler, and Sargon claim that this never happened. That like back in pre-2010, there was like far more strict standards. I mean, delusional, I guess. The shows and movies are still around. 1 month? Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $10. It really helps a lot. Remember, guys, I am grassroots funded, so you guys supporting me it really helps a lot. It really does. It means the world. It's how I keep those lights on. The ones behind me. Speaking of which, they're going to turn off on their own like any minute now, so I'm going to add another 6 hours to that timer so they stay on. Hope this interaction does not lead to any fallout between us. Fallout New Vegas. Bang. The scroll is Xanderhall's prophet? It is indeed. Well, no, I am the prophet, and I read my profiteering from the scroll. I wrote it all, though, you know, I wrote it all. Okay. All right, everybody. I am the prophet. Whew, okay. Let me take a sippy before I start this next segment. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy. I hate to say this, as I don't even know if I'd say an ex-Asmongold fan, like a self-hating Asmongold fan. I don't know what phrase I'd give to myself here. I like Asmongold's WoW content, and I definitely enjoy his content that doesn't get into politics and stuff, but ever since the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, his content has gotten to be such content mill right-wing slop half the time at least, that's made it impossible to watch. It also doesn't help that whoever is editing his content, making his thumbnails and his titles and descriptions for his videos in his main channel, is probably like really far right. He uploaded a video, one we're about to cover, as our main way of discussing this. Elon unbanned a white supremacist, which is of course the main point and story of this, though we're going to view it through the lens of Asmongold's video covering it and talking about how people are handling the topic. Though Asmongold's editor wrote, mildly right-leaning political commentator Nick Fuentes gets unbanned on Twitter, as the description. It's since been changed. The new title and description is Elon's controversial unban. Totally not far-right commentator Nick Fuentes gets unbanned on Twitter. The channel editor is apparently Cat Danny and a daily dose of Asmongold, so I know who Cat Danny is. They've been around for a while, and they've been around for so long, I don't know if they could be the person who's like the weirdo right-winger. Maybe it's a daily dose of Asmongold who's the weirdo conservative, but regardless, Asmon ended up walking it back, or maybe the editors did, because it was a bad look. But like, this is a good example of why centrists tend to always end up benefiting the far right more than they could ever be politically neutral or like equally beneficial to either side or non-beneficial to either side. The fact is that those willing to do nothing when injustice takes place are always the most beneficial to the right, because the right are naturally in favor of injustice. They work to preserve injustice, while the right or the left fights for a positive justice, which means apathy will always be those that fight to preserve injustice's best friend, but can never, vibe well with those that try to fight against injustice. In fact, if anything, people like Asmongold always consistently act as a roadblock. Which is why, when Elon Musk announced that he was going to be unbanning possibly the most prominent neo-Nazi in America, Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes, as he gets unbanned, announces that he's excited to make a new name for himself and allow him to speak and create his own reputation and not what other people say about him. So, maybe a whole new batch of Zoomers are going to get introduced to Nick Fuentes, and they'll have no idea the shit he's said, done, or been involved with. And they'll be convinced that he's just some moderate, like, paleo-conservative, right-wing, just asking questions little guy, That's probably what he wants. That's definitely what he wants. He's fallen off over the last few years, so he's probably hoping this is going to breathe a lot of new life into his channel. And for an idea of how people are responding to this, you can look at the comments of Asmongold's video, and they're not great. Free speech means hearing what you don't want from people you don't like. Hasan literally said America deserved 9/11. I am Indonesian, and even in my country, he would end up in jail for supporting terrorism, saying this about your country. Well, that's the First Amendment. You're allowed to say that because of the First Amendment, which is a good thing, I think. How can you say he is not radical? J.K. Rowling isn't more radicalized. She is still like she has always been. It's the movement she was a part of that went off the cliff and now endorses things J.K. Rowling despises. To be fair, there's a lot of black supremacists on Twitter, and I don't see a single one getting called out, let alone banned. This is the price we have to pay for free speech. Meanwhile, if you simply reply to an Elon Musk tweet with the word cis man, your account will have a tag saying, for hate speech, this post has been suppressed. But this is the price we must pay for free speech, guys. By the way, hold on, let me test something. Okay. Seems like you can post cis man without a problem. At least for now. I've seen several people simply reply cis man to an Elon Musk tweet and get in trouble. Let me see if I can find one of my favorite examples. Well, here's the announcement. Repeated or targeted harassment against any account will cause the harassing accounts to receive at minimum temporary suspensions. Obviously, harassment isn't, like, good. Sure, that's fine. The words cis or cisgender are considered slurs on this platform. Mind you, these are the scientific and medical community's terms for, like when you are not trans. This is not like a derogatory phrase. It's just the word used for people who are not trans. I believe it comes from chemistry and has to do with the fact that if you're like a cis I forget exactly how it works, but the prefix cis comes from when something is the same on either side of like a chiral bond or whatever. And then trans has to do with like when it's different or opposing. I forget. It comes from Latin or something. I don't. It's something to do with chemistry, and it comes from chemistry, and it has to do with like, I don't know. Trans means across, cis means same, Zan. Yeah, it has, but it comes from like the terminology being used for trans and cis people comes from chemistry. I forget the exact explanation. It's overly complicated, but it's not a slur, and it's not ever had a derogatory, like, it's never been used derogatorily. Anyway, let's see how our favorite centrist responds to the issue of the most famous white supremacist and neo-Nazi in America right now being unbanned personally by the world's richest man.
So about, I'm trying to think about how many years ago this was. 5 years ago? I feel it was like 4 or 5 years ago, 2000.
Look how many people in Asmongold's chat are spamming America first in all caps.
21 says in a tweet. Oh, okay, yeah, I probably should have read that. And anyway, so Goldfish Memory, completely contradictory statement, only 2 days apart. And then some guy says, you work for Jews. And then Elon Musk responds to the accusation that you work for Jews by saying, while I don't condone the actions of one group, I must admit to being openly philo-Semitic. I don't know what that is. And generally trying to see the good in all people. And then in a response to that, this guy says, bring back Nick Fuentes on Twitter. He's been banned since 2021. What happened to your promise, big guy? Elon Musk goes and says, very well,
Notice how none of these conservatives ask Elon why, like, your, like, tweets get shadow banned if you say cisgender.
He will be reinstated provided he does not violate the law
because they
and
agree
let
with
him
that.
Be crushed by the comments and community notes. It's better to have anti-whatever out there in the open to be rebutted than grow.
It's better to have anti-whatever. He can't even say it, can he? Like, conservatives can't bear to say Nazi. Like, they can't. They can't admit Nazis are real. Because if they admit Nazis are real, they have to admit the guys with the Nazi tattoos, the swastika tattoos, and the Nazi flags chanting, like, about the Great Replacement are Nazis. That's them. And if they admit those are them, they have to admit they're friends with those Nazis. Mind you, look at that. Elon Musk follows Asmongold on Twitter. Obviously, we're never going to get an unbiased take from Asmongold about Elon Musk. Jesus Christ. Of course, Elon follows Asmongold.
Simmering in the darkness. And so it's looking like Nick Fuentes is getting unbanned. And so this is what he says here. This will get enormous backlash, but if it's free speech platform, I think
the entire chat says W, Elon W. His entire chat. Like, Asmongold is the biggest conservative on Twitch now. Most conservative streamers that were on Twitch moved to other platforms like Kick and Rumble. And so now, like, Asmongold is the conservative chat now. Like, you go to Asmon's chat to Nazi post and stuff, and post about America First and stuff. Weirdly enough, back in the day, Asmongold was one of the, like, only streamers that banned the tryhard emote because it was being used in a racist way. And when his fans tried to deny it, he was like, really? You guys are going to pretend like you don't know what you're doing when you spam that emote, and when you spam it, and why you spam it, and how you spam it? He used to be very, like very clear about that stuff, but now his chat's full of, like, people America First posting. I guess he's fully drank the, like, free speech Kool-Aid. I miss when everybody, like, realized that chanting free speech whenever somebody wants to get away with, like, any consequences for saying or doing an awful thing. I miss when everybody realized that was a stupid argument and said freeze peach and made fun of that. But now we're back in an era where people fall for that same argument again. Because, like, all the Zoomers from back then, all the politically disaffected teens have now gotten into politics on the right, and they fall for that same line of argument that we did back during the Gamergate days, you know? It's a whole repeat of history, like I said would happen.
It's the right move. I think that what Elon Musk wants to do is that he wants to... what do you call it? He wants to bring everybody back on Twitter, so there's no longer an expectation that advertisers will have that content will be removed from Twitter. I think this is like a meta-level strategy.
This is batshit insane logic. Okay, for one, Twitter has been continuously losing money in advertisers. It is not in any way recovering. It's continuing to bleed money. And does Asmongold... What? In no way does this move help with advertisers. It's just not Asmongold, it's just Elon. I'm so tired today. It's just Elon desperately trying to play to his sycophants.
Strategy that he has, where it's like basically I'm going to unban everybody. I'm going to not ban anyone. And so I think the goal is to normalize not expecting the platform to take an action, to normalize that. So that way advertisers don't pull out every single time somebody has a bad tweet. I think that's basically what his strategy, this is like his end game, right? Fuentes on Rumble openly asked for the total extermination of many ethnic groups with a rhetoric that would make a Nazi blush. Well, he's not calling for extermination of ethnic groups. It's of cookies, okay? Come on, you've got to get it right. And I think that this kind of stuff,
Yeah, so I think Asmongold knows and is making fun of Nick Fuentes there. He's referring to the cookie analogy that Nick Fuentes did about how the Holocaust couldn't have happened. If you don't know what I'm referring to, then... I mean, you don't even need to know, but basically it's just Nick Fuentes doing the Holocaust denial, but he replaces Jews with cookies and gas chambers with ovens, like cookie baking ovens. And yeah, it's just a lot of Holocaust denial. This is, I don't think Asmongold himself has any confusion about whether or not, like, Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, because remember, Asmongold has debated Nick Fuentes. Like, he and Destiny debated Nick Fuentes once. And Asmongold does not agree with Nick Fuentes, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Asmongold agrees with Nick Fuentes. Asmongold does agree with Nick Fuentes having a platform. And a platform is all these people want or need, because with a platform, they can grow their power. And once their power has grown, they can affect real-world change, whether it be inspiring people to real-world violence, like the Christchurch shooting and countless other mass killings committed after, like, with, like, manifestos written describing how they were inspired by far-right, like, online figures like Nick Fuentes, or simply just getting a bunch of people together to harass. Like, for example, Nick Fuentes and a bunch of groypers getting together to harass Ben Shapiro for being Jewish on the street. Like, they got around him and started, like, yelling at him because he's Jewish. Fuck Ben Shapiro and all, but, like, kind of scary that they felt comfortable harassing a Jewish man in the street and mobbing up on him. Like a famous, wealthy, powerful Jewish man. They felt that comfortable. Yeah. The fact is, once again, people like Asmongold will always serve the exact purpose they need to people like this, and will always act in opposition to the left, but they will continuously say, why does the left hate me so much? Why is the left so opposed to me when I'm just a politically neutral centrist? It's because their position naturally acts in opposition to the left while acting as a benefit to the right without realizing it.
I do agree with Elon with the fact that it's better to have this kind of stuff out in the open, because I feel like a really good example of this is Andrew Tate. I feel like after Andrew Tate got reinstated to Twitter, it became a lot more obvious that some of the things that he was saying were just fucking stupid. And I think that the more that people actually see the opinions of anybody, the more that people can actually discuss with those opinions.
The fact is, this doesn't change anything. Andrew Tate's tweets still get countless likes. This changes nothing. What do you mean? That nobody disliked Andrew Tate more after he got back onto Twitter. What are you talking about, Asmon? Do you know how to use a fucking platform? Where's the official Andrew Tate account? Is he on Twitter? Oh, he is. Here he is. Cobra Tate. His most recent tweet from 50 minutes ago has 6.3 thousand likes. From 1 hour ago, 6,000. An hour ago, 1.8. An hour ago, 1.7. 2 hours ago, 2.8. 2 hours ago, 1.2. 3 hours ago, 10,000. 4 hours ago, 3,000. 44,000. 10,000. 12,000. 3.9 thousand. 4.6 thousand, 8.6 thousand, and he's monetized. So the fact is, he's just been brought back onto a platform where he's just now going to monetize his posts, which are going to get massively high engagement, especially when people disagree with them. Now, literally, the disagreement, the engagement, the argument, the free speech is literally nothing but a money racket for a neo-Nazi. Every person who disagrees with him is going to give him a view on Twitter that his Twitter blue is going to make him money for. Elon Musk has just provided the world's biggest neo-Nazi with a job, pretty much. Is that really the kind of thing that we want to support, we want to defend? Like, when I put it that way, does it make more sense to people, maybe? Why so many are against this kind of thing?
Are, and the validity or lack of validity of them, right? Not kind of true? Yeah, and so this is what he says. I believe Nick was also incredibly radicalized as a result of censorship. Well, I think a lot of people have that happen. Like, so what I think happens is that people might get kicked off of the platform.
What? Nick Fuentes was radicalized by censorship? No. Nick Fuentes was streaming on YouTube to 40,000 people when he was doing the cookie analogy. He was not radicalized by censorship. None of these people have ever been radicalized by censorship. You get censored, quote unquote, for saying things that are quite fucking extreme. You have to have already been pretty radical to get censored, quote unquote, in the first place.
Platform, or they get kicked off of like some group, or they get fired from a company, or they have something happen. Like, most people get radicalized not because of...
Nick Fuentes started spouting Nazi propaganda online at like 15 years old or something. He literally started when he was in high school.
Of reading online rhetoric, but because something happens to them in their personal life that validates the online rhetoric that they were already aware of. So, like, for example, somebody, has a bad experience with, like, a girl, right? And then they go online and they start looking for information about why girls are bad. Or, somebody has a bad experience with a black person. And then so they go online and they start reading information about that, right? Most people have the cookie quotes, then people take the quotes and make them...
Yeah, so why should we encourage that information that they seek out to reinforce some bias they have at an emotional time? Because, like, guy gets, like, fucked over by a girl, sure, for, like, a couple days he'll be mad about it, and then he'll get over it and, like, realize that anything, like, over the top he might have said about women at the time was, just emotionally driven. But if that guy then stumbles across some incel forum that he starts frequenting, now that one moment of, like, emotional anger about women after a breakup or after getting rejected turns into a new lifestyle of browsing incel forums and learning a whole new philosophy about how you view men and women and how they should act in society. So why are you defending the people who those individuals then find to then build up their hatred of that group?
An ideology? Oh yeah, of course, right? J.K. Rowling is a good example of radicalized by backlash. Her earlier tweets are pretty normal, but she got death threats. I think J.K. Rowling is a great example. Yeah, I think that's definitely a great example, because, like, J.K. Rowling...
This is a fair point, actually. J.K. Rowling's original tweets were really out of touch and, like, cringe, and there was a fair amount of ambiguity about her position on trans people for a while, and it progressively got more extreme, and she no doubt got pushed in to the TERF sphere, and after a certain point, it was like she kind of went over that waterfall, and there was no pulling her back. The left does tend to have a little bit of a of a little bit of a non-Newtonian fluid aspect to it, right? Like, you almost become a part of the left without even trying or realizing it. But if you try to insist you're part of the left and maybe you just have some ideas that don't exactly like line up with everything that's expected, you're not going to be let in. You're not going to end up sinking into the left like when you have some, if you're not willing to completely submit and just sink into it. If you're willing to push back even a little, you'll hit the left like a brick wall. Much like a non-Newtonian fluid. But if you're just some person discovering some progressive values through experiences or doing online research or just experiencing it like passively, learning about it passively, you kind of sink into progressive ideology like Oobleck. You know what I mean? How did these lights turn off after I just extended their timer? Does the timer extension not even work? Do I literally have to wait till they turn off and then turn them back on? That sucks.
Was like, you know, she was basically saying like, yeah, trans women are women, but they're not the same as like biological women. And people went absolutely fucking apeshit on her for that.
Well, like, once again, though, there's a reason why people went apeshit. Why did J.K. Rowling feel the need to come out and say trans women aren't the same as biological women? Everyone knows that cis women and trans women aren't the same, as do trans people. The only reason someone would come out and say that is like, to be rude to trans people, to like make a hot take about trans people and their like validity and their identity that's meant to offend trans people. Does Asmongold, does he believe that J.K. Rowling said that with no intent to offend anyone? Just casually just saying, yeah, trans women and cis women, they're different. And with no intent of hurting anyone's feelings. Like, that was just a casual, harmless tweet she made, not even thinking about it, no intent to like start a fire, get people talking, get people angry about that. I think maybe she was fishing for a bit of a response from the get-go, to be honest.
Like, I mean, I'm talking like, because before then, see, a lot of people might not remember this, but J.K. Rowling was like a super...
Like, all the comments are spamming like the Chad, Tuxedo, Pepe, and then Rowling.
Omega feminist. And like, people would complain about this a lot on the internet back in the early days. And so as soon as this happened, a lot of people were like...
J.K. Rowling was never a mega feminist. The left made fun of J.K. Rowling for the fact that after all the Harry Potter books came out and the movies came out, she started retroactively saying that every character, like a bunch of characters were gay or LGBT as a way to like... Or LGB, I should say, not LGBT. As a way to... like retroactively make the stories more progressive and to fit like a narrative about her that does not exist. And like people fall for it. Like the people who were criticizing J.K. Rowling from the get-go were lefties making fun of her for her faux progressivism with like retroactively making characters gay. And then conservatives who were burning the books because they were satanic, I guess.
Like, well, that's what you get, right? Because you court this audience, and then now they're turning on you, and that's it. She's Alyssa TERF. Yeah, and TERF, for anybody who doesn't know, it's a trans-exclusionary radical feminist. It's a term that people use for like women that feel like trans women aren't women, right? That's basically what's going on. And so I think what's happened in the process of that is that J.K. Rowling...
My favorite thing about all of this as well is the TERF movement is by and large made up of the most man-hating women you will ever see. Like, the TERF movement is foundationally based in man-hate, the most overt and wretched man-hate you'll ever see. So it's hilarious when conservatives like this defend TERFs. Because if any of these dudes ever encountered a TERF, that TERF would immediately tell them that, like, they wish their ex-girlfriend had killed them. You know? Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but one of the TERFs, like, biggest idols is a woman named... Is it Judy Arias or something? Jolie Arias? What's her name? Fuck. The lady who murdered that lady, Jody? Is it Jody Arias? Yeah, here she is. This is Jody Arias. There are different photos of her that go back a long ways, so you're going to see a lot of different images used. But if you see a TERF account, like a really wretched TERF account online, chances are they'll be using one of these images as a profile picture. You might have seen the famous JCS criminal psychology video that breaks down the interrogation and case of Jodi Arias. She is a woman who famously murdered a guy who rejected her, that she was obsessed, she was obsessed with the guy. She was a literal femcel. She was obsessed with the guy. The guy didn't reciprocate, or I think had a one-night stand with her. She got really upset and felt used, and then went to the guy's house while he was showering and stabbed him to death, took photos of his body and of the crime scene, and then left, tried to play the innocent victim and cried in court, cried in the interrogations, tried to play an innocent victim, but was provably the murderer, caught on her photos that she took on her camera murdering the guy. And these TERFs love her. They will use her as their profile pictures, they stan her, and they view her as their idyllic person. And if you're ever a pro-trans guy, they will flood your replies with pictures of this woman and say she's coming for you or some shit like that, because she's their queen serial killer, not even serial killer, murderer, man murderer femcel, right? So it's always funny that at the end of the day, the things that these people advocate for will always be against their best interests, down to the point of defending people that hate them, you know? It's really funny stuff, really funny stuff. Anyway, Nick Fuentes is back on Twitter. I guess we're going to see some pretty wild shit come out of that, no doubt. He's no doubt going to immediately start Nazi posting overtly, and it's going to empower a lot of the other Nazi posters on the platform. I expect for the mask that, if you think the mask is dropped on Nazi accounts now, I expect every other conservative tweet on Twitter to just be dropping hard RN bombs from here on out, now that Nick Fuentes is back. I think we're legitimately going to enter a serious era of constant hate speech and slurs on Twitter to a degree you can't possibly imagine now that their king is back. Anyway, if you like this video, please consider dropping a like. Every single thumbs up basically acts as a cattle prod against YouTube to push my content, my videos, and my channel out in the algorithm to more people, which means more subs, more new fans, more views, all that good stuff, and it really helps me a lot. So every single thumbs up, like, I really do appreciate it. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, if you haven't already, please consider following my social medias, all linked down below in the description. And of course, if you want to support me financially, please consider subscribing, donating, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below in the description, as with all the rest. Remember, I am a grassroots funded content creator, so your support is what keeps this channel going, and I really do appreciate it. And of course, if you haven't already, please consider joining my fan Discord. The joining link is down below in the description. It's totally free, and it's the main hub for my fan base, where I do watch parties, game events, call-in streams, and I make all my announcements for my my uploads and everything, so you'll never miss any announcements or any notifications. So yeah, I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. Whew. Man, that took a lot of breath, that outro there. How'd you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out really good. We got just one more before we got New Vegas. Been live for 4 hours already. Excuse me. Sorry, One Piece 34. I gotta use the restroom really quick. I will be right back, and we'll be getting on to our next segment. Thank you so much for your support so far, by the way. You guys have been so, so kind. Hey, put the president on the phone. I fronted him a brick and now I need my money. What's up, guys? I'm back. Oh yeah, chat. I'm curious, everyone. What are you all drinking tonight while you watch this stream? I assume you've got some hydration with you. I'm drinking water myself. It's actually right behind me there. I need to... Yoink. Cool Blue Gatorade. Gatorade. Water. Powerade. Water. Sparkling Lime Water. Dr. Pepper. Water in a little. In a little? What? Coke and water. Cherry Coke. A&W Root Beer. Water. Crisp, refreshing water. Mostly tea, but sometimes pop. Got multiple cups. Chocolate milk as always. Chocolate milk. Apple juice. Yummy. Got some creative drinks tonight, chat. I like that. Pear cider. Conch. And Peebus. Dreading waiting for Fuentes' next big move on Twitter. Oh, he's gonna start live streaming on Twitter or something, I'm sure. People reminding me I can make a London fog at home. A London fog? What the fuck is that? Is it like a drink or something? I don't know. Probably a drink. Anyway, it's time for us to get started on the last segment of the night. It's tea? Oh, tea. By the way, guys, Mom, you should probably, like, I don't know, turn off the stream for, like, the next 2 minutes or something, because spoilers for From, if you're watching stream right now. I mean, it's not really super spoilery at all, but, like, I mean, if you don't want to see it, guys, they released a trailer for Season 3 of From. It is a very brief teaser, and when I say a teaser, it is a fucking teaser, and it goes crazy, dude. Like, even if you've never seen From, I feel like you can appreciate how much of a fucking tease this trailer is. And if you've seen From, you will definitely be able to appreciate how hyped this is and how scary this trailer is, to be completely honest with you. A different kind of fear, though. Here, let's watch this.
You said this place couldn't break you. That's what she said. Let's see.
You're so strong. You're so strong. Just no. I know.
Bro, Season 3's gonna go crazy. Was there a watch party recently? Yeah, we started the first 3 episodes of Season 2 a couple nights ago. If you didn't see it, then you must not have notifications on in the Discord. So make sure you turn those on, or you will most likely miss a lot of watch parties, including ones for From. Oh my god, so fucking hype. This fall. Yep, this fall. Uh-oh, yeah. Dude, that trailer goes so crazy. The MGM Plus really takes me out. Why? It's just where it's from. The worms are back! I missed it because I was sleeping. Shame. When do they get out of this place, trademark? I don't know. I hope they can get out of this place, even if it's the last thing they ever do. Alright. I wasn't there for the watch party. How many episodes did you watch? We watched the first 3 episodes of Season 2. So, next watch party, which should be on Monday night, assuming everybody is still available, after stream on Monday night, we'll be doing another watch party of From, and we'll watch up to episode 6, maybe 7, depending on what people are down for. And it's gonna go crazy. It's gonna be awesome. I need to be there for episode 6. Yes, you do. Yes, you fucking do. You absolutely need to be there for episode 6. Episode 6 is going to go crazy. All right. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, everybody, it seems the police have gone and done exactly what you would expect them to do based on their history, especially going back to the not so long ago George Floyd protests, and they have served the interests of the right, once again, by clearing out in a violent manner, of course, arguably a unwarrantedly violent manner, clearing out the students protesting on the UCLA campus. Now, to be fair, there have been somewhat valid-ish seeming reports about, like, violence occurring within the encampment. I do think there's some worth in looking at this situation, like, probably, like, in a year back from now, much like how we look at Chop or Chaz. It reminds me a lot of that. But once again, like, they were protesting a good cause, which is the fact that Israel has been indiscriminately attacking Gaza in such a way that we've now had nearly 36,000 mostly civilian Palestinians die. In a country, by the way, or a place, by the way, where the majority of the population are under 18 years old. They are kids. It's really fucked up. And the fact that I guess these kids didn't protest the right way is how this is being justified. I genuinely don't know. The response from Biden, the school, and the police has not been great. The police have had the worst response. The school have had, I'd argue, the second worst response. And while Biden's response is not outright demonic like some lefties have framed it as, it's not fantastic, and we're definitely going to be criticizing it. You know, I'd give my fair share of praise to Biden. I cover every bill, policy, or big news update that has to do with what a good job Biden is doing. But he's not perfect, and it's time to talk about how not perfect he is. I figure we ought to watch one of the worst outlets to talk about this possible to get, like, the most cringe out of this story. Fox 11 did a 8-minute news thing, like the aftermath of the UCLA protests. Demonstrators released, campus completely cleared out. I imagine the framing of this is going to be god-awful from Fox News, but let's take a look.
An encampment dismantled. Law enforcement in riot gear bring an end to a week-long protest at UCLA. Using flashbangs.
Man, they can't even on Fox frame it as if the police weren't fucking these kids up. You know, like, at least they can't deny that the police were engaging in some pretty extreme measures to clear these kids out. Some pretty violent measures. I'm curious what the justification will be.
And zip ties. Protesters detained one by one. After a 9-hour-long standoff, more than 200 arrested. Free Palestine!
If I'm free, then...
Why is it legal for the cops to zip tie people when they arrest them? Like, zip ties aren't they, like, notoriously dangerous ways of restraining people because of the way that they don't loosen and they cut into your skin? Like, that's the shit the J6 protesters or rioters brought to the Capitol to capture elected representatives. I don't know. I feel like that shouldn't be allowed.
What does that mean if my brothers and sisters in Palestine aren't free?
They're just free Palestine. That's why we're all here. And this is an attack on democratic rights. This is outrageous.
And following the early morning raid, daylight revealed the damage left behind.
A lot of people have tried to pin this damage on the students. I don't really think you get to do that. Had the students been allowed to disperse on their own and they left it like this, I think that would be a fair criticism. But when the police fire rubber bullets and tear gas and charge in and start, like, hitting people with bear spray and nightsticks, and they're like pushed out, I don't think you can criticize them for the way they left the campus. Like, you can't. Like, they weren't allowed to clean this up.
Welcome to the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock now, simulcast on our sister station, Fox 11 Plus. I'm Marla Tejas. Alex Michelson is on assignment.
And I'm Christine Devine. A drastic difference on the UCLA campus from yesterday to today. Here's the latest on the encampment raid early this morning, just before 3 a.m. Hundreds of law enforcement breached and dismantled the pro-Palestine encampment at UCLA. An hour later, the area was cleared. More than 200 people were arrested. They're likely looking at only misdemeanor cases, according to the LA DA, George Gascon.
And just moments ago, UCLA's chancellor spoke publicly for the first time since this entire ordeal began. We have team coverage tonight. Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna will show us the cleanup efforts on campus.
We begin with Matthew Seedorf, who has those new details from the chancellor and some of the arrested protesters.
Notice how the media coverage is going to heavily focus on the damage to the campus, like how much of a cleanup needs to be done. And yet, no opportunity could have ever been given in this circumstance to these students to clean up their, like, protest area because of the fact that they were pushed away and made to leave forcibly and in a hurry.
Matthew.
Yeah, Christine, the chancellor says that he...
So now it's going to be a framing of look how much of a mess they made.
Wanted to give students a chance to express themselves, raise their voices, kind of following the model as Cal Berkeley. But after the violence on Tuesday, he says they changed their mind. Here he is just moments ago.
Mind you, the violence on Tuesday were Zionist counter-protesters attacking the pro-Palestinian protesters with 2x4s. As the police stood single file, Uvalde style, doing absolutely jack shit nothing and watching them do this. Mind you, when it was time to raid the encampment, they acted without hesitation or fear. I was part of a pro-Palestine protest and we did not leave a mess, nor did we get the police called on us. Yeah, I imagine, like, if the police weren't called and weren't made to do what they did, there wouldn't have been a massive mess left behind. If the students were allowed to protest and, like, left on their own means, they probably would have taken their shit and left, and they probably wouldn't have left a massive pile of trash, because generally these young college kids, they believe in eco-conservation, and, you know, these are vegans and shit. They're not going to be leaving a giant pile of trash on the campus.
It was clear by yesterday that no solution was really possible, that we couldn't come to any kind of compromise, and our feeling was at this point that...
Well, I mean, the thing they were protesting was the fact that a shitload of students were going to be given unpreferential treatment. Essentially, what they were mainly protesting was the fact that UCLA, I think, was setting up a sister campus in Israel, and Israeli students would be given preferential treatment to all other students, and particularly Palestinian students that are tuition-paying students at the other sister campus in America. So the idea that you can pay tuition to a school and they can have a location in another country where you are actively discriminated against because of how you were born? Not exactly the kind of thing that should fly. Not exactly the kind of thing I want my tuition money going to if I'm a college student, I think.
The encampment simply had to be removed, and the students were told they'd have to vacate, and they could vacate freely, and they could leave without any impact on them. But
how do you leave? Like, do you think the cops were discriminating between those that were, like, packing up their stuff and those that were sitting defiantly, refusing to leave and pushing back against them? Or do you think once a couple people started, like, fighting the cops, inevitably that would happen, all hell broke loose and the cops started going after everybody and there was no opportunity to peacefully leave unless you were running in the stampede? Because that's how these things go. Let's not delude ourselves.
Many, fortunately, we had to call in the police. Very few students, actually some left immediately. When the police arrived, many of the students that were in the encampment and others left. But there was a residual group that didn't leave, that resisted. Some resisted.
Mind you, if they're leaving in a hurry as the police arrive, how are they supposed to clean everything up and not leave a mess? Once again, all of this is justifying the police action that led to the mess being left behind, and then the mess left behind will be pinned on the protesters.
Police action to remove them, and it led to a number of arrests.
Interesting to hear him explaining their thought process through this for the first time, but very different.
I wonder if they cut him off there before talking about the counter-protesters attacking with the 2x4s, because that doesn't really fit the narrative that, with the implication that the pro-Palestine protesters were the violent ones. I don't believe there was any violence from the UCLA pro-Palestine protesters. I feel like if there was any significant violence towards another person, we wouldn't be able to hear the end of it right now. I feel like I would have seen 100 clips and references to it by now. So I'm guessing it was not significant, or it hasn't been made public yet, maybe?
Here from what we've been seeing throughout this last week, now we're hearing from those arrested for the first time. Pro-Palestinian campaign protesters from UCLA now getting released from jail. The demonstrators greeted outside.
Mind you, this is exactly what happened to civil rights protesters in the 1960s. Bernie Sanders himself, as I showed earlier in the stream, but this is a different segment, so I'll show it. Bernie Sanders arrested. Famous image of Bernie Sanders being arrested when he marched with Martin Luther King Jr. back in the civil rights protests in the 1960s. That's Bernie right there, young 19-year-old Bernie in college getting dragged away by the police. He was arrested. Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested numerous times as well. Many of his best writings, such as his letter from Birmingham jail, were written in jail. Because, yeah, a fair amount of law breaking tends to be part of, like, the fact that MLK did a lot of his, like, activism from jail alone is a fact that I don't think enough Americans know about, right? Like, breaking the law is part of activism, whether you like it or not. The law is not a moral line. The law is typically meant to follow our morals, but should not be what we draw our morals on. We have had many, 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 many immoral and impractical, and both, laws throughout history. Just because the government says you must do something or you can't do something does not mean that something is wrong. And I don't think what the majority of these kids were doing was wrong, nor what the kids that were protesting back in the 1960s against segregation was doing were wrong, even if they were arrested. Many of them were arrested, just like these kids, and they're being, like, clapped as they're being receiving applause as they leave the police station, just as those protesters in the 1960s did, no doubt.
With food and cheers.
It was for a cause I believed in, and I was surrounded by my fellow students. I'm proud in being arrested tonight.
Early Thursday morning, UCLA police arrested 210 people at the camp for failure to disperse. The large encampment covered the campus's quad almost a week.
I don't see anything unlawful about it. I think we were peaceful.
Late Tuesday night, pro-Israel supporters clashed with encampment demonstrators. At least 15 people injured, some beaten.
I was clubbed 2 times in the head with a wooden 2x4 beam.
This UCLA student.
You know what? I actually fair credit to Fox News for actually giving the mic to some of these kids and not even, like, framing them negatively here, at least in this bit. There was one clip that was like, you can just tell that, like, right-wing media was fishing for more, like, another big, like, r/anti-work Reddit mod interview moment. You know what I mean?
Arrested Thursday morning at the encampment says he had to go to the hospital the night before with a concussion after the violent conflict with counter-protesters.
One side is being really just protective, holding a line, while the other side is coming up and being very aggressive.
You can't define this as peaceful when you're vandalizing school buildings. You're creating a system of apartheid where you allow certain people into half the campus.
Oh, look, they're making the bird while I'm doing... Cell phone video this week shows protesters blocking...
Yep, so this is the guy who is an agitator. So this guy has been shown shaking the hands of the police on numerous occasions. There are multiple photos of him shaking cops' hands. The most famous one you'll see handed around is him, like, at the back of a cop's squad car with the trunk open, shaking the cop's hand, like, sitting next to the trunk, like, open trunk of the back of the cop's squad car. It's like more of a squad SUV, like squad van. This guy was just approaching random groups of protesters and asking them to move aside so he can, like, on video, so he can, quote unquote, go to class, but, like, he could just go around them, and he was just recording clips of that to make it look like Jewish students weren't being allowed to get past some blockade that existed that didn't exist. There were no Jewish students being blocked from going anywhere. My favorite clip that came out of this was, there was a point in the protest where things had gotten, like, a lot more calm, like a lot more chill, You know what I mean? Like, people were just kind of sitting down, eating, maybe smoking some weed or something in the tents. No one was really yelling. It was very quiet for a protest, and everyone was sitting down, just catching their breath. And this lady walked up in a shirt, like a blue shirt that had, like, Jew spray painted on it. And she walked up to, like, the border of the protest area and started, like, putting her arms out to, like, yelling, "Jew here! Jew here!" as she, like, turned in circles to, like, point herself at all the protesters, like, trying to bait someone into attacking her, I guess. Like, and she had people recording her, too. Like, she had people, like, that were her friends there to record her just in case someone attacked her so she could get it on video. And she's, like, walking around the shirt with Jew spray painted on it, just shouting out like a town crier or someone, like, selling hot dogs. "Jew here! Got your Jew here!" Like it was fucking wild, dude. Like, she was just... like, the people out there trying to bait hate crimes from pro-Palestine protesters are some of the most wacky characters that have come out of this entire story. It's quite funny, if I do say so myself. This guy's one of them.
Blocking a Jewish student from walking through a section of campus. While photos inside the camp show graffiti on buildings and sidewalks, some of it considered offensive towards Jewish people. How do you react to the graffiti inside the camp, even swastikas?
I heard you mention swastikas. I've actually not seen any swastikas. I've seen a lot of the graffiti. We wanted it.
Okay, apparently there have been swastikas drawn on the ground from the looks of those photos, unless, like, Fox News made it up.
To raise attention to
I guess,
disrupt
you know,
events because the campus wasn't willing to do anything.
Everybody I protested with would not stand with those actions. Doing such things like that, they're not really for the...
Yeah, I don't think any Nazis are going to be able to openly chant their Nazi shit at this protest. If anything, there were probably people in the crowd that were Nazis just there to be, like, disruptors. That's always going to be a thing at any protest. But, like, these are not Nazi students. Like, we're literally... Are we actually going to go from these students are too woke, they call everybody Nazis, to they're Nazis and they draw swastikas? Literally back in 2016, the right were arguing that, like, college students drawing swastikas on bathroom stalls wasn't a problem, and that the kids complaining about it and saying there were Nazis at their schools were, like, being too, like, they were asking for safe spaces. That was the narrative. Like, college students, they're being, like, pussies, and if they're complaining about anti-Semitism and swastikas on walls and graffiti like that, then they need to get over it. But now that they can frame it as being progressive students being the real Nazis, all of a sudden anti-Semitism is a real problem that they care about all of a sudden. Funny.
Movement?
Was there some division between the group on that?
Okay. Okay. I don't think we're...
Well, what happened there? Oh, what?
Movement?
Was there some division between the group?
Because the campus wasn't willing to do anything.
Everybody I protested with would not stand with those actions. Doing such things like that, they're not really for the movement.
Was there some division between the group on that?
Okay. Okay. I don't think we're talking to media anymore.
Dude, I bet that's dishonestly cut too. I bet that's really dishonestly cut to make him look like he's like protecting Nazis in the group or something too.
Interviews cut short by demonstrators covering our camera. The group writing Free Palestine, this time outside the LA jail. And the protest...
It's chalk. That's not graffiti, that's chalk, by the way. Chalk that literally washes away with either a hose or rain.
We met say they never actually spoke with UCLA staff about their demands this entire week. Reporting live tonight, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
All right, Matthew, thank you. We have this update now from the LA Mayor, Karen Bass. She says she was at the incident command post at UCLA last night and into this morning. She issued a statement saying every student deserves to be safe and live peacefully on their campus. Harassment, vandalism, and violence have no place at UCLA or anywhere in our city. My office will continue to coordinate closely with local and state law enforcement, area universities, and community leaders to keep campuses safe and peaceful.
And as we mentioned earlier, cleanup efforts at UCLA, they've been ongoing all day long as the quad between Royce Hall and Powell Library is almost back to normal. Fox 11's Susan Hirasuna, she joined us now live 24 hours ago. This was a much different picture.
Well, Marla, from this vantage point, we couldn't even see into the camp because they had basically bolstered their fencing with those tall pieces of plywood. Well, now you see it's pretty much cleaned up, but there's still some graffiti left at Royce Hall. Meantime, other efforts to keep the students out, they will continue. And here's an example of what happened when some students tried to get to this area earlier today.
Let's turn around and say no. The answer is no.
These people found out what happens when you try to get back into the area that was a pro-Palestinian encampment.
Shame on you. All right. Shame on you.
These people these people found out, like, they were protesters. Literally, nobody actually is in favor of the First Amendment. I don't actually believe anybody who says they love freedom of speech or like big on. I don't think anybody is actually in favor of freedom of speech. Everybody celebrates when those that they don't like are censored. Everybody has standards of what they think should be censored. Most people celebrate if like a known pedophile gets banned off of like YouTube, for example, like some like Minecraft YouTuber Kitty Diddler or something gets banned off the platform. Everyone celebrates that for the most part, because most people agree that's the kind of content, the type of people even who deserve to be censored and outright banned and not allowed to have a platform. Everybody agrees with censorship. It's just who needs to be censored and who should have free speech that people disagree on. The right thinks they should have freedom of speech and freedom of consequences, and the left should be restricted. They're quite open about this. They literally refer to any ideas left of theirs as a mind virus that needs to be exterminated. They run on the idea of jailing their running opponents. Like Donald Trump ran on the motto, lock her up, like running on the idea that the second he got into office, he would lock up Hillary in prison, his opponent. The right does not believe in freedom, and certainly not freedom of speech for those that they don't like. And frankly, I'd say most of the left is open about the fact they don't believe in freedom of speech for people that want to use their freedom of speech for hate. The fact is, the left just tends to be more open about the fact that we're not under the delusion, nor do we lie about being free speech absolutists like people on the right do. And then there's the people on the center who are delusionally of the belief that they'll die to defend anyone's right to freedom of speech, and yet here they are, people like Asmongold, defending the police, destroying this protest, you know? So, like, the fact is that it's all about your biases when it comes to who you're in favor of being censored. Everyone's in favor of censorship. The disagreement is on who needs to be censored.
This after a raucous night as police moved in to arrest those who wouldn't leave the area around 3 a.m. With smoke hovering over the camp and the sound of flashbangs, LAPD and CHP officers moved in to break down the tents and remove the plywood barriers, all while protesters tried to hold their ground. By daylight, a cleanup effort that required dozens of workers to pick up the tarps and trash. Bulldozers moved in to move the trash into giant bins, eventually filled to the brim. Today, LA's Gigi Gracia toured the exterior of Royce Hall.
Now all of the walls are either spray painted or chalked with different messages.
The graffiti.
Damn, you could film like a Fallout fan film here.
Will be removed, but will be cleaned, and that takes more time than merely painting over the graffiti that was on the plywood surrounding a scaffold. And then we found this in an area on campus far away from the protest area, including...
Far away from the protest area. Yeah? Yeah, it's almost like if you were anywhere inside of the crowded area where the protesters were, and you tried to draw a fucking swastika on the wall, the second I feel like you might be able to get this, but the second you got to here, I think you'd get jumped. Interesting. Far away from the protest area.
A swastika. We tried to get student reaction to the overnight events. Sense from people what they think about what happened.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Condition of the campus right now.
No one's talking to press. They know what the deal is. They know what your goal is. They know what your framing is. They see the fox on your microphone. The second they see the big FOX and then the 11 on the microphone, all they need to see is the FOX and they know they're not talking to your ass.
All right, so multiple barriers still remain up. In fact, this
they probably saw that FOX from like 20 feet away and were like, not talking to this bitch.
area, we had some trouble getting back into this area, so it is clear they're trying to keep any protesters from coming back into the area. But this is a sprawling campus. I did talk to somebody who then refused to be let us use her interview, but she says there are plans. She just is not privy to them, but certainly the campaign pro-Palestinian.
Wait, could those other people have not just asked for their not to be used? XOF News, so true.
Campaign is not over here at UCLA. Reporting.
Yeah, no, I think people are going to be like, on one hand, I feel a lot of the enthusiasm for this issue is definitely, it's a wave, right? It's going to go away eventually, or at least go back to being fractional to where it is now. There was a point, for example, where like the majority of Americans were in favor of the BLM protests, and then after the George Floyd stuff became old news, quote unquote, the amount of average American support for the BLM protests dropped substantially, now back to like close to 50-50 levels across like American opinion. I think that there's this tendency for Americans to have goldfish memory, even like some of the more politically inclined. And this can lead to surprisingly wavering political standards, where like back during the BLM protests, a bunch of people were pro-BLM protests. Now all of a sudden they look back at it as rioting in the streets. Really weird shit. And I'm wondering how things are going to switch up here, if we're going to see a broader like American like dislike of this, if it's going to be looked back at like Chaz, or if it's going to be looked back at like, or Chaz Chop, whatever you call it, the Seattle where they took over a couple streets and they made like a tent city thing. I wonder if it'll be looked back at the same way as that, where like to this day, when I argue with conservatives, I have to like explain Chaz and why most of the left does not support that type of stuff. And like bite that bullet that was cringe, because nobody can be convinced that wasn't. I'm sorry, guys. Good luck. If you want to try that, then you be my guest. But yeah, I'm wondering if it'll be looked back at like Chaz or like the 60s civil rights movement. I'm really curious, because the media is already moving to frame it like Chaz or Chop. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please consider leaving a like, because every single thumbs up acts as like a little cattle prod to YouTube that pushes my content in the algorithm out to far more people. So I really do appreciate it to every single one of you who supports me that way. And if you haven't already, subscribing and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications really helps as well, so YouTube has a higher chance of telling you whenever I go live or upload a new video. And you can also boost my content in the algorithm by commenting down below. It really does help a lot. And of course, I really enjoy reading your comments. So tell me what you think of this topic. I really enjoy hearing your comments. And of course, if you haven't already, make sure to follow my social medias, all linked down below in the description. And if you want to support me directly, as this is a fully grassroots funded channel, please consider, well, I guess I get YouTube ad revenue and stuff, but you know what I mean. Consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch through Streamlabs, also linked down below in the description. And of course, if you haven't already, be sure to join my fan Discord. It's totally free. Join link in the description as well. I do watch parties, like game events, call-in streams, and I announce all my uploads and streams there, so you won't miss anything. So I highly recommend you join there. It's the main hub of my fan base, and it's totally free. And I hope to see you there. And I really hope you enjoyed this video. Hell yeah. How do you guys like that segment? Hey Zan, Lucy Hayes wants to have a convo with you. Is your Discord still non-available? I am playing New Vegas tonight. Maybe we can have some on-stream conversations tomorrow, or like maybe the day after, because I'll be streaming the next 2 days. Can't make any promises though, because I like to do these like pre-planned streams. It's easier for me. But we will see. Right now, I've just done a whole bunch of segments. I've been live for nearly 5 hours, and I'm ready for some New Vegas. It's been days. Days since I've gotten to play some New Vegas. Some New Vegas. Alright, very quickly I'm going to use the restroom, but before I do, I'm going to make an announcement that I'm playing New Vegas in my Discord, and then we're going to hop on. Everyone... Wait, actually I'm going to just make the same announcement I always do. All right, I will be right back, guys. BRB. Arg. I'm back and ready for some gamer time. Woo! Alright, chat, here's the moment of truth. My internet speed tests were all normal today, so that should mean no problems maxing out my YouTube bitrate for gaming. But last time I did it, we had some weird issues with my internet. And if they happen again today, I am calling my ISP, and some poor minimum wage person on the other end of the phone is going to get yelled at for a minute until they flip that switch to unthrottle my internet, because I know they do that shit. All right, I'm about to apply the change. Let's hope the stream doesn't shit itself. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Stream seems solid. I think we're good. Obviously, we won't know if the problem is like back until I start streaming the game, because the game bitrate, like the movement, is what sets it off. But we'll see if it happens. Stream isn't shitting, but it is pissing. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. Alright, let me open up Steam and then launch New Vegas. Lucy's New Vegas just randomly crashes while loading sometimes, lol. Yeah. Imagine she's just like, you're halfway through the show and all of a sudden the game, like the show crashes. That'd go crazy. Right in time for New Vegas? Yes. The perfect timing. The only thing that's important about my streams, New Vegas. Chat, if you don't have spurs that go jingle jangle, you can get the fuck out. Wait, is the Fallout show modded? That's the real question. Is that vanilla Fallout, or is it modded? It would be presumably vanilla because it's canon, right? Zan, would you ever do like a totally evil, chaotic playthrough of New Vegas? I'd love to see that. Potentially, I'd play it again down the road after beating it on a normal playthrough, like a year from now. Just go down like a new playthrough. But after this playthrough, I plan to do some mod playthroughs, like Ashfall and New California mod, which are like DLC style mods that add like whole new campaigns and maps to the game. So, they're basically like expansions, so like that goes hard. Yeah, we're gonna play some of those because they look fun. They look really fun. And there's a New Vegas multiplayer mod. It's like a big MMO server where like it's RP and there's in-game voice chat, like proximity voice chat, and it's a mod for New Vegas that lets you play it multiplayer with like, there's like 60 other people on the server, 59 other people on the server. Good Springs is the safe zone where like people gather and talk and chill, and like bank their money and stuff. There's PvP and stuff. It goes crazy. I would watch some 76. 76 is cool, but now that I know about Fallout New Vegas multiplayer, I really want to follow that and like support that. You know what I mean? I can't try it though until after I beat this playthrough, because one, I want to know what to do in the game before like joining a server where I'm up against other players and there's other people around, and I might embarrass myself by playing the game bad, and not knowing what to do or where to go and stuff. I want to beat it once, so I kind of have an idea of what to do. And then also, if I get that mod, there's a very guaranteed chance I lose my save, and that can't be. We can't. I can't abide by that. Okay. Now to switch to game capture. Very nice. Pog pog. Okay, we're all good. Gameplay should look good. Would multi be Patreon only? Multiplayer? What do you mean? Alright. I'm gonna log back in. Alright, log back in. I'm going to load up my save. Oh no, my music's still going. I need to turn off that music really fast. Once the save loads. For a little reminder on what happened last time, many chatters considered my line of choices to be bad, but I cannot load any saves to reverse this, I don't believe. Unless I really want to go back in time, yeah. But I outed Chief Hanlon, or I tried to out Chief Hanlon for his bullshit. Like, sabotaging the NCR, I guess, is a way of trying to get the NCR out of the Mojave. Which is really stupid, and I didn't agree with any of what he said, and I thought it was dumb and traitorous and treasonous. So I went to turn him in, and then he shot himself after making a really sad announcement over the intercom that indicated he understood what he did wrong, but rather than face justice, he fucking shot himself. I took his gun, though, and it's really valuable. Here, where is it? Ranger Sequoia. 1,176 caps this sells for. And it's really good, but its ammo is rare as fuck. I don't know whether to sell it or to keep it because it's so fucking good. It is a good big iron, and I am trying to be a big iron guy in this playthrough, so it's like... Wait, how the fuck do I... F, yes. Oh god, I've been playing DayZ and shit. I'm gonna be so out of practice with the controls of this game because I took a few days off. Gruh. Gruh. Keep it, gun runners will have plenty of ammo. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot. You guys told me about the gun runners having ammo for this. That's perfect. Jay Lord, thank you for the $2 Australian. I really appreciate that. Says, thoughts on anti-woke liberalism? That's not a real thing. There's no such thing as anti-woke liberalism. What are you talking about? You yanking my chain? I've never heard of that before in my life, unless it's not real. What's Mr. New Vegas up to?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. New Vegas here. You're all so great, and we're gonna keep you listening all day. Well, you know what that means, folks. Time for some news.
Yes!
Word out of Camp Golf is that many NCR Rangers can expect redeployment in the near future. One anonymous soldier said it was part of a new strategy. Moving on. Tensions are brewing in Freeside between the ruling gang known as the Kings and the large number of NCR squatters seeking refuge there. The leader of the Kings, who would only identify himself as the King, voiced his displeasure, calling NCR citizens, quote, the devil in disguise.
God.
He added he didn't want to see the NCR
Cringe.
in the ghetto, and called for a mass, quote, return to sender. The preceding segment was sponsored by the Silver Rush. Silver Rush. Feel the rush of a warm laser in your hand.
Oh, they
More
sell
music
lasers.
just ahead.
Laser guns. Nice. Got a little news. Let's go. Here, let me quickly skip time because... Actually, could you use a bed?
Sounds like we're running prim now. I'd still rather take my leave at the strip.
I wonder if any of these barracks beds... Oh, they are! That goes so hard. Okay. I can sleep away. It is... I can't see the day or, like, the sky, though, here. So I guess I'll take the benefits of sleeping. And we're gonna sleep until morning and hope that it's, like, bright out when I exit this tent and not all muggy. I hate the cloudiness. I've been meaning to find a way to turn that off with, like, some of the mod settings, but I keep forgetting. I'm sorry, chat. I'm the worst. Oh! Well, that's perfect. There we go. Let's quick save here. Well, let's see what we got to do right now. What are our quests? Talk to the Misfits about improving their squad. Confront Benny. We're not doing that. Help Dr. Richards with his patients. I don't think we're high enough medicine to do that just yet. We couldn't do anything there. We have to go to Vegas. And these are the DLCs. I guess let's talk to these guys and see if we can't help them improve their skills. My grandma loved Elvis, and if I recall correctly, I went to either his house or a recreation with her when she was alive. I've been to Elvis's estate in real life, believe it or not. Oh, what? Are they not out here? Weird. I went there when I went to Tennessee.
Took the expressway to Angeltown. Shit, man. Sometimes that's just the way things go, you know?
God, I love how interconnected all the character dialogue is in this game. Like, oh, did a big event happen in the game? Well, guess what? Now, like, everybody is going to reference it for a while when you talk to them until another big event happens. It's more relevant for them to reference when making conversation. Sergeant McCready asked me to talk to you about getting your squad in shape.
Yo, I'll tell you what this squad needs. We need some balls, I said. A little bit of courage, you know what I mean? And I know exactly what we need to make that better. Trust me on this. I got the exact stuff that'll get this team in check.
Drugs? What do you mean by courage? How do you intend to do this? You better not mean, like, drugs or alcohol.
Psycho, man.
Yep,
the big
drugs.
red one. See, I used to roll with the fiends, and I still got the hookups.
Isn't
now, you smoke
Jet
some
red?
of that shit in, you'll see an improvement.
I thought Jet is red. Isn't Jet the red one? Maybe they're both red, but why would he call that, like, Psycho the big red one? J-Lord, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the super chat. Said, and yet they're anti-woke leftists. They hate capitalism and ordinary-looking women in games. I haven't seen that stuff myself, but if you can tell me of any examples, I suppose I could comment on it. But thank you for the $5. No need to donate for me to see your messages, by the way. If you at me, I'll likely see it, though. Far more likely if you come to my website chat, xanderhall.com/live. Free to make an account, and I prefer if people talk here. It's way better. On second thought, I'll talk to the others first.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know about giving them drugs. Is there another way to do this? Isn't there, like, okay, there's other people to... Yeah, no, we're going to talk to Mags.
I heard Chief Hanlon committed suicide. That's just hard to believe. Do you know anything about it?
I'm afraid it's classified.
Classified? Shit, it must be really big then.
Yeah, it's classified. Sergeant McCready asked me to talk to you about getting your squad in shape. You're the most competent, so I'm assuming you're not going to recommend drugs or something as our, like, shortcut solution.
He did, huh? Well, good luck with that. You'd have an easier time teaching rad roaches to march in formation.
It can't be as hard as all that. What needs to get done?
Well, if you ask me, what we really need is to get this whole squad out on the practice range. Shape up our marksmanship and explosive skill. I'm sure the others have their own ideas, though.
Okay. Let's get them out on the range.
Are you sure? I've got enough clout to get them started, but
Clout?
these guys are pretty lazy.
Real.
I doubt they'll want to be pulled in different directions.
She really just said clout in my New Vegas. I'm sure. Let's do it.
You're the boss.
Sorry, I need to take a sippy. Are we slowly walking? Okay. I could slow walk with you guys. Do a nice cinematic slow walk. Hit a quick save, sure. Fine by me. We're trudging. Oh, okay, we're just going right up here. Makes sense why they slow walk. Nice cinematic effect. As my game loads in distant things and unloads other distant things in the opposite direction. Oh, okay, I guess I just talked to her then?
Hey, welcome aboard.
I guess I just talked to her then?
Nice job out there.
I guess I just talked to her then?
Okay, everybody's lined up and ready to go. Any suggestions?
Guns 25. Oh, it's a skill check. Oh, I hope I have enough skill to pass this. Okay. Take positions where you can cover each other and stay focused.
You heard the man, people. Get focused.
Guns 35. Oh, is it going to keep climbing? Oh, no. Guns 35. Take your time. pick your shots and tell your squad mates who you're shooting at.
I've got the one at 11 o'clock. Raz, O'Hanrahan, take the two on the right. Poindexter, the center.
Guns 45. Exhale before you fire. Squeeze the trigger, don't jerk it. This is good advice, to be fair. These are accurate checks.
Right. Exhale,
Okay, I think
squeeze.
we're good.
Focus on the shot.
Okay, thank God there's not 4. I don't think I could have handled another, like, 5 or 10 levels of increased skill check. Don't jerk it. Well, I think that went well, don't you?
Thanks for the help. I think the whole unit's doing a lot better now.
Whoa! Oh, okay. Alright, they're doing it. Yo, you guys did it. What, I have to talk to her
Glad to
more?
see you haven't gotten yourself killed yet.
I have not left your side. So did the shooting range practice take care of things?
It helped, but we still got a grenade range inspection to pass.
Ah, get the troops lined up. I'll help you with it.
After the help you gave us at the shooting range, we'll take any advice you've got. I'll line them up.
Okay. Let's go.
Sounds like we're running prim now. I'd still rather take my leave at the strip.
God, all these characters have, like...
Okay, we've got our dummy grenades and the
lines.
course is live. We're all set.
Explosives 25. Oh my God. I hope my explosive skill is high enough. I haven't upped that all that much. Okay, to start, pull the pin. Let it cook off for a count of 3, then throw. I don't know if the letting it cook is a good bit of advice. Typically, regardless of how long you let it cook for, you do not have any time to, pick up and throw a grenade back or kick it before it explodes. You have very little time, typically, before the fuse goes off, if you notice a grenade coming at you or landing near you. But okay.
Right. Easy enough. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, okay. Explosives 35. Don't pitch it like a baseball. Lob it. You want a good, solid arc.
Solid arc. Check. Lob them up and over, people.
Yes, I've got enough. Explosives 45. Don't worry about accuracy. Use the grenades to break up clusters of enemies.
Hold the grenades for groups, squad. Hit them in clusters and send them running.
Okay, we did it. I think that went well, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Thanks. I think we might survive this now.
Oh, they're about to throw nades. Bro, that feels like it could very easily... Hey, they're doing it. Bro, look at them go. I'm so proud of them. Look at them go. Stream stuttering, Zan? Oh, boy. Hopefully it's not persistent. I'll keep an eye on it. I've yet to see the streams it drop into the red. We've apparently dropped 46 frames so far. Hopefully it does not persist. If it does, it's definitely my ISP trying to get away with some shit. And I'm going to have to call them tomorrow before stream. Yeah, these guys are ready for Hoover Dam. Do I have to talk to her again?
Glad to see you haven't gotten yourself killed yet.
How's the squad doing?
Thanks to you, I think we're in good shape. The squad seems to be functioning much better as a unit now.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Do I have, like, a quest turn in here? Nope, it's just... We're good now. Wait, do I have any, like, can I check and see? Did I get a higher stand? Nope, still accepted by the NCR. I'm not liked yet. How much do I have to do for the NCR for them to like me? God, they've got some high standards. Is that a fingerprint? There's a little fingerprint smudge right there on the Pip-Boy screen. That goes crazy. Okay. Gosh, we've unlocked so many locations so far. What is there to do next? Let's go to quests. Confront Benny. No, we're not doing that next. Let's see if we can help Dr. Richards yet. I think I might have upped my skills enough to potentially help his patients.
Morning.
Oh, over here. Nice little touch in my humble opinion. Yeah, I like it. I like it. The Pip-Boy would have a lot of smears on its screen. Okay, let's see if we can help this guy now. Perform the operation with medicine. Can we do it? I think we did it. Upon further examination after cleaning the leg, you realize it cannot be saved. You carefully begin to amputate the limb. During surgery, you notice the man's hand is gangrenous. You amputate that as well, saving his life. Yes! Though he could probably do with bandaging, maybe? He's just kind of gibbed right now, missing limbs, but okay. All right, I think we're good now. I think we can do it. Should I quick save before doing this? Hold on. Leave him alone for a second. I'm gonna quick save before doing this because someone said quick save. Torso covering cuts, severely wounded. Medicine 75 or higher required. Alternatively, if a tweezer, Med-X, and a super stim pack, you may be able to treat him. A tweezer? There's gotta be tweezers around here. Ain't no way this guy doesn't have tweezers sitting around somewhere in here. Oh, forceps. Come on, those are basically tweezers. Oh, tweezers! And they're not stealing. Let's go. I definitely have everything else, right? Let's try to use medical equipment. You not have the required items to heal this patient? Wait, what? If you have tweezers? Med-X and a super stim pack. There's no way I don't have those things. I have Med-X. I don't have a super stim pack. Oh no. Can I buy one from the doctor, do you think?
Thank you for all your help with medical supplies. Now I can actually use them on people that need them.
Okay. Oh no, I can't buy from him? Alright, goodbye.
Okay then.
We need to find a vendor that can sell super stims. Let's see. Let me see if I know a place where they might sell them. There was some places along here, maybe. The Grub and Gulp rest stop. Ooh, you know what? I'm such an idiot. You know who might have some? Veronica.
You're making
I
me
should
carry
check
the
her.
heavy stuff, aren't you?
Yep. Nope. Okay. I'd feel dumb if I didn't check, though, to be fair. Let's see if any of these two rest stops have any, because I remember these merchants having a lot on them. Wouldn't Yes Man be the anarchist option, not the NCR? I'm not going with the anarchist option. When did I ever say I was going with the anarchist option? I love the NCR. Liberal democracy for the win.
Welcome back to the Grub and Gulp.
I love grubbing and gulping. Show me what you got for sale.
Sure thing. Anything else I can do for you?
Nope. Not at all.
See you later.
Wasn't there another merchant here, though? Yeah, please have something better.
Welcome back. Are you thirsty for some fresh, clean water?
Yeah, show me what you got for sale.
Glad to do it.
Fuck. Damn.
Until next time.
Doc Mitchell, maybe? Let's go back to the OG, I guess. Back to the OG. Doc Mitchell might be our guy. I bet he'll have a super stim pack on him, right? Oh, how'd it get all overcast by the time I got here? Gay! Did you find the New Vegas Medical Clinic? The doc might have some. New Vegas Medical Clinic? I haven't been to New Vegas yet, guys. I'm saving that. I'm saving my New Vegas cherry to get popped a little later on when I'm a little, like, higher level and further in the game. You know. Just saving it. Savoring it.
Holding up?
Oh, shit. Oh, that's not new lines. I need medical supplies.
Sure.
Super stim pack. Let's go. Sure. Anything we can sell here? Nothing here worth selling. Can sell banana yucca fruit, beer. Bubblegum isn't really great, so we'll sell that. Tobacco chew will sell. Dirty water will sell. Fresh pears will sell, I guess. Jalapenos, we can sell those. We collect a lot of those. We could probably sell a couple of our jet, honestly. I don't use it all that often, and it's worth a fair amount. Yeah, that gets us almost into profit. I'll sell our maize. And the lake lurk eggs. Those are just taking up space. Prickly pear fruit. White horse nettle. Nice. And now we make a profit. All right. Goodbye.
You take care now.
All right. Let's teleport back to Camp Forlorn Hope and use these supplies now to heal those guys.
Evening.
What is happening in YouTube chat? There are some creatures over there. Dude, YouTube chat during a gaming stream on my channel is like the last place you ever want to be. I should airstrike it. As in just ban everybody who's weird posting there. Alright, use medical treatment to treat this guy. Let's see if it works. Wait, I should save first. Hold on. Hold on, leave him alone. Let's quick save first, just in case. I don't want to fuck this up and lose, like, rep with the NCR or something. Alright, let's try to help him. Oh, he looks alive. You use the Med-X and dull the patient's pain. Carefully use the tweezers to pick out pieces of shrapnel. Due to the extreme loss of blood, the patient goes into circulatory shock. You quickly use the Super Stim Pack to stabilize the patient. The patient will make a complete recovery. Let's go! Fuck yeah. Well, I mean, that's the mission right there. We helped every patient. I don't think we failed in a single one. I'm gonna quick save so we don't lose any... I don't want to...
I've got a lot to do. Make it quick.
Dude, don't act like that to me after when I'm about to give you this news. You're gonna feel like a real dick. I finished looking over your patients.
Excellent job. Where'd you learn to do all that? I don't think I could have done it much better myself. Very impressive. As for the men, they'll recover soon and be back on the front lines in no time. Circle of life. I'll send word to Major Polotli about your work here. Once again, you have my sincerest thanks.
Let's go, dude. Completed help doctor. Return to Major Polotli. Oh, we gotta go back to the Major. Is this gonna be like... I'm expecting big rewards as far as NCR rep for this. I've turned in so many Legion ears and NCR dog tags. I don't think I've turned... Well, yeah, no, I've turned all those in. Like, a lot of them, so... This better push me into liked with the NCR at least. These guys are picky.
I heard you've been helping out Quartermaster Mays. I appreciate it. We need all the help we can get around here.
Based. I finished helping Dr. Richards, man.
Dr. Richards said you did a good job in there. Now that's mighty high praise coming from him. With the help you've given us, we're doing a little bit better. But we still have the Legion forces at Nelson to deal with. Now if we can retake Nelson, that'll be a huge help to our efforts in this area. It would give us a tremendous advantage at Hoover Dam.
Okay. Is there any intel on the Legion forces at Nelson?
Reports have the Legion forces at Nelson is sizable, but not insurmountable.
Let's fucking go. Let's fuck these guys up. Do you have the troops to retake it?
We have a decent amount of men, but it'll be a close battle. If you help out more around the camp, I could probably spare some additional troops.
Yeah. Wait, I can help out... Did I help out enough? Did I help out enough? Or should I, like, do more quests before this mission? Am I locking myself off from content if I don't, like, look around more or something? I feel like I've explored Camp Forlorn Hope a lot. I don't remember if there was more to do at Forlorn Hope. Well, I'm ready. Let's do it then.
Excellent. Killing the Legion commanders in Nelson will severely cripple the Legion forces. We'll now be able to take the city. Meet up with Sergeant Cooper just outside Nelson. He'll assist you in reclaiming Nelson.
All right. Dude, we're not even, like, liked by the NCR, and we're already taking part in a raid. Okay, I guess I'm better off just going on foot here. I'm gonna wait until daytime. Don't remember if there was more to do? Yeah. I get it. It's all good. Frankly, it's better if I just play the game completely blind. Not completely, but like with, you know, if you guys don't know something, it's better if I just figure it out myself, because that's part of the experience of playing New Vegas, is figuring stuff out on your own, you know? Though I welcome your help. I welcome your help when asked for. When asked for. Oh, okay. That's just Veronica. Just Veronica teleporting, apparently. Why is my nose doing that? What? Ugh, God, I hate it. I hate it. I've noticed that my nose itch gets worse after I use, like my nice soap to wash my face. I notice it dries out my skin, and then the dry skin leads to the nose itch. So I think I just need to, like, find some really nice face lotion and use it after washing my face in the shower every time, so I don't dry it the fuck
like we're
out.
running prim now. I'd still rather take my leave at the Strip.
What's up, Sergeant Cooper?
I've heard of you. Glad to have you on our side.
Yep. No, I'm ready for this shit. Let's go.
We don't have many troops, so we can only attack from one direction. Where should we focus the attack?
Interesting. You know what? We should attack from the ridge on the east. That sounds like that's high ground.
Our main target is the Legion leader at Nelson. Intel has the commander as one Dead Sea. I've uploaded his last known location to your Pip-Boy. Let's move out.
Dead Sea. Interesting name. Okay, then. Oh, I have that gun. Yeah, no, we're about to fuck some shit up, guys. We're balling right now. Yeah, Veronica practically is magic. For those of you guys that don't know, lesbians do have access to a select level of spells. You try and prove me wrong.
Ordinary guys with knives and bullets, and they're
It's
taking
true.
over Nevada.
Wait, yeah. How do you feel about going on an NCR mission right now, Veronica, to fuck up the Legion? I mean, I imagine she, like, agrees with the fucking up of the Legion, but we're slowly going to indoctrinate her into working and supporting the NCR. Is this where we're gonna attack from? This seems like a ridge. Nope, I guess we're getting closer. I like how it immediately got overcast the second we entered a Legion area. It's probably on purpose.
Over here.
Whoa! Right away, huh? Oh, I fucked his ass up. The perks ate Lil Cuz's ass up. Oh boy. Okay. Let's blow some creatures' brains out with VATS. Come on. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Oh my god, did I just pull some ghoul shit? I just did pull some ghoul shit right there. Those were all successful headshots. Oh, new DPI on my new mouse. Hard to get used to. Oh, I forgot. Veronica's the goat, and we'll just kill everyone. Good job, Veronica. I think we won. I think we very decisively and thoroughly won that battle. Did we lose a single guy? I don't think we lost anybody in that fight. That goes crazy. Let's grab our Legion ears, our trophies. Rom hardcore as fuck, collecting the ears off Legion guys. The NCR is kind of awesome for that, low-key. Hold on a sec. I got weirdos to ban in YouTube chat. There we go. I don't know why, but whenever I do... Well, I know why. It's because there's less viewers during gaming streams than politics streams, but, like, very quickly, my YouTube chat goes to hell when I start doing gaming, and I just start having to ban trolls. Website chat's always nice, though. Ooh, there's the guy I knew I missed. There's just too many guys here for that to have been all of them. Also, I've cleared this place before. I guess they retook it or something. Is there not, like, an objective here? Oh, there is an objective. We gotta go inside. Alright, I have a feeling there's gonna be guys in here, so I'm gonna wait for my AP to recharge so I can immediately VATS when I go in here. What was YouTube chatters saying? Just weirdos being annoying. Alright.
Die.
No. I simply will not die. No thank you. Oh, this guy's got some beef to him. He's a bit of a beefy boy. Alright, I shot them both in the face. That's pretty solid. Oh god. Oh, get him, Veronica. Get him, Veronica. Get him, Veronica. You got this shit, Veronica. Oh yeah, she does. God, she just fucking pops their heads like cherries. Which I'm sure she's got a lot of experience doing, of course. Veronica fucks. Wait, really? I can't rob the Legion? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. You see, it would be immoral to rob the Legion. Killing them and taking everything they have off their bodies, though, that's fine. But robbing the Legion, that's very wrong. You can't rob the Legion. That's so wrong. Oh, NCR dog tags. Nice. Should I be looking out for, like, dead NCR guys to loot in here? Apparently so. Do it anyway? No, I don't want to take the karma hit. Does karma have any impact in this game, guys? Like, at all? Like, in any way? Is there any reason for the system to exist, or is it just there for show? I think it's tagged as NCR. Oh, it's NCR loot. Okay, that makes more sense. That actually makes some sense. Oh, I didn't loot that off this guy? What the fuck? This guy had jalapenos.
Nelson's back in our hands. Hope we can defend it this time.
Bro, did these guys loot respawn or something? What the fuck? I think these might... I don't know. Well, regardless, I'm gonna re-loot them. Far be it from me to look a gift horse in the cock. Alright, who do I gotta talk to? The guy's back at Camp Forlorn Hope, apparently.
We won't go quietly.
My favorite thing about the YouTube comment chat trolls, by the way, is that they've always got like a huge list of accounts, like alt accounts, to like spam your chat on once you ban them.
Back already? What do you need?
It's like, man, I wonder how much of a social life this person has. I want to talk about the attack on Nelson.
The initial reports have come back already. Excellent work. This will buy us a lot of breathing room to get back on our feet here. Now we can actually strengthen our forces and prepare for the battle at Hoover Dam.
Wrong.
You have my thanks. We owe you a lot.
Nice. Please tell me that made me liked by the NCR. There's no way that's not enough. Really? I'm not liked by you guys yet. Jesus, you guys have sticks up your asses, I suppose.
Goodbye.
Oh! Never mind. Never mind, you don't. I am now liked by the NCR. Nice.
Hey.
Oh.
If the NCR wasn't spread so thin, maybe we could actually get some supplies and reinforcements around here.
Alright. Oh, I see a guy running. What the fuck? What is going on? What are you doing, buddy? Oh, get back here. What the fuck? Dude, what is your deal? What the hell? NCR mercenary.
The NCR's fortunate to have your support.
Oh. Okay. I guess he's chill. I was like, hold on a second. As a Hispanic, saying jalapeno like that is heresy. I know how to pronounce it, but it's funnier if I say jalapeno.
If it isn't the man that defeated the Legion at Nelson.
Oh.
I can't thank you enough. Morale around here has never been higher.
Bro, here's some ears.
Oh man, awesome. The competition is still going strong. Keep it up.
Our hands.
Baller. Wait, can I give him more?
What can I do for you?
8 seems like a weird amount. Oh, no.
See you later.
Maybe I was thinking for a second, maybe you have to give them in amounts of 8 or something. I think there's someone else around here who accepts dog tags, right? Whoa. I was floaty there. Yeah, this guy. I think this guy takes the NCR dog tags.
So, I heard you helped take over Nelson from the Legion. Glad to see someone making a difference around here instead of just complaining.
Yeah. How are things around the camp?
Better now that all those Legion troops in Nelson are dead. The NCR might actually have a chance at kicking their asses after all.
Wait, I like this. People's dialogue, when I ask them how morale is, has changed now that I've helped them out. That goes hard as fuck. I found some NCR dog tags.
Good work. If you find any more, you know where to find me.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Uh-huh.
Cool, cool. All right, where should we go next? It seems like Benny would be next on the list, but we're not going to do that. Instead, actually, can we go to McCaron? I think McCaron is... Yep, Camp McCaron is here. Yeah, let's head over to Camp McCaron. I guess we go here, and then we take this road and go down there. I figure there's a lot of NCR stuff to do there, like chat said, so probably a good next location to get to. Oh, and it's nice and sunny, too. That is what I like to see. Let's go. Okay, where are we going? This way. Xanderhall, do Heartaches by the number. There's NCR stuff there, too. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna go to Camp McCaron first, because Camp McCaron's like a big NCR place I should probably check out, right? Alright, here, let's see what Heartaches by the number is. Is that not in... I guess it's not in New Vegas, necessarily. Yeah, but Camp McCaron's, like, right here. No, we're gonna do Camp McCaron first. Yeah, Camp McCaron's way better to do right now, I think. Can we see it? Oh, it's over there. Or I guess we... Hold on. Let me look at the map. No, that's the wrong way. Okay. So I want to take that road, I think. Yeah, I think that's Camp McCaron right there. I really like the map of this game, guys. Especially with graphical mods enhancing it. Bro, this game's map... Oh, it's so nice. Dude, look at that. Look at that. That tower is just looming. Is that the monorail that always gets talked about in the news reports? The fixed monorail? They've got a fucking monorail in Vegas. In the apocalypse. Oh. Cassidy Caravans wreck. Oh! Is this Cass's caravan? I hope she doesn't mind me kinda... Ooh. You know, maybe taking what I please, because no one else is, you know? She's certainly not coming back. Nice. Okay. Onward. Yep, we're on the right road. Oh shit, gunfire. That's always a sign of trouble. I don't think it's just some bros having range practice.
Trouble.
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh. NCR are fighting some people. These guys, I'm assuming. Who are you? Fiends. Oh, I remember these guys. These guys got mentioned in the show. Holy fuck! Did I wallbang them or like double tap? Like, why do I even bother shooting when Veronica exists? Like, wait, why do I even bother fighting when I have Veronica? Oh, level up! Raw, let's go. Okay, we need to up some things here. Guns, we're gonna up that to 60. Let's see, barter. Let's get barter to 55. Let's get lockpick to 55. Science to 55. That seems solid. What do you guys think of that? This seems like a solid spread. Nice. Let's loot these guys up. Ooh, caps. Nice, nice. What's this place? Door to Allied Technologies office? I assume we're gonna have to go there at some point, so I'm just gonna leave that alone until I have a mission telling me to go there. I'm gonna play like an NPC. Okay, I'm guessing I have to follow this road to gain access to this place. That is a big fucking wall. Glad to see lots of NCR troopers patrolling the surroundings, though. None of them look like they're going to be named, though. Yeah, Veronica's hands are definitely registered as lethal weapons by the NCR. For sure. Oh, the NCR are fighting some more fiends over there. Oh my god, our boy just got blown up. Holy shit. Okay, these fiends aren't just, like... They aren't just easy pickings, it seems. They can actually fuck up our boys if we're not helping them out. Stop fucking up my NCR, boys! Fuck you! Nice. Oh my god, I blew his arm off, and that killed him. You're welcome, NCR. Take those dog tags. Yoink. Listen, the dog tags, they're necessary. Ooh, another dead NCR guy. Dog tags, money. Oh, once we get to the strip, we can finally get a shitload of caps for all of the NCR money and denariuses and stuff I've been collecting. Apparently, I'll get a massive return on caps for that, so... Hoping it's as good as you guys have talked it up to be. Are they fighting more fiends? What the hell? Yeah, the last thing that motherfucker saw was the price tag. Fade into darkness, and I let the archangels take him. This gun is not accurate at a distance. Did they just throw a grenade? This is bad, guys. Oh! Dude, the fucking mysterious stranger just came in clutch. That was like an unhittable shot. And the mysterious stranger just came in like, allow me to introduce myself. I don't know what blew that up, but okay. If you say so, video game. I won't argue with your logic. You've got a whole physics engine going on all the time. I'll assume that happened for a reason. You good, Veronica? Good. Making sure. Pretty sure you can either sell them or use them to buy chips. I think you exchange them for chips, and then the chips you exchange for money. Cold, hard caps. Where's the entrance to this godforsaken place? Further ahead, I guess. Oh, wait, is this where I think it is? Dudes, I think this is that long, like, road in the opening cinematic where, like, the NCR Ranger fires the shot and blows the fiend's brains out in the, like, panning out shot. I think he comes up right beyond that sign, like, from that sign. Yeah, it is. Okay. Dope. I love how this game has, like, a canon landscape. Like, this is canonically what New Vegas looks like, and it's not abstracted. You know what I mean? Alright, I guess this is the place, right? Door to Camp McCaron. You can see a ranger up there too, I think. Really? Alright, I'm gonna have to go out of here and check up there to see if there's a ranger, like, posted up, because I low-key want that armor, and at the very least want to see it for the first time in game. I've never seen that ranger armor in game before. Never once have I seen it in game. I am so excited to see that armor in game for the first time. It's so iconic. Okay, there's a lot of people here. This is a whole ass, like... Yeah, they just transformed an entire airport into a military base. Little Buster? Oh, shit. Homie hit me.
Let me guess. You got work for me, right?
What is
well,
up,
you're too
little
late.
Buster?
I just quit the bounty trade. As soon as I pick up some caps that Daughtry owes me, I'm out of this scrapyard.
Daughtry? Okay, this guy's got dialogue. Why'd you quit the trade?
See, I thought the bounty hunting trade would be easy money. I ran into this Mark who was a little too tough for me. I mean, I could have taken him. But with this guy, it might have cost me some bad burns or an ass rape. I'm all for risking my life, but that wasn't worth it.
What? Okay, no, completely understandable, bro. Apparently, ass rape is a threat in the Fallout New Vegas. They would have never said the words ass rape in any Bethesda Fallout game. This game goes so fucking hard. What are you gonna do now, man?
Simple. I'm gonna make myself some easy money. I got a plan. Once I get my caps from Daughtry, I'm gonna head over to Gomorrah and start bringing in more caps. You see, there's not as many people playing at Gomorrah. Have you seen the casinos lately? so that means I've got pretty good odds. Once I'm on a roll, I'm gonna get 3 girls. 3. All at the same time. Give or take 600 caps. Can't get that over here. The girls at Gomorrah, I'm telling you. This plan, I got it all worked out.
Yeah, man. You know what? I respect this guy. He's just a full-on gooner in the wasteland. A gooner in the wasteland. How long have you been a bounty hunter?
Shit, I don't know. Lost count. It's been many years. I wasn't always a bounty hunter. I had to take a lot of shitty jobs before this.
You've worked a lot of different trades?
Yeah. Before I was a bounty hunter, I used to be a caravan guard. You'd think that was a cakewalk, right? No. The guys always wanted me to wake up bright and early in the morning. I wasn't having that. I need at least 10, 12 hours of sleep to do my job. That's the price of excellence.
Bro. You know what? Maybe I could be fine in this world if people who are that, like, in need of their beauty sleep can get by. Why does Daughtry owe you caps?
Because I killed a couple mercs for him, that's why. You ever heard of Jackson? Or Night Terror?
No, never heard of them.
Of course you didn't. Because they cross paths with me. See, somebody gives me a job, I do it. Maybe I complain a little. But my shit gets done.
Okay. This guy seems like he knows his shit. I mean, he's got, like, spike punches, so this dude could probably fuck some shit up. Are you supposed to be famous or something?
Well, shit. Feel free to stick a knife in the old ego. I thought I'd made a name for myself around here.
Yeah, it's a little tone deaf.
All the more reason to quit this trade. No glory. No easy money, no women, and no glory. Shit, I'd settle just for the women.
Real. True. Accurate. I've been known to hunt a few bounties myself, have I? Have I ever hunted a bounty? I guess so, kinda. For the NCR, I suppose.
Well, hey, the field's wide open now that I'm gone. Probably lots of people looking to get in once they hear I quit.
Alrighty then. Bye, man.
See ya.
Huh. Guess guy just had some dialogue. This is a lot of dudes. What's up here? Lieutenant Gorobets.
Hello.
And Sergeant
Carry on.
Bitterroot. Corporal Sterling. These are guys.
I'm Lieutenant Gorobets, 1st Recon.
Woo!
If you're looking to collect a bounty, you should talk to Major Daughtry.
Bro, this game's gonna take a while. We got a lot of people to talk to. Does the NCR usually offer bounties on people? Or actually, no. Tell me about 1st Recon.
We're the finest sniper outfit in the whole NCR.
Oh, this is what Boone was.
If you need a bullet put into a target from 800 yards away, you call us. Some of my team aren't without their share of scars, though.
Boone can do 1,000.
Like Betsy and Sterling.
So this is where Boone came from. Boone must have been, like, goated even among these guys, though. Because Boone said that anything that comes within 1,000 yards of Novak, was it? Novak, yeah. Gets its head blown off. So historically, one of the best first, like, what are they called? 1st Recon guys out there. Tell me about 1st Recon. Did I not already say that?
We're the finest sniper out.
Oh, I already did. Okay. So what happened to Sterling?
Corporal Sterling was an NCR Ranger until he was captured by the Legion. They tortured him pretty badly. He wasn't able to be a Ranger after that, but his eyes are still sharp, so I had him transferred to 1st Recon.
Ah. Fuck. Man, this world sucks. What's wrong with Betsy?
Cook. One of the fiends ambushed her in 10 of spades. They both managed to escape, but not before Cook raped her.
Bro!
Betsy shrugged it off like it was nothing, but her behavior keeps getting worse. Always making passes at every woman who wanders by. It's inappropriate for anyone in 1st Recon to behave that way. I could discipline her, but I'd rather she get medical help.
Bro, we gotta kill Cook. Dude, the fiends are awful. I can talk to Betsy about getting medical help for her trauma if you want.
I'd appreciate it. As her commanding officer, I could order her to get help, but I want her to agree with the idea.
Dude, the NCR is just full of good people, and they're fighting the worst people. How can I not support them? Does the NCR usually offer bounties on people?
If they've proven hard to kill, yes. Whatever it takes to get the job done. even if it means hiring help from the outside.
Oh, well, understandable, frankly. You know, the job's got to get done.
Carry on.
Okay. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Hello, Sergeant Bitterroot.
I'm Bitterroot, first recon. You got a reason to talk to me?
Yeah, what would happen if I had Boone with me here? Would they be like, whoa, Boone, what's up, bro? Maybe I should, like, go and pick up Boone and bring him here just to see if there's some special dialogue. I bet there is. No shot there's not. But I don't want to have to go back and get Veronica. Oh, I wish I could just have, like, all the companions, but that would be broken as hell. Where can I find some work around here?
You a merc? Well, then I guess you want to talk to my father, Major Daughtry. He's our CO.
God, that sounds so similar to Father Daughtry. It goes crazy. Your father is your commanding officer? Is that even allowed?
Yeah, look, he's not my real father. He just looked after me for a while. It's a long story. I'd get tired of talking before it was through.
Man, the NCR really is full of good people, from my view. Your father is your commanding... Oh, I already...
It's like I told you, Daughtry's not my real father. He just looked after me for a while.
Why are there so many repeat lines? It's so weird. I mean, they literally took the time to have an extra line for if you ask the same question again. It's strange, but okay. How long have you been with the 1st Recon?
While, I guess. I don't keep too careful track of time. I like to keep things simple. Just focus on now. That's why they made me a sniper. You let your mind wander back a ways and you lose sight of what's in front of your eyes. Good way to miss a mark.
Yeah, I guess so. Not too friendly, are ya? Man, none of the 1st Recon guys tend to be too friendly. Boone, Sergeant Bitterroot. I bet Boone and this guy would get along, though, to be honest.
Guess not. I don't mean nothing by it. You really want to talk to somebody, try 10 of spades. He's always got plenty to say. Me?
Well,
I'm here to do my job. For now, that job is shooting fiends.
I'm with you there. Bitterroot, you have an unusual name, my dude.
You trying to start trouble? Or do you really not know where I got that name?
I don't. Speech 30. I didn't mean to offend. You don't have to tell me if you'd rather not.
It's a con name.
Oh.
You know, the great cons.
Is he an ex-con, too?
That's what my parents were. I figured I grew up around the bastards. They owed me a name after all they put me through.
Huh. What do you know about the great cons?
They're scum. Lazy, trumped-up raiders. Most of the time they're drunk or high, and when they're not shooting chems, they're selling them. Used to have a settlement up at Bitter Springs till they pissed off NCR and got slaughtered for their trouble. A lot of us got killed at Bitter Springs. A lot of them, I mean. My parents died too.
Oh. He was part of the great cons, I think. I think I know what happened at Bitter Springs. The NCR came in, slaughtered the great cons, and, like, kidnapped the kids and raised them to be part of the NCR and indoctrinated them against them. That's pretty fucked up, but to be fair, the great cons are pretty shitty. Like, they did agree to come, like, help Benny shoot me in the head, so, like, they're not the greatest people, but I heard you can reform them and be friendly with them and maybe even, like, ally them with the NCR, so I'm gonna go that route. I'm gonna be friendly with the cons for now. What happened to your parents, though?
They're dead. Got themselves killed at Bitter Springs. Served them right, if you ask me.
What the fuck? Dude, this guy's fallen for it. I've heard enough. Let's know. Tell me about what happened to them at Bitter Springs.
It was a massacre. That's what a lot of NCR folk will tell you. Most of them feel plenty bad about what happened. But I was there. Saw it myself. I don't care what anybody says. The cons asked for Bitter Springs. They wouldn't leave the NCR be. My damn parents, too. They were just as bad as the rest.
Jesus Christ, this guy's a true believer. So your name, it comes from... How did you survive the massacre, actually?
Guess I could tell a pretty good story if I had a mind. But the truth is, I don't know. Just got lucky. They brought me to Daughtry after the battle. He was just a captain back then. Guess he saw something in me. Knew I didn't belong with the cons. Maybe he felt bad, too. About how his men killed my folks. I told him he did me a service, but he didn't believe me. Still doesn't. He's a good man, Daughtry. Doesn't act like it sometimes, I know. But but he didn't have to take me in.
Jesus. Yes, this Daughtry guy is clearly fucking important. He's getting mentioned a lot by people. So your name, it comes from Bitter Springs.
You're not fully grown till you've taken a beat down. Everybody gathers around and hits you till you're damn near dead. After that, if you haven't begged for mercy, you get to choose a new name. One you'll use for the rest of your life. When NCR slaughtered the cons of Bitter Springs, I hadn't got my beat down yet. I was still too young. The way I see it, Bitter Springs was my beat down. So afterward, I gave myself a name. It's all I got from the cons. It's all I ever want.
Yeah, the cons definitely kind of suck. You don't really mean what you said about your parents, though, do you?
Don't I? Mister, you never met my parents. My dad, he got himself fucked up every chance he got. Always started with folk for no reason. Hell, he was the one who taught me to shoot. You know how? By taking pot shots at NCR, and not just soldiers. Civilians, too. Even kids.
Okay, maybe he's got a point.
And swap tales about the folk they killed. Bunch of animals. And
yeah,
my
he
mom,
might have a point.
A couple of times she tried to sell me to some waster just to score some jet. Even the other cons said she was useless. Only reason they kept her around was because she was a... how'd my dad say it? A smoking piece of ass.
Jesus. I've heard enough. Let's talk about something else.
That's probably best.
Yeah, that line is very fitting there.
All right. Goodbye.
Yeah,
Fuck.
I'll see you around.
Whoa, was bro stuttering there? Jesus. Oh, my bad. Okay. Really quickly, chat. A lot of people to talk to here. Is this... Oh, that's Betsy. I need to talk to her. Okay, a lot of people to talk to here. I'm going to quick save, and I'm going to pause. Very quickly, I'm going to use the restroom. Just a moment, chat. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to grab another weed vape because my current one just died. So I'll be back in just a second. You know, be patient. I will be back in a moment. First, though, I am going to adjust my gain on my camera so my screen is brighter. There we go. There we go. Now I look a lot clearer. I will be right back. Be patient while I'm gone. I will be gone but a moment. Gamer time. I'm back. I'm back, and I got weed. The good weed. The shit that makes you speak Esperanto. Alright, let's talk to Corporal Sterling, but let's do it sitting down. Based sitting down conversation. No, you sit... Oh, motherfucker. That was almost so perfect.
Howdy. Name's Sterling, First Recon. Can't say I've seen you before. I'd remember if I had.
Why are your lips green? You remember everyone who passes through here?
Got a good memory for faces. Landmarks and such, too. Comes with practice, that's all. And a lot of scouting from place to place.
Huh. How long have you been stationed here, bro?
Going on 6 months now. But I reckon we'll be moving out soon enough. Can't talk about the details. Till then, we'll man the towers and keep an eye on the fiends. We've had more than our share of trouble from their direction.
Okay. Have you always been with the 1st Recon?
Used to be a ranger. One of the first they sent out east. Back before we took the dam. Observation and reconnaissance.
I like his
rifle. We took the lay of the land.
That's a pretty design.
Checked out the locals. And kept ourselves inconspicuous. Couple friends of mine were the first to scout the dam. That was back in '73, if I recall. A lot of those rangers aren't here anymore.
Aw.
Bakers always chewed men up. It's just a little more literal nowadays.
Why did you leave the Rangers?
Well, that really wasn't a matter of choice. Got myself caught by Legionnaires up near Malpais. They beat me when they first took me. Wanted me to talk. One of the Legion soldiers grabbed a knife. Held it under the fire. Cut through my fingers.
Whoa.
One by one.
Does he have fingers?
I kept screaming.
I
Told
didn't
him I
notice he was
didn't know
missing
anything.
them.
Then he moved to my feet, cutting between the bone, telling me he didn't want me to run.
Fuck.
I thought that was it. But
can't be a ranger after that.
I'm here. I know I can't shoot, and I can't trek like I used to. But I'm coming back for them.
Fuck, man. This guy's got good reason to want to fuck up the Legion. How do you manage to escape Malpais?
They didn't bother tying me up. Figure I couldn't leave. I crawled out of there on my elbows and knees. Rolled right down an embankment into the Colorado. Guess I had a mind to drown. Rather than give Caesar's boys the satisfaction of killing me. A couple of rangers happened to be there. They were watching from across the river. They jumped on in and pulled me out of there. I called a lucky break.
Fucking hell. This guy went through some serious shit. I need to check if he's got fingers whenever I finish this this conversation. Interesting rifle you have there. Lever action, right? Dude, that is a nice rifle. Wait, he doesn't need it. I could probably just do a quest to get it from him. Tip Zan, he has an amazing rifle you can get called La Long Carbine. Carabine? Yeah, I'm looking at it now and about to ask him about it.
I called her La Long Carabine.
Oh, La Long Carabine.
Didn't always have the scope. I added that myself. Been shooting with her so long. Would have felt guilty to part with the old girl. The other snipers used bolt action. But Gorobet says it doesn't matter. Just as long as I could hit my targets.
Well, it works. Hopefully I can get that rifle later. Bye, man.
Bye.
I liked this game. I can always just come back later and do that, you know what I mean? That's Bitterroot. Did I talk to Gorobits?
What can I do for you?
Already talked to him.
Carry on.
Before I talked to Betsy, was there... 10 of spades. Yo, I'm sitting down to talk to this guy. What's up, man?
10 of spades. First recon sharpshooter at your service.
Oh, he's got a stutter. I like how I stuttered there when I went to say that he's got a stutter. That's funny. What do you do around here, man?
Kicking ass. See, we're watching the perimeter right now, looking for those the fiends to come back. When they show their faces, that's when we go to work. One shot, one kill. That's the first recon way.
Guys, 10 of spades. Where'd you get that name from?
The LT, Gorobets gave it to me. See, I wanted to be ace of spades. But the LT says, sorry, kid. You're too green. So he calls me 10 instead. It's okay, though. I get a few more kills under my belt. He'll move me up to Jack. Jack of spades. Sounds better, right? I keep at it. Eventually, I'll make it an ace. Think I'll skip queen, though.
I wonder if they had, like an actual voice actor with a stutter read these lines and use, like, a natural stutter to, like, add to the effect, and they just, like, implemented the, like, into the, subtitles. I wonder how they pulled that off, or if they just had a voice actor imitate it. I feel like this is rude. Are you all right?
Oh, yeah. Fine. Just a little the stutter. Had it since I was a kid. Doesn't stop me from kicking ass.
True. Oh my god! Are you... No way, dude. No, I'd get canceled if I chose that option. Like, I think I'd actually get canceled by Twitter for being ableist in a video game. I'm sure it doesn't.
The damn right.
How long have you been a sharpshooter?
Shit. Long as I can remember. Had a rifle in my hand since I was 3. That's what my dad always says. Learned to shoot on our ranch. Way west of here. Same's the LT. He's a farm kid, too.
Huh. When did you enlist in the military?
Oh, a year ago? Taught me to kick even more ass than before. These guys, they really know how to kick some ass.
He does love kicking ass by the sounds of things, guys. I heard about what happened to Corporal Betsy.
The LT told you about that? Shit. Man, that's fucked up.
Tell me what happened.
It was my fault. That big guy sneaked up on us. I let Betsy down.
Why do you think you let Betsy down?
He's my partner. We spot for each other. We'll watch each other's backs. Nobody wanted to work with me. They said I was too green. But Betsy volunteered. Shit. You don't even know how big a deal that was. She trusts her life to the newbie. I sit here and let her get raped by that piece of shit.
Man, if you were unconscious, how could you have done anything?
I should have woken up. I shouldn't have gotten knocked out in the first place. That shit was my fault. I don't want to hear any more about it.
Man, this dude's... That sucks, man. Obviously, Betsy got it worse, but this dude's clearly broken up about not being able to stop it. Because, like, he was the one watching her back, and this, like, rapist, what was his name, Cook guy, snuck up on him. I have a feeling we're gonna kill that guy.
The LT shouldn't have brought that shit up. Not with civvies, anyway. Ain't right.
Alright. I heard about what happened to Oh, wait, I already did this line. Can I... Okay, let's see what else he has to say.
This again?
Oh, I guess not.
Ain't right talking about this.
I thought maybe he had something new.
Yeah. I'll see you around. Yeah.
Emerson Brooks, his VA, from what I could find, may have a stutter. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd like that. This game's surprisingly woke for how old it is, but then again, maybe not surprisingly woke. Obsidian seems to be a pretty progressive company from what I've heard.
Never seen you around before. What do you want?
Alright. Whew. Oh my god. Oh my god, we could go about this so horribly. Oh my god. Let's not be the worst human being to ever live. You're a sniper?
What gave me away? The big gun, the shades, or the attitude?
All three. I didn't know that all snipers wear shades.
They don't. Only the good ones do. My partner's got some potential, so I let him wear those goofy glasses. I tell him they're his training shades. He totally buys it. Truth is, his eyes just suck.
I assume that's 10 of spades, right? Who's your partner?
The little guy. 10 of spades. I like him because he listens. Doesn't shut up the rest of the time, but when I talk, he listens. Also, he doesn't pull any stupid come-ons, like practically every other horn dog alpha male on this base. Might be he's just scared of me, though.
Probably for the best. So snipers work in pairs?
Yeah. We spot for each other, watch each other's backs.
Just like in real life.
Usually works pretty well, unless you get paired up with an asshole. Thing is, there's a lot of assholes in the army. I keep hoping they'll pair me up with some hot blonde like you see on those old pinups. Shit, I don't even care if she can shoot straight. Can't have everything.
I've got a lesbian friend right next to me if you want to talk to her. She'd probably be down. Have you seen any serious combat here?
Not unless you count the fiends as serious. Gorobets keeps us inside the fence most of the time. Doesn't matter to me. I just shoot bad guys. Sooner or later, they'll move us out to the dam, though. That's when the shit gets nasty.
Nasty how?
Legion fights to win. And they're smart. Hell of a lot smarter than these crazy fiends. But I don't feel bad about shooting Legion boys. Fiends, on the other hand, sometimes I get pangs of conscience. Not often, but sometimes.
Why? Aren't they like rapists and murderers and cannibals? I've killed so many people I don't even think about it. First I've heard about conscience in a while.
Yeah, doesn't sound like me at all, right? But it happens. Some cute little junkie bitch, so fucked up she doesn't even know that she's the bad guy. And I've got a headshot her. Makes me think. Might just be sex, though. I see some cute little number and I'd rather get in her pants. So maybe I'm a stone-cold bitch after all.
Maybe she's just horny. She might actually just be horny. Bi Courier and his lesbian friend. My character's not bi, though. My character's straight. There's literally no more iconic duo than straight dude, like aggressively straight dude, and lesbian woman. Like best dynamic duo. As good as it gets. How should I get medical help for your trauma? Oh, man. Ooh. Well, we're not going to go with the date option, because that's super awful. I like expending dialogue, but we're not going to do that. That's probably not going to do well for us with this conversation. You should get some medical help for your trauma.
The lieutenant's been talking to you, hasn't he? Look, I don't need a head doctor. I'm first recon, damn it.
She's
you don't see
definitely
the
in
others
denial.
crying about every little bruise and scrape, do you?
Rape's different. I can't speech her into this, but medicine... Mental trauma can slow you down or distract you, but it's treatable, just like any bullet wound.
Just another injury to take care of, huh? Well, when you put it that way. All right. You can tell the lieutenant I finally caved. There's a Dr. Usanagi who's supposed to be good at this sort of thing.
Huh. Well, let's go. That's the good ending. We're not taking this option. That seems fucking horrible. Also, I'm pretty sure she's gay. Anyway.
Yeah. Try not to get killed.
Carry on.
I'm not just gonna set myself up for the easy rejection from the recent rape victim. Anyway, let's see what Gorobets has to say about me convincing her to get some therapy.
What can I do for you?
What can you do for me? I convinced Corporal Betsy to get some help from Dr. Usanagi.
I wish someone with your medical training had come along sooner. I think she'll actually stick with her treatment. I was afraid that Betsy wouldn't go for treatment. She doesn't want to look bad in front of the rest of the squad. You settled that. Do me a favor and let Usanagi know Corporal Betsy's coming. I'd like to make sure the medical clinic has time for her.
Nice.
Carry on.
I like quests like this that seem like they're designed to have me talk to everybody. You know what I mean?
Nelson's back in our hands.
Just a scout.
Hope we can defend it this time.
No one important in here. I worry I'll miss somebody important in a tent, so I end up searching like every tent. I'm a regular? Yeah, I notice you, Oxpecker. You're in chat all the time. Of course you're a regular. A lot of stuff here I could totally loot if I was a bad guy. I am excited to do a bad guy playthrough eventually, because so much stuff. I feel like I could just really wreak havoc and be omnipowerful in some kind of evil playthrough. Where I'm just trying to maximize my power and destructive potential and unleashing it as I please. One sec. We got them trolls in the YouTube chat. Them gangrenous trolls.
Like we're running prim now. I'd still rather
with
take
all
my
their
leave of the
moles and
strip.
lumps and what have you. and the drool and the stink and all the things we associate with
Sounds
trolls.
like we're running prim now. I'd still rather take
The living under a bridge. The smelling of Christian men's blood. Being able to, like, track it.
Civilizing
Ooh.
prim
Oh, I thought
will
this
show
would
what we
be
can do for
somebody.
everyone else in these territories.
I'm surprised it's not a somebody. Oh, I guess not. Okay. I guess there's not that many people around here. I thought there was a load of people to talk to here. I was getting overwhelmed for a moment, but yeah, it's everybody, it seems. Where is the doctor? I don't hurt anymore. Deliver Gorobet's message to Dr. Usanagi at the New Vegas Medical Clinic. Ah, we don't want to go there just yet, so instead, let's go inside. I don't want to go to New Vegas until I absolutely have to. Rah. Well, fuck my life. This place is fucking big. Can I play these slot machines? Apparently not.
We put our trust in Hanlon and look where it got us. Makes you wonder if we can trust anyone at all.
Man, the morale is low. I hate it. The clinic is outside New Vegas? Oh, okay. In that case... Woo! This place is too big to explore on my own, I'm gonna be
There's
honest.
a lot more troops here than we thought.
I need to have
No
a
wonder we
quest.
couldn't hold Helios 1.
Huh! I am kind of like allowing Veronica to have a lot. Oh, Major Daughtry. Bro, I've heard about you.
If it's bad news, you can take it up with the Colonel.
Your voice is awesome.
If it's good news, it better involve some dead fiends.
His voice goes crazy. I heard you're Bitterroot's father.
Adoptive father, yes.
Oh, yeah, because... Yeah.
I was very proud when he made First Recon.
No nepotism there, I hope? What can you tell me about the Great Khans?
We know they supply the fiends with illegal chems, but they never stick around for long.
That's the connection.
They know the land and move quick. There's talks about taking out their base at Red Rock Canyon, but nothing ever comes of it. The Great Khans are great fighters. If we did go up against them on their home turf, we'd win, but casualties would be high.
That's believable. You were at Bitter Springs, I'm told.
Yeah, I was there. I was Captain Daughtry then. That whole situation was a mess and could have easily been avoided with good intel. The major in charge at the time made a bad call. By the time any of us realized there were civilians down there, women and children, the shooting had already started. The major froze up at the news, and we couldn't get another word out of him. I took over and salvaged the situation as best I could. For my effort, I was promoted to major. Not quite the way I'd have wanted it.
Huh. So this guy, what I really like about what I've learned about Bitter Springs here is that I was expecting Bitter Springs to be way worse than it actually is. Like, I was expecting something that would genuinely make me question my allegiance to the NCR. Actually kind of pleased that what Bitter Springs was a little less, like, black and white bad, as you would think. A little more gray. What do you know about the Fiends?
Pack of drugged-out killers. They're addicted to every stem, every pill, every psychoactive enema on this fucked-up earth. I've got 3 fiends I want dead, and I don't give a goddamn how it gets done. That sound like something that interests you?
Yeah, it does.
Good. That's damn good. I figure it's about time we get lucky out here. Maybe you take these guys out. First one calls herself Violet. God knows why. The name is the prettiest thing about her. Spends most of her time with a pack of vicious dogs. Then there's driver Nephi. He's fast and he's brutal. Killed about a dozen of my men with a goddamn driver iron. Hence his name. And finally, Cook. Cook
Let's
loves
fuck that
using his
motherfucker up.
flamethrower on his victims. Usually after he rapes them. I'm not gonna feed you any bullshit. These aren't your common Vegas trash.
They've all killed good NCR men. You go after them, any of them, you're in for a hell of a fight. So, which one's it gonna be?
Oh. I can only pick one? You guys know. You guys know who I'm fighting. Cook.
One thing I should tell you about Cook. The piece of shit is pure animal. He raped one of my snipers, and that makes this personal. Also, he's got a flamethrower, and he's damn good with it. From what I hear, he either rapes or burns every living thing he can get his hands on. Only one man's gotten close to killing him, and that's Little Buster. So he says anyway. Maybe it's bullshit, but I'd still ask him about it.
He's right over there just punching that dummy, right? What else can you tell me about Little Buster? Or actually, no, who is he?
Bounty hunter. Talks big, but he's still alive, so he can't be completely full of shit. I think he's out in the yard, waiting to claim a couple bounties.
Anything else I should know?
One more thing. If you want the full reward, you need to bring me a recognizable head. My superiors need proof they're gone.
No
That
headshots?
means no headshots. No decapitations.
Alright, dick shots.
Till after they're dead. And no damage to the face. If you want to be safe, aim for the chest. You bring me a head that looks like a rotten tomato, people will be doubting. And I won't be authorized to pay the entire bounty. Good luck to you. And don't get careless.
I think what I'll have to do is quick save then, because there's a good chance Veronica punches him to death and pops his head with a critical headshot punch, which would fuck me over. So I need to, like, try to, like, kill the guy with a dick shot, ideally. I want to dick shot him to death. If we can dick shot him to death before Veronica can pop his head, then we should have no problems, I think. Tell me again what you know about the target.
Cook loves using his flamethrower on his victims.
Okay, yeah, alright. Bye, man.
Right.
Yeah, we're killing Cook. Where's Little Buster at? The guy who came closest to killing him. He was at the training dummy over here last I saw, right? Yeah. Yeah, buddy, tell me what you know.
Yep, still here. Got nothing better to do, right?
We need a mod that includes dick shots and VATs. Real. Major Daughtry said I should ask you about Cook.
Listen, I know you want to act brave and all, but I highly recommend you don't take this contract. You don't know this guy. He ain't like other marks. He's the type of guy... I don't want to even describe it. Listen, don't take this contract. Fuck. I can already tell you're not going to listen to me. Alright. Well, let me tell you what I know. I've been stalking him for a while. He keeps a bunch of Brahmin. The guy's a cook, you believe that? But there's one Brahmin he never cooks. He won't let anybody near that Brahmin.
I bet he fucks
Take
that
that
Brahmin.
down, and it'll distract him. The rest is up to you.
Let's fuck this guy up right away.
See ya.
We're fucking this guy up ASAP. A dude that sick can't be allowed to live any longer. I don't want that guy roaming around New Vegas doing what he does any longer. Let's kill his ass. I actually really miss... like, retroactively, I suppose, because I haven't played this. Oh, is that where the... No, that can't be the objective, right? Oh, yeah, here. Okay. So where's our location for that? Oh. Wait, what? Optional. Kill Cook's favorite Brahmin. Major Daughtry has bounties available. Speak to him about receiving a mission or turning it. Oh, okay, that's the optional. So, the proper quest location is here. Alright, we need to head that way. Let's wait till daytime. I want to take this fight on during the day. He's directly left. Yes, he is. He is certainly not left wing, though. He is far right of me, by the sounds of things. Alright. A nice sunny day to go murder... Not even murder. Go dispense justice on a... arsonist rapist. Like I said, though, I really like this game gets really fucked up and gritty with what the Fallout world is like. With, like, rape being a thing and awful, horrible people that would exist in a real-life version of this world being in this world. I wonder if we get to kill a pedophile in this game. That would go crazy. I feel like this game's pushed the envelope enough that we could have that be a possibility. Oh. Who's shooting at us? Oh, guys in the windows? Alright, Veronica, let's find our way in there and beat the shit out of them. You have just picked a way bigger fight than you can handle, lady. Where you at? Oh, is she in there or something? What the hell? Oh, there you are. Alright, let's pop this fiend's head. There we go. Handled.
What have you done?
What? Oh, you. Are you mad? Are you big mad? Oh god, a plasma gun. Those things go hard. These guys have access to plasma weaponry. That's disconcerting. Alright. Veronica, let's go kill a rapist. You should get the Some Guy Quest series. It has New Vegas bounties. I do have it. Is this from that or not? Is this like default base game or something? Or not? Or is it a mod? Because I have the Some Guy series. That was like one of the mods. Oh, did my gun just break? Oh, my armor is low.
What have you done?
I'll be fine. Oh, maybe I just let Veronica handle it. Let's see what Veronica's punch does to this lady. Yep. Always let Veronica handle it. When in doubt, let Veronica handle it. Except for the guy we're about to kill. I need his head intact. Something that Veronica is sometimes not the best at ensuring, you know what I mean? I should hit a heal before I confront this guy, though. No, you don't have EVB or NVB. You have the Some Guy series, which is the required ESP to run Some Guy's series of mods. Ah, okay. My bad. Well, what Bouth said. What Bouth said and not what I said. I suppose. Drink some purified water. This at least reduces our weight a little bit. Pork and beans. How do we have so many pork and beans? Yeah, we need to eat a lot of that shit. This gets us a nice, juicy... Was that him? Bro, that could be him. Oh, that's just his boys. Okay, hold on. Do we have any explosives? We don't. I might want to use the Ranger Sequoia here because it's so powerful.
It's gonna blow!
A mine? What are you doing?
Trouble.
Okay. Alright, apparently not.
There you are. Gotcha.
Oh, blow their brains out in one shot? Yes, sir. Maybe not one, then. Okay. I definitely need to find where I can buy more ammo for this gun. Oh. This is the gun. Oh, is that the Brahmin? Get fucked, Brahmin. I killed the Brahmin. Oh. I think I see his flamethrower fire. Dick shot. Dick shot. Oh. He's tough. Okay, okay, okay. Alright, I see why they warned me about this guy now. He's a bit tough. We're gonna down a lot of pork and beans here, guys. A lot of pork and beans are going down our gullet. And we're gonna down a stim pack and a Med X. A Med X will reduce our damage we take. Honestly, we should take drugs for this. Psycho. And do we have any jet? Yeah, let's take some jet for it, too. Fuck this shit. Yeah, I'm addicted? Sure. Become a drug addict to beat the drug addict. I can't dick shot him, but I can shoot him in the chest. Oh yeah, what are you gonna do now, motherfucker? Oh, did he drop his flamethrower? I think he dropped his flamethrower. Oh, hit him, Veronica. Get him. Yes. Oh, she ate his ass up. Well, we succeeded. Oh, just Russell and nothing else, Val? Okay. Well, we beat Cook, guys. Cook's head. Oh, that goes hard. Bottle cap, flamer fuel, an incinerator. That's broken. Raider arc light helmet. Never using that. And metal armor, which... the metal armor is pretty cool, but it's heavy. I'll never use it. Although maybe Veronica? I bet Veronica would wear the metal armor. Here, Veronica. I want to try something here.
You're making me carry the heavy stuff, aren't you?
Oh, I'm about to make you put on something real heavy. Will you equip that? Yes! Okay, I don't think we're gonna have any problems with Veronica and her defense now. I think Veronica's defense is going to be absolutely adequate now. It honestly fits her too. Holy shit, with the like bionic arm or the like the power fist or whatever. I also had the perfect choice of weapon for that. Wait, have we looted any of these guys? We should probably make sure we loot these fiends. Yeah, they got stuff on them. Caps, ammo. I'm skipping this torrential downpour. This is Nevada, the fucking Mojave. I really enjoy streaming New Vegas for you guys. I'm really glad you have all been so, like, positive in your enjoyment of the New Vegas streams. They've been a whole lot of fun. Oh.
Gotcha.
Oh my god, they got pissed off about me killing their guys. Fiend Underboss. So what you're telling me is you're not the boss? Oh, Veronica, you just do your Veronica shit. I forgot, Veronica is literally her. She's Hermulayan. Whoa! Fuck your dogs. Veronica is in no way scared at the sight of her own blood. She's literally Hermulayan. Wait, Veronica? Okay, I think Veronica might have gone into a daydream trance, so we're gonna have to help her out. God, this gun is insane. Yeah, we need more ammo for this. We need more ammo for this. It's, like, the best around. Zan killing Cook during the lightning was a vibe. Did you have lightning where you were? Oh, wait, was it just thundering and lightning in game? Yeah, that is actually quite the vibe. Oh my god, this Fiend Underboss was loaded. Radex, Stimpack, Jet, Medex, Mentats. These guys are replenishing my drug stores so quickly. I need to use more drugs while fighting fiends, because one, they're probably using drugs, so it's only fair. Oh, and I could steal from them. Ramen meat. I bet Cook's a great chef, to be fair. Oh, yeah, exactly. Recipe for Cook's Fiend Stew? Let's go. Cook will live on in our recipe book. And only there. Let's not remember him for his worst acts, but for the joy he brought people with his cooking. That's some real, like, drama YouTuber-ass take, though. Low-key. Alright, let me take a doctor's bag to heal my broken-ass limbs. And then let's eat some yum-yum deviled eggs, some sunsets, I suppose, and some squirrels on a stick to get some nice regen going. That ought to do it. Data, world map. Let's go back to Camp McCaron. Turn in our bounty. Turning in, playing Fallout 4 right now? Well, I'm not going to click on your spoilers, my friend. Here, very quickly, I got to check something. Alright. So anyone heard of the new second episode of The Amazing Digital Circus dropping yesterday? Or anyone heard of this indie series? Because it's one of those that have popped off lately. I heard about it when it first came out, and not really up my alley. I genuinely tried to watch the full first episode and couldn't finish it. It's, I don't know. It feels very like Five Nights at Freddy's, but for Gen Alpha, if that makes sense.
I see you're still alive, and that's promising. Any luck on that bounty?
I want to claim that bounty.
Let me see that scumbag's head. That's Cook. I've been waiting for this. I appreciate you doing this for us. He's caused us a lot of pain. This is payback for one of my troopers. She'll be glad to know he's dead. Here's your caps. Think you can take down another one of these scumbags? Up to you. But I can trust you to do the job, and I'd hate to see you walk away.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll kill more of these guys.
That's the best damn thing I've heard all day. Finally, somebody around here with some goddamn ambition. There's 2 psycho bastards left. Which one will it be?
Driver Neffy, I guess.
You've got some guts, I'll give you that. Nephi is one tough son of a bitch. You let him get close, and he'll take your head off. My advice is this. Talk to Lieutenant Gorbitz. He's in charge of Alpha Team, 1st Recon, snipers. If you're lucky, you can lure Nephi into the open, and the sharpshooters can bring him down. You bring me the head, you'll still get the bounty. It's a better bet than trying to take Nephi one-on-one, but it's your call.
Where's Lieutenant Gorbitz?
Out in the yard. Gorbitz coordinates our sniper teams. He's been gunning for Nephi for weeks now. Only thing he hasn't had is willing bait. Don't have enough troops to order anyone beyond the fence. Not anymore, anyway.
Got it.
You've gone after the fiends before. I don't have to tell you to keep alert. Good luck.
Alright. Okay.
Right.
Do we go with, like, bringing the snipers in, or do we just... I think we want to do it just solo, because I think the snipers might pop his head, which gives us less money. We want to get the maximum amount of profit from doing this quest, you know? Don't want to waste our time. Okay, where is this next objective? Man, they're all so far. I mean, not, like, super far, but, like, they're nowhere near a fast travel location that I could use to get closer to them, but I kind of appreciate it, because this is a cool map, and I like running around and actually exploring. Ooh, cigarettes. Oh, we're loading a new area. Ooh, Nuka-Cola. I always love when the game lets you get a free Nuka-Cola or a sunset. It's always worth searching these trash cans when you see them. They always have something of value in them, and sometimes it's like, I've had like 30 caps. I think it might be my luck stat, though, to be fair. I have 7 luck. So that's probably affecting how many caps I get from these random lootables. Nothing there. West Dump Station. Well, I unlocked a new fast travel point. Nice. I'm gonna wait until it gets sunnier out. God, I hate that the game keeps making it cloudy. Feels like every time I leave and exit a building, it changes the weather. I wonder if that's what's happening. I hate it. I like it when it's sunny and warm. Why can't it just be sunny and warm in the video game? Well, I hit E instead of W. My question marks ain't working? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Let me check something once more. Okay. So I was just checking something. My mom was telling me about what we're doing for dinner. Ooh, bottle cap, sunset sarsaparilla. Dude, like I said, search trash cans. And I'm tempted to run... You know what? Yeah, we'll search this one. It's not too far away. Oh, I searched that one before, I bet. Alright, let's see what's this way. By the way, we've done this entire playthrough up to this point with no crashes. Once again, don't want to jinx it, but I've gotten New Vegas incredibly stable for default, much less with like graphical mods. Oh my god, I love this gun. It's so accurate too. Okay, maybe not. No, it's pretty accurate actually. It's accurate and it's lethal. I need to find more ammo for this thing, dude. It's so close to being empty. I need more ammo. Hello. Oh, okay. We need to switch to a new weapon that has more ammo. Weapons 13, 14, 17, 19. Ooh. But the repeater, I think, might be better. It's got distance on it. Get your face blown off, man. Oh, I forgot Veronica the goat. Oh, that was a headshot. Let's go. Hold the fort down, Veronica. You're doing great. I gotta take cover so they're forced to advance so Veronica can handle them.
I'm gonna make you scream. I'm out of here.
Veronica, handle them.
I'm out of here.
No, you're not. Yes! The clutch stagger. Oh, I can shoot the gun off his back. That's crazy. I can just disarm him from the back. Oh, I thought that guy would be special. You can repair the Sequoia with hunting revolvers. I see. Oh my god, Veronica, you're so powerful. She's lost, like, no health because she has that one boss dude's armor. Did we do it? Oh, no, there's one guy left. Dude, you're just prolonging this for yourself.
I don't need this.
Oh, the mysterious stranger again! That's crazy. Wait, no. Did my game crash? I jinxed it! What a goofy crash, too. Like, my game's crashed, but not really? Oh, but not really. Oh my gosh. What the heck? That was so strange. It wasn't even a crash, but it was just like a weird, long, mysterious stranger screen, I guess. That's weird. Huh. That's really funny. Nope, just a kill cam bug? Oh. Okay, I guess that's normal. Game had a mini stroke? Yeah, but notice how none of the mini strokes have actually closed my game out and stopped me from playing and made me restart. Driver Neffy's head. And still intact, too. I love that animation. Jet, Psycho. This guy had hella drugs on him. We really need to find the, what are they, the gun runners? Is that what you guys said? Gun runners from Gun Runners Arsenal? The DLC? We will find those guys shortly so we can get more ammo for my guns. Take his golf club, it's unique. Oh, I already left. Oh, I wish I'd read that comment sooner. I'm so sorry. Huh. Just some guys, some dudes. Climactic pause to appreciate Veronica's strength. She really is strong as fuck, isn't she? The LGBT movement would be so much further along if all lesbians trained non-stop and got power fists. This is something that League of Legends Arcane and Fallout New Vegas understand well. Alrighty. Major Daughtry, I got the job done.
Got any more good news for me?
I want to claim my bounty.
You killed another one? Let me have a look at the head. Well, well, well. Driver Nephi. Nothing to say, you son of a bitch. No tips on my golf swing. Lost a lot of good men to this psychopath. Morale's gonna be better now that he's gone. Here's the bounty I promised you. I guess we can send First Recon down to Camp Forlorn Hope. They'll need all the help they can get there. That's 2 psychopaths dead. If you can bring down the 3rd, there's a bonus in it for you.
Alright, I'll go after Violet.
Violet it is. Wish I could give you more advice on how to bring her down, but we know less about her than the other 2. Just watch out for the dogs. She raises them herself. They never leave her side.
Okay. I can handle the dogs. Where do I need to go?
Good question. Fiend territory is southeast of here, but they range all over the area.
Thank you.
None of them stays in any one place for too long.
Anything else I need to know?
Just bring me back that last head, and don't lose your own.
Alright. Bye, brother.
Right.
Okay, then. It's time to kill one last fiend. I'm actually going to hit some heals really fast, and I also need to go grab something. My mom very kindly prepared one of my, my super mass gainer shakes, since I can't really, like, spend 10 minutes away from the stream doing that without losing a lot of viewers and, you know, boring you guys to death. And wasting a lot of time that I want to be live. So, she very kindly made my shake for me, so I gotta go grab that. Iguana on a stick. Iguana bits. Nice. I love that, like, once I actually take some serious damage, it gives me an excuse to, use a bunch of my consumable items that take up weight in my inventory. I'll be right back in just a second. All right. Milkshake time. I really have acquired the taste for these things. It's not just that they're healthy. They're also really fucking good. All right. Oh. Gotta switch screens. All right. Wap 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 wap. Quest completed. Acquired milkshake. Alrighty. Hit. Oh, wait, really? Hit that. And then set weather, New Vegas wasteland clear. And hit enter. Should change the weather to clear sky. I'm going to copy exactly what you sent with the semicolon and all. Oh. You know, Control V. Oh, I can't copy paste it. Oh. Set weather parentheses NV wasteland clear parenthesis semicolon. That did nothing. That did nothing. Oh, so give it a second to change. Is it changing? Oh, I think it is. Is it? It seems... No, it is. It is. That worked. Yo, okay, so even if that's not permanent, which I hope it is, but even if it's not permanent, then at the very least I can just quickly type that the second it's bad weather and it'll clear up. Awesome. What time of the day is it? 10 a.m.? Okay. Yeah, it should get really bright in a second. Alrighty. Onward! Okay, I was so scared of a crash there, I'm not gonna lie. I was quite worried that that would be the big one.
First recon's at Camp Forlorn Hope. Now we got a chance to hold it.
Oh my gosh. Why is it so, yellow out? It feels like the yellow filter is back. Is this just cloudy weather or something? I don't know why, but it seems less clear than it's supposed to be. Maybe it's just where the clouds are in the sky or something? This is default New Vegas? Yeah. Wait, what? Did you make me turn off my weather mod? Balth, are you there? The filter, yeah, wait. Everything's all... Hold on. The Fiend territory tend to crash for a lot of people. It's a buggy zone. Don't think so. Wait, guys. Wait, what did you make me do, Default X? No, the filter isn't on? Yeah, okay. I'm confused. Maybe there's a different command to make the weather, like, the type of clear that I'm thinking?
Hey! For the Brotherhood!
We got guys!
Whoa, Nelly!
Oh my god, she's got nades!
I've had worse.
Dude, Veronica! You know how to scrap!
Hey!
I guess it makes sense. The Brotherhood raised you, but still. I'm not gonna waste my ammo. Oh, Violetta. Violetta's brain. Okay. Maybe my companion can't pop heads. Hey! Stop that shit. Oh. These dogs are a little more resilient to gunshots than you would think. I'm about to go Christy Gnome on this lady's dogs. Oh wait, not in the head. Not in the head. Not in the head. Oh my god, this lady's got an infinite dog generator or something. What the hell? Alright, fine by me. I'm just gonna blow her torso. Oh wait, I have no ammo. Oh boy. That gun then. Blow her stomach out. Okay, and now we heal. Now we heal with a lot of emergency stim packs, which we've got a lot of, so that's no problem. Alright, Violet, good night. Torso shot. Oh, you've got a resilient torso. But not resilient enough.
I've had worse.
Not quite bulletproof. I'm gonna rip off her head with my bare hands. Because I'm the courier and I just do this shit. I really do this shit. Walk through the Mojave Desert with nothing but half a bottle of Henny and a pack of Newports. I really do this shit. Can we, like, pilfer some NCR dog tags off these guys? Yes, we can. Yoink. Nice. Okay, let's go back to McCaron, and I actually really quickly want to check and see if at that, thing, if there's a ranger at the top of the New Vegas sign. Is there a ranger up here? No. Yeah? No. Aw. Aw, you guys cock-teased me. Maybe not on the sign, but on the other side of the fence, maybe? I don't know. Disappointing. Doesn't really make sense for a fiend to be right there. That's the entrance to McCaron. That's like, why would there be fiends right there? Maybe they, like, take the streets at night. Like, at night, the NCR gets overrun and has to get behind these walls. And the fiends take to the streets. And the NCR just has to, like, snipe and take pot shots at them. That makes sense. The Zaza got me ripping off people's heads.
Still working on that last bounty?
I want to claim it.
If that's true, that'd be the last of them. That's Violet. You don't know the trouble we went through to find this bitch. Here's the bounty I put on her head. It's yours. You've been one hell of a stroke of good luck. You know that?
Nice.
Those 3 scumbags probably killed 20 NCR troopers. And you bring them down alone. Wish I had a few grunts as good as you. Damn good working with you.
How am I not already like a ranger, a veteran ranger at this point? Okay. So I think our next objective should honestly be the gun runners. I think this is New Vegas itself, like this is the walls. So yeah, I want to go see the gun runners and buy more ammo for my ship. Ripping the Zaza. Like I rip off heads in New Vegas. No way. Fuck. Well, even if I get naded, at least I got to blow the guy's head off in real time. Not in real time, and not real time. The opposite of real time. Bro, what are you doing? You saw what I just did to your friend, right? Oh! Man, the mysterious stranger loves to show up. I get him a lot. I guess lucky number 7 is really where you want it to be. What? Veronica, are you... What are you doing? Veronica, fight back! Dude, what are you doing, Veronica? You forget how to fight? Well, you even left one alive! You don't leave survivors, Veronica. You know the rules. No survivors. Anyone who attacks us dies for their transgressions. If we let people off for that kind of shit, they'll think it's okay. Alright. Let's heal up with some regen really fast. But I got a lot of stuff I can eat at the top of the list. Oh yeah, a lot of Blamco mac and cheese. It's taking up a lot of room. Bloatfly sliders. Brahmin steak. And crispy squirrel bits. Oh, we got radiation. Gotta take some rat away. There we go. I no longer have radiation sickness, guys. That's the best news I've gotten all day. Well, I guess now's the time for us to meet the gun runners, I think their names are. The gun runners, yeah. They'll probably have some pretty good shit for sale. Maybe even better than what I have. So if they do, I might end up selling the Ranger Sequoia for an even better big iron if they have it. Especially if its ammo is more readily available and less expensive, you know, gotta go for that shit. But I doubt they'll have anything better than that. That's one-tapping people. Yeah, it's just a straight shot this way. Where? What are you upset about, Veronica? Oh, scorpions. Whoa! I just got an achievement. Caused 10,000 damage with unique Mojave Wasteland weapons. Huh. Nice. Let's go. I leveled up and got an achievement on Steam for causing 10,000 damage with a weapon. Okay. What do I want to up? Okay. Repair's fallen a little behind, so up that to 55. Speech could up to 55. Survival is like cooking and stuff. We'll up it to 40, just cuz. And we'll offload the extra into guns, just to keep our damage output going up. Yeah. Ooh. Alright. Dope. Dope. What can we get here? Weapon handling. Weapon strength requirements are now 2 points lower than normal. I don't need that. My strength is pretty high. Tag allows you to select a fourth skill to be a tag skill, which instantly raises it by 15 points. Balth, I hope you're watching. I'm assuming I go with this. This seems actually insane. This is a free 15 points in any skill. Right now. Like, this seems insane. Action Boy is dope. That does seem cool, but, I mean, tech, no? No? How is my intuition so bad when it comes to picking perks and leveling up in this game? Take Adamantium Skeleton? Really? Okay. You're the expert, Balth. I'll take it. Sure thing. Alright, let's head to the gun runners. I think they're straight this way, towards the tower. Weather cleared up, though. Good shit, guys. Looks like Default X was right with that, command I needed to enter. Thank you for that. Dude, look at those cacti. What even are those? I've never seen anything like that in real life, and I've been pretty close to the Mojave Desert. Though I've never... Well, no, I have been to Vegas. I technically drove through it, but it was pretty close to nighttime. It was nighttime through most of the drive through the Mojave, so... Wouldn't have really got to see much. And it was a long time ago. Hoping to go there this November for the Fallout New Vegas event, and hopefully in fully 3D printed cosplay ranger armor. I've got a friend whose girlfriend has access to 3D printing stuff, and everything needed to pull that off, so I might potentially be able to get that done. Okay, Balthazar. It completely counteracts my debuff from small frame. Nice. The Gun Runners! Hello, Isaac. What's up, buddy?
I don't handle buying and selling for the Gun Runners. Talk to the robot in the kiosk near our factory.
Hmm. Who are the Gun Runners?
Makers of the finest high-grade weapons and ammunition in the wasteland. If you ever get your hands on a piece of sweet, deadly hardware, there's a good chance that it came from one of our factories.
Oh. Okay, so these guys are the arms dealers in this world. So you work for the Gun Runners?
For around 5 years now. I handle the supply end of things. Raw materials and stuff.
Okay. That's pretty admirable. Making guns in this wasteland is pretty important. I like guns. Who's in charge of the Gun Runners?
Out here, we don't have bosses. Me, the gunsmiths, and the guards, we all know what we're supposed to be doing. Working for the Gun Runners is a sweet job. None of us would dare screw it up.
Hmm. Okay. Dope. Any chance I could get a tour of the Gun Runners factory?
No, absolutely not. Everything inside the fence is off limits, and the guards have strict orders to shoot to kill. A lot of our high-end weaponry comes from pre-war military schematics. If our competition got a hold of them, it'd be bad for business.
Understandable, I guess. Gotta protect those secrets, like, the, company KFC literally uses armored Brinks trucks to transport, like, their secret recipe, and it's not a joke. Goodbye.
Later.
Companion Dismissal Terminal.
Later.
Weird. Oh, I can talk to him. Vendortron.
Potential. Welcome, sir or madam. Do you wish to purchase something?
Huh, what is this place?
This is the New Vegas branch of the Gunrunners, supplying the wasteland with only the finest armaments since 2155.
That's some impressive weaponry. Where did it all come from?
All Gunrunner merchandise is constructed on site.
Damn, this is a whole gun factory. Also, you're just not used to CRPGs. Basically, effects are always superior, just boosting numbers. Okay. How do you get in there?
This kiosk was specially constructed around me to deter theft and assault.
They built it around the robot. Aw, he's trapped forever. Show me what you have for sale.
I am ready to process our transaction.
Okay, what ammo... Wait, hold on. I gotta check what ammo the Sequoia takes.
Come back and see us again soon.
That's why I feel you have bad intuition? Oh, because I'm not used to these types of games. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, what type of ammo does this gun take? 45 to 70 gram. Is that two different types of ammo it can take? Oh, 4570 government. Oh, only 36 rounds? Really? We got some hollow points at least. Damn. Okay, not a lot of ammo for that gun. Alright, we got some stuff we should probably sell here, I bet. I'm never using a grenade launcher. We should sell those. Let's go to weapons. Considering my new weapon of choice is the Ranger Sequoia, I'm gonna sell the 357 and make room. 4570 government is rather rare at this level. Yeah. Never heard of that round before myself. Is it even real? Knowing Bethesda and Obsidian even, it very well might not be real. But who knows? Maybe it is. 10mm is real. 10mm rounds, not like how they are in Fallout, but technically they exist. It's not completely made up. Yeah, it's real? Okay. I need to shoot some high-power revolvers, guys. I have had a distinct lack of experience shooting high-power revolvers, and I think that's really unfortunate for me. I think that needs to change. Okay, nothing there. Misk is usually where the most, like, yeah, that's the stuff I want to sell. Counterfeit bottle caps, still seem to want to hold on to those, I guess. Cazador poison glands go for a lot. Oh, dog hides. Yeah, gotta drop those. Empty syringes I'm carrying for no reason. Gecko hides. Mantis legs. Packs of cigarettes. Pre-war money. Okay, we're making a decent pull from this. 14,000 caps. What level is your gun skill? Like 63, if I remember correctly.
Come back and see us again soon.
His stock gets better with level. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. That makes some serious sense, guys. That actually... That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, what's next on our objective list? Deliver the message to Dr. Usanagi at the New Vegas Medical Clinic. Oh yeah, this is about that one sniper who got raped by Cook, and we convinced her to get therapy. But now we need to go talk to the medical guy and get him prepared. Man, we are right on the outskirts of New Vegas right now. Damn, look at the lucky... Oh, just switched textures as I got further away from it. It switched from like 2 LODs. But yeah, we convinced her to get therapy with our high-tier medical skill. And now we gotta go ask the doctor to be prepared for her. Oh, I'm not actually proficient with guns right now enough to use the Ranger Sequoia properly. I will dump my next level into guns then, Valth. I've been basically just trickling stuff into guns at the moment, but if you say so, I really don't like failing checks or not being able to pass them. So I've been upping everything that I've had a check for so far. Alright, clinic guard. Clinic guard. Oh, there's the doctor. What's up?
Welcome to the New Vegas Medical Clinic. I'm a fully qualified physician and can fix whatever is wrong with you for a reasonable fee. If you've got the caps, I've also got several implants available to enhance your physical attributes.
Implants? Bro, we're talking to the Ripper doc. What the fuck? Did you sell anything here? Right now, tell me about the clinic.
Everything you see is funded by the followers of the apocalypse. We rely a lot on charity to provide low-cost medical services to the less fortunate.
The followers of the apocalypse, if I remember correctly, they're those, like, Peace Corps type guys. Do the followers have a headquarters around here?
Yes, the Mormon Fort in Freeside. It's hard to miss.
That's a real-life location. I've seen that in the Fallout New Vegas locations in real-life videos. The old Mormon Fort. Are the followers part of the NCR?
We've worked with them in the past. The NCR became too focused on things like patents and profitability, so the followers go their own way now. The NCR and the followers have a cool relationship at the moment. We see them as oppressive, and they view us as anarchists.
Oh. Well, anarchists are neat, but chill with the NCR. They're fighting fascists, like super fascists. What do the followers believe in?
We believe that technology for basic necessities like food, water, and medicine should be shared, not hoarded. We're also strongly in favor of proper education. I've come across more than a few doctors whose techniques came out of the back of a magazine.
Okay, the followers of the apocalypse are pretty based. I ain't an NCR man because I'm a follower of the apocalypse. I like the NCR, though. Are you one of the followers of the apocalypse, though?
Yes, I am. I received my medical training at the Angels Boneyard Medical University back in the NCR. It's not a requirement to be a follower to enter the university, but I believe in what they do, so I joined them.
The reason why the NCR is better than the Legion, clearly, is that under the Legion, an organization like this would not be allowed to exist. Meanwhile, under the NCR, in its capital, well, not its capital, but like its heart, essentially, this organization is allowed to thrive. Can I make a donation to the followers?
Of course. We prefer bulk donations of 500 caps. It's apparently a lot easier on the accountants for some reason.
I'm sure this will be worth it in the long run, guys. I've got a lot of caps to spare.
Very much appreciated. These caps will go towards funding schools and other services to the poorer part of the community.
It's a lot of caps removed, but I did just get a lot of caps from killing all those bounties as like my final reward, so I'm still in the green. Quite a lot, so. That's all I want to know. Let's talk about something else.
Right.
Do you sell anything here?
I have reserved a small part of my supplies for sale. The profits go directly to the purchase of additional supplies to help the less fortunate.
Okay. Addiction, radiation poisoning, wounds. What kind of implants do you have available?
I have several basic implants available that can enhance your physical abilities, make you faster, smarter, stronger, that sort of thing. I've also got two much more expensive implants. One's a subdermal implant that will make you more resistant to damage. The other implant induces a mild regenerative effect. Your wounds will practically heal before your eyes.
Dude, that shit goes crazy. Additions give you debuffs, so I'd cure those. Like, getting... Okay. I guess I'd have to weigh the pros and cons when I can afford it. We're not going to buy an implant for now. Corporal Betsy from 1st Recon will be coming to you for mental treatment.
Mental trauma can be just as debilitating as physical injuries. Fortunately, I'm well qualified in such treatment. I'll make time in my schedule.
Nice! And I've gained karma, because I'm a good person. And the NCR likes me. Nice. God, I'm such a paragon of the community. Okay, what's our next quest? Ooh. We're not gonna do Benny yet. I think Heartache by the Number? I think that's close by. Oh, it's right there. How about that? The Crimson Caravan. Is this someone I can talk to?
Lafferty's been riding ass.
It's not.
Better like.
This isn't in New Vegas, is it? Like, I'm not going inside of New Vegas here? I don't think so. Yeah, no, this is like their own little area.
Hey
oh!
there.
Ringo!
Here's the rest of the payment I promised you back in
I saved this
Goodsprings.
guy. That's the guy I saved at the start of the game. Oh, and he gave me 150 caps. Let's go. See? It's all coming back around. Who's in charge here?
Alice McLafferty runs the Crimson Caravan. You can find her over in the main office.
All right. So what's next for you?
I'm getting ready to run a caravan up towards Utah. There's a town called New Canaan, which is supposed to be pretty prosperous. The
Huh.
Crimson Caravan doesn't have any branches out that way, so it'll be up to me to get things started.
Well, all right then. Good luck to you on that. Goodbye.
I'll see you around.
I'm be honest with you. I still haven't learned Caravan. I don't think I ever will.
Our guys put the
Guard?
monorail back to work.
Blake!
If you're
What's
looking
up?
to buy or sell, you come to the right man. The Crimson Caravan Company has the widest selection in the wasteland.
Yeah. Can you answer some questions for me, though?
Maybe. What do you want to know?
Where are you from?
A little place in the NCR called Oak Creek. Used to be a farming town until it got taken over by ranchers. I didn't want to herd Brahmin for a living, so I signed on with the Crimson Caravan and headed east. Not much to tell, really.
Huh. Do your caravans ever have trouble with bandits?
Out here, we usually split our caravans into smaller bands. That way, we don't lose everything if they get hit. It's not very efficient, though. Hopefully, we'll be able to start running larger if things settle down.
Okay. So yeah, I guess the Mojave is pretty untamed, and all the companies and organizations and governments out here struggling for control of the wilderness around Vegas. Very untamed. Where does the Crimson Caravan Company get its merchandise?
Trade routes, my friend, trade routes. Just about every major town in the wasteland has a Crimson Caravan branch in it.
All right. Let's talk about something else.
Need anything else?
Well, I just sold a bunch of stuff, so I don't need to sell anything. Any of these people worth talking
Did you hear
to?
about Hanlon?
Caravaner?
What a blow.
Janet. This is a person.
You should go talk to Blake or Alice. They handle most of our contact with
Ugh,
visitors.
My nose.
You should go talk
can't
to
talk
Blake
to
or...
them. Okay, I guess Janet will not talk to me. Dude, there's caravanners everywhere out here. Prospectors. Guard barracks. Ooh. Caravaner. Guard.
Civilizing Prim
Oh.
will show what we can do for everyone
Alice
else.
McLafferty. You guys know what's up.
Welcome to the Crimson Caravan Company New Vegas branch. What may I do for you?
I'd like to know more about the Crimson Caravan Company.
Certainly. What would you like to know?
Ooh. How long have you been in business?
The Crimson Caravan Company has been in business for over 130 years. We're partially responsible for the progress in the NCR.
Oh. Well, that's good. I like that. The NCR is good. Does the Crimson Caravan have any competition?
Well, the gunrunners continue to dominate the weapons market, and the Mormon traders from New Canaan control the majority of the northern routes.
Mormons. Even in this world, there are still fucking Mormons. You're well dressed for this place. Oh yeah, I just noticed that. She is well dressed.
Normally,
Like
I
Benny.
oversee company operations at the hub in California. However, the New Vegas branch has been underperforming in recent years. Given the conditions here, it's not hard to see why. I'll change all that soon enough.
Okay then. So I guess she's just showed up to kind of whip everything into shape.
All right. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I guess I need to ask her for some work.
I'm afraid we have no current openings for caravanners or guards, but I am in need of a runner.
Ooh, I'm a courier. That's kind of like a runner, right? I'll take it. What do I need to do?
Deliver this invoice to Dr. Hildern. You can find him somewhere inside Camp McCaron.
Nice.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I can fast travel there super quick. Wait, what? Oh, what?
Welcome back.
Oh.
It's been a pleasure.
I guess I need to select the quest. Oh, okay. Deliver the invoice. I love delivering invoices. I'm great at it. Camp McCaron. Christians still exist in Fallout, but it seems the Mormons are strongest. Why Mormons? How the fuck did the Mormons end up dominating the world of religion? What? How? How'd the Mormons take over? We truly are in hell if that's the case. Alright. Oh shit. We're going in. Whoever we have to talk to is in this building. I told you guys that eventually something would send us here to explore. Nice, I can fit in that crack. Hello.
Hey.
Thomas Hildern.
A pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Thomas Hildern, Director of Operations, OSI East. I presume you're here about Vault 22?
Wait, is that the vault with the plants? I've heard about Vault 22 a lot. Actually, I have an invoice for you from Alice McLafferty.
From Alice? I'll see that she's paid right away. Crimson Caravan runs a tight operation. Even out here in the waste, wouldn't do to keep them waiting. Was there anything else? Or were you just here about the invoice?
I have a few questions.
Oh? What might those be?
What do you think the NCR's chances are against the Legion?
To be frank, I have no idea. I leave the fighting to Colonel Shu, and I expect him to leave the science to me. Too many people have opinions on things they know nothing about. And the more ignorant they are, the more opinions they have.
Real. 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 That's all I have to say in regards to that. Tell me more about the OSI.
The Office of Science and Industry. It's a rather expansive topic. I could talk for hours, but I'm sure I'd bore you. Suffice to say, we are the leading edge of the NCR. Our work focuses on practical matters, medicine, engineering, biology. The dam, for instance. OSI routes its energy supply to our cities in the West. That's only one responsibility of this office.
Huh. What other responsibilities does this office have?
We aid some programs the Republic has sponsored involving sharecropper farms in the area. But those haven't panned out too well from what I hear. There have been complaints about the amount of water we're supplying. But those are just excuses for lack of diligence, I'm sure.
Okay. Do you control the dam from here?
Directly? No. But we attempt to maximize its output. You have no idea how difficult it is to provide power to an entire nation. Fortunately, we also have the Helios 1 facility. One of our external contractors recently got the station up and running. His name was something like Exceptional or Marvelous or...
Fantastic, I think his name was. Fantastic.
Yes, that was it. Exactly.
You said you were the director of OSI.
Director of the entire OSI? Me? If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to plant seditious ideas in my head. No, I direct our eastern operations. I've been responsible for squeezing unprecedented levels of power from the dam. I'm also confronting the problem of food production in what little spare time I have, but I've found some promising leads.
Man, this guy is like basically trying to solve all of the NCR's problems with science. He's like the dude who invents penicillin, or invented penicillin. The NCR has a food shortage.
Not yet. But our government understands the value of proactive thought. Our studies project an imbalance between production and consumption. Or, for a layman such as yourself, not enough food, too many mouths to feed. Mass starvation in a decade or so.
Ooh. I like the NCR has big picture plans. That's really good. Very governmentally of them. You're researching all these problems yourself.
Yes, with the assistance of my team, of course.
So not yourself. Okay, goodbye.
Yes, goodbye.
Wait, no, he had the Vault 22
We still need
stuff.
a contractor on our Vault 22 project. Interested?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Wonderful. Straight to it then. Have you signed the release forms? No? Doesn't matter. We'll keep that to ourselves. Vault 22.
Shady.
Where to begin?
I'm listening.
Imagine, if you will, the wasteland in bloom.
Yep,
Vast
the plant
fields
vault.
of corn that grow from seeds.
Heard about this.
And produce their bounty in the space of a month. Orchards of trees, their branches weighed halfway to the ground, hung with fat, ripe oranges, a harvest that could feed a city or a nation. And all this, requiring no more than a few drops of precious water, and the efforts of only a handful of human farmers.
Isn't that
Impossible?
a Gek? No, that's a Gek that exists in this universe. No, nothing is impossible.
Precisely. Science has proven that truth 1,000 times over. But how many wasteland savages believe it? Present company accepted, of course. The bounty I describe to you is no idle fantasy. It exists in primitive form only a few miles from where we stand. We need only reach out and unlock its secret. For that, the OSI needs you.
You'll get fucked up at such a low level? Really, Alley 24? I feel like with Veronica and her dope-ass metal armor and her power fist, we should be fine, I feel. I feel like Veronica is kind of the factor that turns the tide in most of these fights. Tell me more.
Good. I thought I sensed the kindred soul in you, beneath the wasteland veneer. I believe that the inhabitants of Vault 22 unlock the secrets of vegetative growth. Plants are spilling from their gate. No one tends them. No one waters them. Yet they multiply and spread in all directions. Find the reason for this miraculous growth, and I promise you the OSI will see that you are generously compensated.
All right, I'll do it.
Good. No need to check in with the NCR authorities. I can authorize your payment from OSI accounts.
Shady.
Vaults typically contain a server room on a lower level, where they would have backed up their research data. A computer room, you understand? Download all the information on the central server to your Pip-Boy, and you'll be certain to bring me any notes or samples that you find, won't you?
Yeah. Anything else I should know, though?
I thought it was a fairly straightforward assignment. It's a simple question of retrieving the data, which shouldn't prove overly challenging. Downloading the data will be handled by your Pip-Boy. You might think of yourself as a mere means of conveyance. No insult intended, of course.
Okay. That's the Pip-Boy once again proving to be like the goat of the apocalypse. We need these things in real life.
Best of luck to you. Not that you'll need it.
I guess.
You seem like a reasonably competent person.
Like, the only reason the Pip-Boys look the way they do is they don't have, like, batteries the way we do. They have, like, nuclear reactor battery type things. And then on top of that, in Fallout, they don't have microprocessors. So I think every robot, sort of Warhammer style, is like a brain in a jar inside a robot, like in the Fallout show, if you know what I'm talking about. Is that not every robot in Fallout? Because they don't have microprocessors. Are they all made, like, biologically?
Did Dr. Hildern... This really isn't any of my business, but...
Oh.
Did he give you a job?
I think we remember... Who remembers this from the H-Bomber Guy video? We watched, like, the H-Bomber Guy video for a good bit while I was eating on stream. And, like, he mentioned this, that, like, New Vegas has scenes where you talk to somebody, and then you get a quest... And then you stop talking to them, and then someone else confronts you and asks you to do something else. And you get an option. Oh, fuck. This game's so cool. Vacuum tubes? Yeah, we need vacuum tubes again. Why so interested?
Not interested. more concerned. It's just... You're not the first person he sent to Vault 22, and I know he'd never tell you. There were a lot of mercs, one after another. None of them came back. Then about a week ago, there was a scientist, Keely. She's unusual. Not the sort of person you'd expect, but she's an absolute genius, and he didn't mention her? Not even her name? Or any of the other mercs?
No, he didn't mention anyone else.
But now he's hired you.
Shady.
Which means one of two things. Either he heard back from Keely, and she failed, or he's given up on her. Listen, I make a fair wage, but I'm not rich. Not by any means. Maybe my kind of money wouldn't appeal to your average merc. But I'm willing to pay you if you'll find Keely and make sure she's safe. Isn't right leaving her out there. No idea if she's alive or dead.
Alright, I'll look for her.
I had a good feeling about you. Moment you walked in. I mean it.
I do have some questions, though.
Of course. Anything.
Whew. What's your role here?
Head researcher. Mostly on the dam project, but I help out on other things when they need me. Gotta be flexible.
What do you think of Dr. Hildern?
The director? He's very well spoken and knowledgeable.
Speech 25. He seemed focused on results, maybe not so much on people.
He's not what you'd call warm, unless he wants something from you. And even then, it's kind of a cold warm. Most of the time, I focus on the science and try to forget him. He doesn't get mixed up in any actual work, though he tells people that he does.
We're almost level 17. Well, not almost, but we're getting to level 17. Can you tell me anything else about Keely?
Keely's brilliant, an absolute genius. She plays at being mean, but it's all a front. When you've lived as long as she has, you get defensive around new people. Who wants to make a friend when you know you'll outlive them?
Oh, she's a ghoul, I guess. How old is Keely?
I couldn't get her to say, but she talked about the war.
Never
the
ask
Great
Lady
War,
her
when the bombs
age,
fell,
especially
like
a
she'd
lady
been
ghoul.
there. So I'm guessing pretty old. 200 years? Maybe more.
Man, these rads got me speaking Esperanto. How do Keely and Hildern get along?
Like a Brahmin and a Deathclaw, though I'm not sure which would be which. Bad analogy, maybe. They're both Deathclaws in their way. Keely hates Hildern. She says he's more politician than scientist, and gets in the way of true discovery. And Hildern hates Keely because... well, because every time they meet, she makes him look like an ass. In front of important people, usually.
Well then. I guess I understand. Have a good one.
Right. Stay safe.
Okay, we probably won't do that mission now then, because people have pretty unanimously told me I'll get my shit pushed in, so we'll focus on that that fun quest about... yeah, we're gonna do the Crimson Caravan quest. Camp McCaron?
The
Oh,
stupid
do I have...
NCR is investing in new research.
They have computer chips, they just kept making hardware that way because advancements in micro architectures was likely stifled. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't really make sense to me how they can have artificial intelligence and robots in this universe without microprocessors. Isn't that not like... or did they eventually get microprocessors, or was that never developed? Because to be fair...
Hey,
oh.
You got a second?
Okay. What is it?
The Brotherhood is failing. I've always known that. If we don't change course, we're going to fall apart, or fade away. But until recently, I haven't understood where we went wrong, or how to fix it. I think I need to go home.
I'll take you back there first chance I get.
Great! Thanks. Thank you. I'll encourage people to name their non-ugly children after you. Seriously.
They're non-ugly children after you. Okay. So she's... oh, she's not wearing her power fist right now, I just realized. So she wants to go visit the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood. That goes crazy. You see, the NCR are the Crips, and the Brotherhood are the Bloods. It's a completely apt analogy. Microprocessors do exist in Fallout. Okay, so they do have microprocessors now. Neat. Oh, shit. Ah, flickering light. Cool. Oh, wow. Dude. You can't tell. My graphics mods. I have done a damn good job with my graphics mods, have I not? You can't even tell me that's not the prettiest you've ever seen New Vegas look. I modded the fuck out of this. And it's the most stable New Vegas I've ever played. And look at it. We have attempted this playthrough 3-4 times before, and this is the most stable, and this is how I got the game looking. Big thanks to Balthazar in chat for the numerous amounts of tech support, tech support calls we had to do to get this shit running. God, imagine if this game wasn't locked in 60 or 32-bit, and we could just go crazy with modding.
What could have driven him to despair?
Welcome back.
Don't ask me about Hanlon, please. I delivered the invoice just as you asked.
Well, you've proven yourself reliable so far. Would you be interested in more important jobs?
What other work do you have available?
As much as I like to handle matters personally, I can't be everywhere at once. There is a negotiation with a smaller trading outfit that I'd like resolved as quickly as possible. There's also the matter of Henry Jameson, an employee whose services I'd rather do without. His family connections make it difficult, however. And finally,
nepotism.
I need someone to acquire the gunrunner's manufacturing specifications. This job needs to be quiet. No alarms, no deaths.
Damn right, because I need to buy shit from them. I don't want them to hate me. Alright, I need to know more about the gunrunner job.
The quality of the gunrunner's armaments is due to their manufacturing process. They craft all weapons on site.
Yep.
I want to know the secrets of their manufacturing process, which means you'll need to find some way to get inside their heavily guarded factory.
Stealth
I would
boys.
greatly prefer that you perform this job undetected and without killing anyone, if it can be helped.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use quite a few stealth boys, I think. I want to know more about the problem with Henry Jameson.
The Jamesons are very wealthy ranchers back in Redding, California, and significant investors in the Crimson Caravan Company. I was pressured into posting young Henry as the manager of the New Vegas branch. As you can see, he wasn't exactly cut out for the job. He was much more interested in gambling and prostitutes, and because of his family, I can't simply fire him. Henry needs to be convinced to quit, one way or another. I won't have a useless employee on the company payroll.
Man's pooping on the company's dime. Let him cook. Just let him be a little guy. What the hell? That's what made 4 feel so much of a letdown. Very beginning of the game, already get power armor and murder Deathclaw like it was nothing. I have not even seen a Deathclaw in the game yet, nor have I seen power armor. This game just feels so much bigger because of how much it's withholding iconic things from even being encountered. It makes the game feel so much larger. Like, I feel like I don't know if I'm 10% or 60% of the way through the game right now. Tell me about the negotiation.
There's a small trading outfit, Cassidy Caravans, that I'm interested in acquiring. They've been rather competitive, so it's time to buy them out. I have it on good authority that the owner, Cass, wants out of the caravan business. Cass frequently trades with the NCR, so you'll likely find her at the Mojave outpost.
God. Alright. We got some work to do.
Thank you. Was there something else?
Oh. Nope. We should be good.
It's been a pleasure.
Alright, let's get these jobs done. My God. Oh, Freeside. I think that's the entrance to Freeside there. And that's Vegas. Damn.
to be Caesar's top field commander. One refugee told us the legate took over an underperforming squad of troops by beating its commander to death in full view of everyone. The legate then ordered a tenth of his own force be killed by the other 9/10. And you thought your boss was a pain. The preceding segment was sponsored by the Silver Rush.
We've heard that. Alright.
Evening.
Dude, Lanius sounds like he's a fucking madman. Alright, what are my current quests? Acquire the... Oh my gosh. We'll return to Cass and see if you can get her to part with the title for Cassidy Caravans. Ooh. Should I do that first? Nah, it's easier. We'll do these things. Oh, wait, it's one of the things on the list anyway. I guess we'll start by trying to convince Henry Jameson. Oh, is that in Freeside? Oh, gosh, I think we have to go into Freeside for this. I mean, there's not really anything else we have on our list. I think it's time to enter Freeside, but we'll do it last. Where else can we go? What other objectives do we have? One's at the gun... Oh, stealing from the gun runners? Let's go to Cassidy first. No, we'll do gun runners first. And then Cassidy, and then we'll enter Freeside. Good time to do this at night, too. I'm pretty sure that'll boost my stealth. Whoa. Oh my gosh, that's pretty. Dude. Dude. God, this game. Can I just enter? I have to lockpick it. Okay. Alright. We're quick saving right here. How many stealth boys do I have? 5. That should be plenty. Really, Balth? Holy shit. I think they're gonna end up walking it back. I don't think Sony wants that golden goose to die. But then again, Sony has been pretty awful in the past. It is literally one of the worst companies in gaming. As far as publishers and what have you. They really suck. Okay, we're gonna quick save here. Well, oh no, I worry that she might get us caught, Veronica. I should have made her wait outside, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we're fine. She's such a skilled stealther. Oh boy. Persona non grata. One of the Crimson Caravan's guards, identified as Robert Wilson, decided it would be funny to take a shot at our Vendortron. He's lucky he didn't get a 308 through his idiot skull. We're currently negotiating with McLafferty for reparations, but in the meantime, we need to update the Vendortron's recognition software to filter out all Crimson Caravan employees. We'll also need to pull some strings over at McCaron and get them temporarily barred from purchasing ammo there as well. Aw, dude. I get why fucking McLafferty wants to go after the gun runners. They made her upset already by like restricting access to Crimson Caravan people because one of the Crimson Caravan dudes is an asshole who shot at their vendor robot. Camp McCaron order 172. Missile launchers, 7. Missiles, 200. We'd like this order expedited, if possible. The situation at the dam requires it. Holy shit, 7 missile launchers and 200 missiles. That is a lot of carnage that can be done by the NCR with those. Vendortron naming. Seriously, can we stop calling the Vendortron a Vendortron? Let's give the thing a proper name, like Bob. We're not calling it Bob. We'll vote on it at the end of the week. Please, please, please come up with something decent. Ooh. Oh, my neck needed a crack. Ooh, I didn't even realize it. Oh. Does you guys ever get like a stiff neck and it makes you nauseous and then you pop your neck and the nausea goes away instantly? Just what happened to me right now. Alright, download manufacturing specifications. Got it. Haven't been caught. Cool, cool. Let's skedaddle. Still invisible. We're not going to rob them outside of that because I don't want to lose karma. Okay. And then next we want to go to Cass. All the way here. We got to go talk to Cassidy. Fast travel unavailable in this location. Alright. Let's go through here. Alright, are we good? A quick save? I think we're good. Nothing else in there I need to get? Right? Yeah, I thought that might have been on the door. Okay. So let's go down to Cassidy Caravans and see if we can't buy her company. Name him the Xandertron. True. That's a base suggestion. Oh, look how pretty that is. A spotlight lighting up the NCR flag. Man, this game with a remaster would go so... Like a remake, sorry, would go crazy. And, like, the fact that we have no news about anything like that in the works right now only means that inevitably it's going to happen, and when it does, it's going to be on, like, next-gen hardware. We're going to experience a New Vegas remake in, like, 15 to 20 years, and it's going to look so far beyond how games look today. And run today, and, like, perform today in their fidelity. Alright, Cass, what's up?
You come around like a bad habit. What's on your mind?
We only talked once. Crimson Caravan sent me. They want to buy out your caravan.
They want to buy Cassidy Caravans? Don't they know it's burned to ash? No. Even times being what they are. Not sure I'm looking to sell. Even for all the whiskey in Reno.
Wait, what happened to your caravan?
Mojave happened. Hit by raiders packing some heavy firepower.
Oh yeah, we found it earlier.
Can't believe the Crimson
Looted
Caravan
it.
haven't heard. So if you want to buy all of Cassidy Caravans, you're looking at it. And what I got in my pockets. Still, as little as that is, not looking to sell.
Why not?
If someone came up to you and offered you 1,000 caps for your name, would you take it? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I don't want to hear your answer anyway.
God, she's
Point
cold.
is, I made the caravan what it is. It's mine.
I have the offer letter here. The terms are fair.
Alice McLafferty, eh? No, I see the zeros, and I know she's good for them. Still, it's not about the money. Dad'd spin like a twister if he ever heard I sold our name for anything.
Are you sure?
Look, I know you came all this way, and that takes some drive, especially these days. Just doesn't feel right. Trading history for a slip of paper.
Oh, okay, we got some speech or barter. I'm prepared to offer you the terms plus 750 caps. Maybe there's something else we could try. This outpost is the last place you'd want to be trapped. Do I have to pay the 750 caps, guys, or does Crimson Caravans pay it? I don't want to, like, convince her out of it if, like, McLafferty pays for it. I want McLafferty to pay the 750 caps. Curious, chat. What should I do here, do you think? Is this, gonna take it from my wallet, or is it just gonna, like, guarantee she gets the caps from McLafferty? Speech? Alright.
That's a good point. It's the caravan clearance that's got me stuck here. I'm sure this bar's getting tired of propping me up. Give me that paper. I'll put my name to it. No sense trying to hold the past between your fingers when it's nothing but dirt. All
she
right.
is completely broke anyway.
There you go. Caravan's yours. Feel kind of relieved, actually. Guess I didn't realize how much I was carrying around with just the name.
Well, you do now.
No idea. Maybe head back west? Though the idea of heading back there with my tail between my legs isn't appealing.
Oh, she could come with me. No. I need to have Veronica as my companion. She's best girl. There's other places to go.
Where? Like Vegas? Shoot and spit enough friends out. East? Get put in one of Caesar's little camps? No thanks. Head back west? I already know the big circle and everyone in it, except now I go back there ruined. Never really realized how small the Mojave is getting nowadays. Hard to find a place to go that's worthwhile.
Alright, I guess she'll be here for recruiting later.
You take care now.
If for any reason I need somebody like her on my team, I can always recruit her, I guess. Can't you play against her in a drinking game? But I didn't see an option for that. But maybe later. Are there like any new missions here, potentially? I don't know if this game does it such that like missions unlock as you get higher level or something.
You've been doing a lot of good work out there.
Anything I can do to help around here?
More than you have already? I want to ask around, but truth is, you've helped a lot in the short time you've been here.
Alright, goodbye.
Until next time.
Okay, is there not like a commander here?
Now we've got a chance to hold it.
Appreciate the help. Wish I had more work for you. But nothing else on the radar at the moment.
Nothing, okay.
Take care.
Just checking, guys. But yeah, is there like any backtracking to places I've been and cleared out of missions and quests before that I need to return to? Because like new missions will have spontaneously become available. Back to the airport. Oh, I wonder if I can talk to... I forget what her name is, but the girl who was raped. I wonder if I can talk to her and tell her I killed the guy that did it. Anyways, I'm considering trying to get a refund, but I wanted to run it by you first because you were the one who bought it for me. Nah, don't get a refund, Balth. It's not a big deal. Like, they're going to walk it back for certain, and the company is quite good. It's literally just Sony pushing their weight around on them. The game is not, like... Why refund it? Why? Just connect it to your PSN account. Or don't, and see if they delete the account, but I doubt they will. But why refund it? I like playing that game with you. You honestly think Sony would triple down and let it burn? Maybe. They have been known to do similar things in the past. Okay, I think we have to enter Freeside now, guys. The next part of this mission seems to be to enter Freeside for our next objective. Are you guys ready? The end of the stream, practically, and we're entering Freeside. Oh, we're doing it... Nah, let's do it at night. We'll go to the Freeside gate, and then we'll skip to nighttime. I feel like the whole Vegas vibe is most well achieved at night. Like, Vegas is a nighttime city, you know what I mean? Like, sure, you can walk around Vegas and do stuff during the day, but Vegas is a nighttime city. You go out at night in Vegas. You're nocturnal when you visit Vegas. I know when I go to Vegas, like proper Vegas, just to be there, I'm going to be nocturnal. I'm going to do everything at night. I'm pretty certain everything is open 24 hours, or at least at night in Vegas. Oh my god, are those tunnel snakes? Or, no, not tunnel snakes, the kings. Let me wait till nighttime. Freeside is the slum. I think there's a... What's Freeside called in real life? I think it's called, like, West Side in real life, or it's got a name. Wow. It's got a name in real life that sounds similar to Freeside. It's in that, like, New Vegas Locations IRL video. Oh, yeah, these guys are kings. Okay.
Man, I'm hungry. I'd give anything for a fancy lad. Wait,
okay.
I mean, you know what I mean.
Turns out some military hero of the squad.
That's great. All right. Into Freeside we go, guys. Let's see it.
Only I can keep you safe.
Yo. Holy shit. We made it. What's going on here?
Only
Bodyguard for hire, Oris.
Hello, my friend. Can I perhaps interest you in some protection? My services come cheap at only 100 caps.
Why would I need a bodyguard in Freeside? Why would I need a bodyguard?
Ah, my friend, believe me when I tell you that this place,
Fremont,
while quite
thank
nice when you know your way around, can be very, very dangerous. There are those who would hinder your every step with requests for your money, your business, or even your life. With your permission, however, I would be happy to stand between you and those people. How does that sound?
Don't really think I need one.
I can't say I recommend that, but hopefully you'll change your mind. I'll be here if you do. Good luck.
Yeah, wait and see about. Oris, what's up, buddy?
This gentleman and I were just settling on a price. I'm afraid you'll have to hire one of the...
You want to travel through Freeside with ease.
King's
we hire
Gang
a
member.
king. We're everywhere. And no one messes with us.
I
Your
believe
safety
that.
is practically guaranteed for just 100 caps.
Why would I need a bodyguard here?
Freeside's a little dangerous for people traveling alone or in small groups. You go without a guard, you're rolling the dice. You know? You must be new. Your tune will change. Trust me.
Others this time around.
All right. Oh shit, people just got stuff laying around. I mean, if they've got food just laying around, I can't really be that bad of a neighborhood, can it? Oh shit. There's some kids chasing a rat. Yo, let's kill this rat. Fuck you, rat. Get fucked, rat. Oh, there's nothing on it. Oh.
Hello. What?
Oh, they're eating it. Kill it, delete it. Yeah, they are.
So long.
Oh, they're chasing their food. I thought I killed their pet. I was gonna reload my save. Huh. Holy shit. I was literally gonna reload my save because I wanted to see how they'd react if I killed their rat. And they were chasing it to eat it. So I helped them. Even when I'm trying to fuck around and do something bad and reload the save just for fun, I end up doing a good thing. Ooh, ghoul. Beatrix Russell. That is a crazy name for a ghoul.
Howdy.
Howdy. So who are you?
I've been around a while. Currently working for the Followers as a gun for hire.
Oh, the Followers of the
But it's getting
Apocalypse?
rather dull. Aside from protecting them from the occasional thug looking to intercept supply shipments, there isn't much to do around here. The one researcher I liked, who I could chat up about liquor, got transferred. And the rest of the docs are pretty uptight about my kind of fun.
This is their fort. Oh, we're in the old Mormon fort. Okay. I bet you've seen a lot over the years.
I've been around long enough to observe the patterns of human behavior. Physical and mental anguish are especially exciting to explore.
Oh. It sounds like you're a bit of a Dom, Beatrix. No way. No way. Do I play dumb and say, that's a bit cryptic, Beatrix, or just say outright, sounds like you're a bit of a Dom, Beatrix? I love how much of a statement it is. It's not even leading or like flirty. It's just very matter-of-fact. Pick it? Yeah.
Hey, who doesn't enjoy a little pinch and squeal every once in a while?
Jesus Christ. What are you doing with the Followers?
I joined up looking for a decent paying job. Granted, the pay's all right, but they won't let me kick back and slog a brew at the end of the day. They're worried the filthy drunkies in detox seeing me drink will cause an immediate relapse. I say their rehab effort here is just a revolving door.
Let's talk about something else.
What do you have in mind?
Are they trying to rehabilitate drug addicts around Freeside, I'm guessing? Got any advice to share?
Time you enjoy wasting isn't wasted time.
Sure. I got more questions.
And I may have answers.
I will say her being a Dom is quest relevant. Dog. Okay, I guess I'll keep it in mind. What do you know about the Van Graffs?
Couple of rad scorpions, those two. Gloria is the stable one, but she'd slit your throat if there's a profit in it. Or rather, she'd tell her brother to do it for her. John Baptiste is one of the sicker humans I've had the displeasure of observing.
Oh. You know when a ghoul is calling you a sick human, you're pretty fucked up. What do you think of the Followers of the Apocalypse?
I don't know how they do it. They're like saints, those Followers. If they didn't charge for their services, I'd think they was crazy. But nah, They're just naive. Warms their heart.
I love how they're basically just the Peace Corps or something. What's your opinion on Mr. House? Okay.
Before or after the human race shot itself in the foot?
Oh,
I've been around long enough to have both opinions, see.
Holy shit.
Before the war, Mr. House was a famous captain of industry. Robotics, to be specific. Seemed charming in interviews, until he became a recluse. Since the war, though, didn't make a peep for near 200 years. But when he came back strong and killed a lot of people.
Kill a lot of people. What do you think of the NCR?
I reckon they care about getting water and electricity from the dam, and that's where it ends. The locals here are just an inconvenience to them, something to step over or stomp down. They're here for the resources, plain and simple.
Fair. Tell me about the Kings.
What about them? Pretty much the sort of gang you'd find anywhere else, just with better clothes. The king himself, though, he's got that something special you can't put a finger on. Too bad he likes girls with skin.
Oh shit. Internet's taking a crap. It seems to be recovering, though. I think it's recovering. So my internet took a shit. We lost a few hundred frames there, but it seems to have recovered. I think I'm gonna try just unplugging my router tonight and plugging it back in before bed, seeing if by morning that's fixed the problem. And if that doesn't, and this persists to next stream, though it was way better this stream, I am going to call my ISP and have them sort it out, because this isn't normal. Hasn't happened till now, and I hate that it happens as soon as I fix OBS. As soon as I fix the OBS crashes, and we're all good, and I'm streaming 8 hours every stream, and I'm on that schedule. Fucking hell. Ugh. Tell me about Freeside as a whole, though. Beatrix Russell.
What starts in misery tends to stay there. Freeside wasn't Freeside until 6 or 7 years ago.
Oh, that's recent.
That's when Mr. House's robots rolled out
Really
of the
recent.
Lucky 38 and started pushing everyone who wouldn't join him off the strip. Lots of folks died. Some scattered to the winds. The rest wound up in Freeside and seemed never to lose the habit of living like refugees.
Damn. I have something else then.
What did you want to know?
Got any advice?
Longing makes the heart grow fonder. But I've always been a fan of hog-tying my lovers to make sure they can't escape.
Jesus Christ. Horny. Any more advice, though?
The only thing I know for certain is that I don't know nothing.
So true. Me as fuck. Alright, goodbye.
Later.
Later.
Howdy.
You know you're in a bad place when you get to a town and within 5 minutes a ghoul's trying to fuck you. Alright. Oh my god, it's... Look how pretty that is, guys. How was this game... Well, I modded it, but still, how was this game made so long ago? Oh no. Guys, I know something... I have a cognito hazard that is going to change the way you play New Vegas forever, and I wonder if there's a mod that fixes this. She's going to say it when I get closer. Don't spoil the cognito hazard I'm about to tell you all in chat if you know.
Hungry? Thirsty? Horny? The Atomic Wrangler has you covered.
Alright, chat, do you want to know the cognito hazard that I know about that line and the voice actress who recorded that line? She was 13 years old, the voice actress. The main director, like the guy who directed New Vegas, does not know how that happened and wasn't... Or the actor was 12. Sorry, 12 years old. He doesn't know how that happened, but somebody at some point both casted and directed a 12-year-old to give that line, and it was used in the game, and to this day is the line you hear from this character. That is a 12-year-old saying that. A 12-year-old girl. How is there a mod that patches it? If there's not, I feel like that is a perfect, like, gap in the Fallout New Vegas modding community to fill, you know? Like the Two Bears high-fiving thing, this needs to be patched.
Hey, baby. Head on down to the Atomic Wrangler if you want to have a good time.
Literally, they had a 12-year-old record that. Who did that? Who at the fucking company was responsible for that? I'm slaughtering her every playthrough now? Well, don't slaughter her. Jesus Christ, that feels even worse. Is that not somehow even more fucked up? Okay. I think this is where the guy is we need to talk to. In the Atomic Wrangler. Burn Freeside to the ground. Holy shit! So guys, I have an add-on that adds a lot more people to locations like casinos and stuff in the strip and Freeside, so I'm pretty certain this place
Legion camp got razed to the ground.
has nowhere as many people in the default game. Am I wrong or nah? Caleb, McCafferty, God, there's a lot of people here. Let's focus on the mission at hand for now. Henry Jameson.
Shove off. You're making my luck turn bad.
Bro. I'm here to talk about ending your employment with the Crimson Caravan Company.
Fuck no. No matter what that old bitch McLafferty says, my
Spider-Man.
dad said I could be in charge of the New Vegas branch. Besides, I got into a little money trouble with the Omertas. If I quit the Crimson Caravan, how am I supposed to get the money to gamble?
Fuck, dude. What brought you to New Vegas?
I wanted to be where the action is, so I got my dad to pull some strings and get me a cushy position with the Crimson Caravan. Everything was
Like
great
actual
until
nepotism.
McLafferty came along. That old bitch is gonna hear about it from my dad, just you wait.
There is a mod that removes her from the game. Hopefully it wouldn't break my playthrough. Check and see if it would, and if not, I might install it. Like, also, I'm sorry for the cognito hazard, by the way, if you didn't want to know that about this game. What do you know about the Omertas?
One of the families that runs the strip. They're a pack of cheaters, but you still don't want to fuck with them.
Huh. Maybe we can make a deal. What do you want from the Crimson Caravan in exchange for quitting? No, we're not helping this fucker out. The NCR thinks pretty highly of me. Let's say I get word to your parents. Oh, I can threaten him. Ooh. Speech 50. I should always go with the speech check. I forgot. I get the, XP. So you don't have the Omerta's money yet. I'll let them know about that.
What? No, wait. Look, I just need time. Don't rat me out to them. You want me to quit the Crimson Caravan? Fine, I quit. You can tell McLafferty that you won't see my face again.
Nice. Well, we got the job done.
This place is the bee's knees.
Let's quick save and hope no crash, because that's a lot of NPCs, and I worry. Good. God, I have gotten this game working smooth as fuck. The Omertas? Are they scary? I hear them mentioned a lot, like a mob gang, crime gang with lots of money, and they like people owe them money, and they'll kneecap you. They'll kneecap you and feed you to the desert fishes, to the sandworms. All right, McLafferty, I got the job done.
Did you hear about Hanlon?
Oh,
what a blow!
What the fuck? She sleeps in the barracks too? Oh, she's got a little laser pistol.
Welcome back.
She's strapped. Oh my gosh, she's got lines. The Crimson Caravan Company no longer has to worry about Henry Jameson.
Yes, I understand that he's decided to quit outright and not even ask for compensation. I'm a bit curious what exactly you said to him. Then again, perhaps I'd rather not know. Thank you all the same. I'm very happy to be rid of that man.
Cassidy Caravans has been bought out and is now part of the Crimson Caravan Company.
Very good. On occasion, it's proven to be more profitable in the long run to simply buy out the competition. And this is one of those occasions.
Rah. Oh my god, that's a lot of caps. And NCR fame. Let's fucking go. I have the Gunrunner holotape.
I hear it's business as usual at the Gunrunners, as if nothing unusual happened. Excellent work. We'll be able to use the schematics you acquired to begin manufacturing our own weapons immediately. We'll provide some to you at a discount.
Oh, the rewards. The rewards and NCR fame. I love getting NCR fame. Fuck. Is there anything else you need me to do?
Something has actually come up. A prospector recently came through here and spent a lot of caps on supplies. Closer inspection of these caps has revealed them to be brand new. This is a problem.
Counterfeit.
The most likely source of these new caps is the old sarsaparilla bottling plant. Go there, locate the bottle cap press, and disable it.
Didn't we go there? I had some questions about bottle cap currency.
What would you like to know?
I think we've been there before. What makes a bottle cap genuine?
Lots of little things. The paint on the label, the machining, the type of metal it's made from. I know there's counterfeit caps floating around, of course.
I have some.
Fortunately, they're very time-consuming to make, so the numbers are small.
Are new bottle caps ever made?
Certainly. Bottle caps do wear out or get damaged. Some people even insist on using bottle caps in explosive devices for some reason.
Oh, those exist.
We make it
Bottle
a
cap
point to
mines?
scour pre-war bottling plants and recover or disable the bottle cap presses. Seems we missed one.
Why? Can't they just be used as mints by the NCR? Well, I guess because the NCR wouldn't want it doesn't like the cap. Like, the caps are the main wasteland currency. The NCR wants their money to be the standard. And I assume so does the Legion with their denariuses. Why is the bottle cap press a problem for you?
People have been counterfeiting bottle caps forever, but it's always been small scale. A bottle cap press is a whole other threat. We can't have anyone devaluing our currency by mass-producing new bottle caps.
Ooh, okay. All right.
All right. Is there anything else I can do for you?
We're at the same line. Nope, that's everything
been a pleasure.
then. Well, guys, I think this is probably a good place to wrap up as we hit the 8-hour mark. It seems our next objective is to go shut down a counterfeiting bottle cap plant. So I'm excited for tomorrow. The plan is that tomorrow we will be... Let me save my game very quickly. You saved? Yeah, I'll save over the quick save with a proper manual save. So yeah, my plan for tomorrow is that hopefully around... I'm going to go for 10 a.m. At the latest noon. I'm going to go live. I'm going to do 4 to 6 segments. And then afterwards, we're going to do more Fallout New Vegas, just like today. An 8-hour stream, just like today. And then the day after tomorrow, I'm going to do 4 to 6 segments. And then afterwards, instead of New Vegas, we're going to do another From Watch Party. So if you're able to, make room on your calendar for tomorrow after stream. I'm going to try to go live at around 10 a.m. PST to 12 p.m. PST then as well. And stream will probably be 4 to 6 hours that day. So, the watch party will start somewhat early, at least PST time. You'll have to convert that over to your time. But if you want to be there for the From Watch Party, we'll be watching episode 6 of From Season 2, which is hype. Then make sure to mark that on your calendar. I really hope to see you all there. Once again, though, guys, thank you all so much for your support today. It has been enormous and overwhelmingly appreciated, I assure you. Your kind donations, your kind words, your likes, comments, really everything. It means the world to me, guys, seriously. And I know that you guys have been enjoying the streams lately. You guys have dropped unbelievable amounts of support on the New Vegas streams, and I really do appreciate it. I hope you guys stick around to see me finish the game as these streams go by. I'm so excited to get further into it and to play those DLC-sized mods that are made for this game as well, which are practically sequels to New Vegas within its engine. So we've got a lot more New Vegas fun up ahead, even once we beat this game. So I hope to see you guys around when we get there. With all that said, I love you all very much. Thank you all for watching today, and have a good one. Well, no, watch party the day after tomorrow. But thank you, Larry Banks. Later, everyone. Doo-doo fart.